You want to clear this screen? Yeah, you still
Hello,
got that.
everybody. Welcome back to Rates for Vets. We have a new administrator. Sorry about that. He didn't know how to use it. Had to show him how to use it. We
Yeah,
have new Guru and Smiler here. Hello,
yeah,
everybody.
yeah.
You
That
want to
rights
stop?
guy, he's really green. He doesn't know how to do any of this.
Wow. Anyway, we're back live. Hello, everybody.
You're still on live, on screen share, showing everybody how you're figuring it out.
There you go.
I did try and warn him before he put the 30 second up.
Hello, everybody. I'm back.
By the way,
Hey.
when you go live and you hit the go live button, there's 3 seconds between after it activates before it
Yeah.
actually starts streaming.
Yeah, it's a 3 second delay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just betting 100 here right now today. Wow. Damn. Good morning.
Good morning. So, what we were talking about? We were talking about
Some really,
heat.
really,
Go on.
really good stuff about solar and going electric, self-reliance, and the whole 9 yards with that. And how you can, where we left off was Wrights was asking if you have a solar roof or panels on your roof, how do you deal with snow? And the most current technology has very good quality self-heating panels that will melt the snow for you. And the other option, of course, is the ladder and whatever her name. That's where we left off.
And if you have your wife going up the ladder, just don't follow her. Stay there. You're going to be in trouble.
Right.
She'll throw you off the roof.
And how we started this was I wanted to put across to Wrights, who may be in market at some point in the near future for possibly a roof replacement. So I wanted to bring to his attention, and I'll do it again because it's good for anybody else who might catch wind of this. If you're in the market for a new roof on your house or garage or any other building that you have already, Tesla has a fantastic option to consider that will save you quite a lot of money and possibly pay for itself in a relatively short period of time. Tesla has a really good product of solar tiles, not solar panels, but solar tiles, solar roof tiles that are very high quality, very durable. They're supposed to be, I think, twice lifespan, if I remember correctly. Could be wrong on that. Somebody could check to confirm. And also, the warranty is much longer than on your conventional shingle-based roofing. In addition to that, they draw in electricity, as do solar panels, from the sun. And we just confirmed through a bit of research, they work out to be possibly less than half the cost even than the cost of your shingle tiles after installation and labor is included. So that's an excellent saving on the forefront. And then on the back end, if you're able to do net metering, or at the very least, depending on your setup, you can save money on your electric bill because you're drawing, of course, from the sun. And if you do net metering and smart net metering, if it's not enough off the roof to supply your entire house's electrical needs, you can set it up where you're backfeeding with a bit of battery power, using only electricity from the grid at the cheapest hours, and then electricity from the roof to supplement that for the rest of the time when it's more expensive. So that's a gravy revenue generation, which, if you add it all up, will make the panels compared to shingles pay for itself in quite a short amount of time, which of course you can turn around and you use that savings to invest in other things to become completely energy reliant, such as the Blue Eddies and other battery systems.
Well, I got what they've got in the UK at the moment. I've got that presented down the bottom.
Okay, hold on a sec.
That's your typical single roof,
Right?
all the solar panels. So that's your typical roof tile roof with
Right.
polyvoltaic. And then that's another system where they've got all the individual ones that clip into these frames. But you can see they've that there all goes on to your original. So when you strip your tiles off, you've got your felt and batten there, look, and then you've got these little brackets that all these individual panels mount into these little brackets.
Interesting. So that's going with making panels your rooftop.
Yeah. So instead of making your shingle tiles like these, you call them shingles in your country, but instead of going with these, they're also doing this system where you get I'm guessing it's about a 12 by 12 panel, which then clips into these little grooves. So your whole roof is still a solar array.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, and then you've
So
got and then that's your traditional on top of your roof panel.
that looks like somebody who's trying to compete with Tesla, and that may even be a more economical solution than Tesla.
What,
Let's
this
showcase. Yeah.
one?
Tesla might be a bit more expensive. I don't know if how that compares overall.
And that's
Cost, durability, and all the whole 9 yards.
so there's your so there's your little 12 by 12 panels, which builds a 4 kilowatt system, polyvoltaic system, 6,165 quid, and that's your solar inverter.
Right.
That all goes to your phone app, and then it shows what electricity you're producing via your phone app, which is attached to your Solax.
That's 6,165 euro, right? Or is that pound?
No, that's pound.
So, is that pound?
Yeah, that's pound.
All right. So to give you the equivalent rights in, let me go pound to USD. 1.25 is right now. So what was that again?
6,165 pound.
All right. So that worked out to be 7,688 USD. And he was saying his roof would work out to be about 15,000 with shingle tiles.
Yeah.
So going with this system is less than half the cost, plus you get the added benefits of producing your own electricity, and then possibly other benefits as well, such as lower insurance and an increased value on your home investment, which can transfer over to the sale when you sell your house.
My problem is I'm going to have to do it fast then, because before the inflation hits, the dollar's going to be nothing. You know what I mean? Because if they go CBDC, they're going to say, screw you, you're not getting nothing, just to get you out of the house.
Yeah, definitely do that sooner than later. But that's also what Bitcoin is for.
Yeah, I want to wait. I'm trying to get land, so I already have an image how things are going to work up there if I can get the right place. You know what I mean? I'm trying to remember what my grandfather used to do, and I'm trying to put it together in my head here. I definitely want to move out here. I don't want to stay here. I'll be corralled up like everybody else.
Yeah,
Because they
but
will get military people. Huh?
America's already bankrupt.
Right.
Yeah.
So if
Oh,
you're,
yeah. Yeah.
if it works out, your best bet is to, you know, if your roof can hang on enough time, then you know you're out of there and you can sell the home and so on and so forth, and then it's somebody else's headache. That's the best case scenario. But if it's the event where it ends up forcing the issue on you, starts leaking or whatever, then at least you know you have a much more viable solution here than currently. That would just soak your 15G or whatever you said it would cost, with no real monetary benefits. That wouldn't, probably just a conventional roof, probably you wouldn't be able to recoup very much of that back in the sale of your house. You know, maybe a little bit, but an energy producing roof that has double the lifespan, that also lowers your insurance, certainly would be a value added house.
You know what? That insurance is a ripoff, just like your car. You know, before they had what do they call it? GPS and all that shit. You know, you had to put like a low jack in there for, you know, you lower your insurance. You know, and then they still raised it up. You know, now you got this GPS. The insurance went up higher. You know, it's a bunch of ripoff. It is. I
But
hate insurance.
how much mortgage have you got left on your house now?
Oh hell, my house is paid for. Everything I got here is paid for. Everything.
Get a bloody valuation and sell the bugger.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing eventually. Yeah, but I want to get a good spot, a vacation, as we call it. New Groove gave me that idea. I love that idea. My wife doesn't want to move. She's stuck in, you know, she doesn't understand what's going to happen. My daughter sees it now, but my wife doesn't. But I understand her situation. She don't drive. She wants someplace where she can go access to get things. You know, she needs it. But I'm trying to tell her we're trying to get off the grid. So explaining that to her is kind of hard. You know what I mean? She's domesticated where I'm not. I was lucky in life. That too. Yeah, she's got it bad. But as a kid, I used to go in the woods a lot of times, you know, and as a teenager as well, and an adult. So I know the woods, you know. I don't know how to survive that much other than what the military taught me, but it ain't very few and far, you know what I mean, compared to what's really out there, if you know what I'm saying.
And your electric heating cable up, 3K carbon fiber heating cable.
There it is. Yep.
1 to 9 meters works out at like 50 cents. 1,000 meters comes down to like 15 cents per.
It's a no-brainer. That's a must. You don't even balk at that idea. That's
well, if I put the whole solar panel on my house and my garage, I'm going to have more than enough wattage. You know, so there's no doubt about that. That's what I'll do. I'll put it in my house and my garage, hook it all up.
And I'll just show you, in addition to, so that now what Smiler was just showing there is not Elon's Tesla system. That's a different one. That's the first time I've ever seen that, which is interesting. I'd like to take more of a look at that. But let me show you, where is it here? There it is. Here's Elon's roof. There's an example. That's what it looks like.
Wow, that's nice looking. Damn.
Another example of it. Yeah, the idea was to camouflage it to make it look like it was just more of a typical conventional roof, right? This was the first generation, and now these are the second. That's the second generation. And so, yeah, basically they say that, you know, people walking by, it's so well camouflaged, nobody really has any clue that you have.
No,
solar
go
on your
up
roof.
again. Go up again. Yeah, there. They're similar to the ones that they're using in the UK. These ones,
Right there.
there. The one with, yeah, there. Oh no, they're different.
It probably depends on which. They have different varieties,
Hmm.
so there's different selections you can get. Yeah, this is the one you're talking about here. That's an older generation. This is a newer generation here.
Mm.
So, and this is another older generation. So it just depends on what you want, aesthetic and cosmetics. A lot of people are opting for this now because this, they're saying, is so well camouflaged and so well done that they don't even bother asking for permission from HOA or whatever. They just go ahead and do it. So nobody can tell that it was done,
That's sweet.
And
Wow.
a lot of times people go the bootlicker route of also having to get permission for solar panels to be installed and all that kind of stuff. This is giving people a little more courage to, just bypass that.
How long does it last?
If I remember correctly, and we can look it up to verify, double the length of shingles.
That'd be 40 years.
And I think the warranty is 30 years, if I remember correctly.
See that roof there? If you go back up again slowly, stop. Right, that roof there, look, that's a roof on top of a roof.
Oh, so they're using your old shingle and putting it over with the new ones.
Maybe.
Is it or isn't it? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. I don't know all the details regarding that.
No, it isn't. If you go down there again, oh no, that's madeinchina.com. See, that's a roof. That's a whole solar roof on top of just your yeah, look. So
This
that's a
one, you mean?
whole, yeah, that's a whole solar roof just on your Felton Batten.
No one saw Tesla's roof coming.
Oh, they got different colors too. Wow.
Yeah, they got quite a few different cosmetic varieties to suit, different camouflage needs or whatever, and tastes of the owner, and so on and so forth. To match the house.
Well, it's like in the UK, so in certain areas you've got to have certain roofs. So, like,
Right.
you'll have different roof tiles on different roofs, and some roofs have got tiles. Some roofs have got slate. So if the whole area's in slate, you couldn't put a tile roof on in a slate area. You'd have to go. Yeah, we've got stipulations where all the roofs have got to look the same, basically.
So here it is, about 25 to 30 years for the solar panels. Oh no, that's solar panels.
Excuse me, guys. I'm going to have to take off about 10 o'clock. I'll be back, though. I got to make a phone call to get my dryer hooked up.
Sure. At 10 o'clock? What time is it now? I don't even know.
9:45 here. 9:43, excuse me.
In about 15, you got to go. Okay.
Yeah, so I've disappeared. You know what happened. I'll be back.
All right. Let me just see if I can find the fast test this over. Street.
$29 a square foot, fully installed.
That's Canadian, yeah. So
Yeah.
that's. I don't know if that's good or not. I've never
I'm just gonna have to move to Canadian. I'm gonna be your neighbor, nude.
Don't do that. Canadians are rip-off prices.
I have a question. If they could do that, could they put it on an RV? On the roof on an RV?
That's what I was wondering. I don't see why not. I mean, at the very least, you could put it as an after add-on.
Yeah, but they're probably made in such a way that they work in like a 20-degree tilt or a 35-degree tilt.
Right.
So the way that the sunlight hits them, whereas the panels that we use, you know, they work flat. So you'd have to look at like a flat roof panel, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
If
if
you're
that is
putting it on the roof of a vehicle, unless you make a tilting system, so when you park up, you know you press the button and the roof tilts towards the sunlight.
they probably have, you know, a variety of that too, I would imagine, because, you know, not all rooftops are angled. There's a lot of flat top roofs on building. So they probably got different selections for that. But if not, there ain't nothing that couldn't be customized with enough greasing of the palm, you know.
Mm.
But I don't know if that would really be the right solution anyway. Like, if you really wanted to go with the solar roof, you'd probably want to go with something thin layered as an adhesive right from the get-go, and also do something that is not fiberglass based, you know, just make something more metal based, like a car roof, like this right here, you know. There you go, that's your solution. Do that in an RV type thing, but make
Yeah, that's
that,
not
you
bad
know,
looking.
make
Yeah.
that integrated into the actual roof, right?
Well, you've got a lot of flexible panels now, and even the flexible panels now you can walk on without
Yeah,
damaging them,
yeah,
because a lot of people were, you know, so they were going with the traditional poly style roof panels, solar panels, but then where they wanted so that they could climb out of the roof light and sit on their roof and, you know, have a cup of tea or whatever on the rooftop, they, because that would then limit their area that they needed for solar. Then the solar companies started bringing out solar panels that you can now walk on.
right. Yeah, they definitely have pretty durable panels. The only problem is the more portable ones all have only a 10-year lifespan,
Yeah.
which sucks, and they're quite a bit more expensive. So, but you know, there's a use case application that's very specific for that, and when you need that, that's what you need. That's what I need, you know. So I gotta go with that, unfortunately, for the time being. But there's going to be much better solutions right around the corner. They're going to blow all that out of the water, anyways. But for now, that's what it is. Not much you can do. So my solution for that is
No, go up again a minute.
my solution for that is
Whoa, down again. Yeah, that roof there, look.
this one.
No, above.
This one.
Yeah, you got all the snow around, look, and there's no snow on that roof.
They're probably heated or whatever.
Yeah, watch a Tesla solar roof react to an overnight snowfall, it says.
So they put heaters on it automatically then. Well, they install it then. That's great.
Mm.
Probably. So yeah, for the time being, the best thing to do it's pretty silly to buy brand new panels right now because the market is what's coming out soon on the market. Best to go with batch bulk used ones. Get them for probably about, I think the cheapest I found was about 18 cents a watt.
Well, it's like iPhones, isn't it? There's a new iPhone every 4 months.
Yeah, he's right. Yep.
Yeah, that's true. But with solar panels right now, especially, there's looking to be this coming year quite a dramatic leap in the technology. So now, especially, it really doesn't make sense to buy anything new with what's coming out.
No, go back up and you've got the roof tiles there that we got here. Next one. No, next one up.
Yeah.
Up again. There.
Wow.
Solar roofing shingles. Yeah, I did that with Samsung. I got the latest Samsung S22, and the next minute, the next bloody Samsung came out, like a couple of weeks after I got the new phone.
So your roof's connected to your phone, eh?
No. I've only just gone into I've only just got half an hour ago or so. I only went into the bedroom and picked my phone up.
What we still don't know about Tesla's solar roof, I don't know how old this is, but the warranty, infinity, or the lifetime of your house, whichever comes first. Wow.
That's damn good.
Power warranty, 30 years. So they're guaranteed that's even more than your typical solar panel as far as the power. That's what you're talking about, the draw. So they're guaranteed. That's probably, they mean after 30 years, they'll produce at least 80% of the rated capacity.
They're telling you the roof pitch there, look.
What's that?
They're telling you the roof pitch just next to your arrow, next to your mouse. They're telling you the roof pitch, look.
Oh, the roof pitch. 3.12 to vertical. Weatherproofing warranty, 30 years.
They got a wind rating there as well, look.
Hail rating, wind rating, fire rating.
What's the hail rating on that one? I forgot about that. The hail, yeah, because we get it here now and then.
Class 4 FM 4473, whatever that means. In brackets, it says best hail rating.
I don't know what that is either.
I guess it means the highest you can get in the rating, whatever that is. It's the highest designation. Wind rating, same thing. Best wind rating, Class F ASTM. Fire rating, best fire rating. Glass coating standards, best in-class reliability. There's really good quality roof.
Just remember that next year, dude, when I have to get a roof.
Yeah, well, I had this in mind before I showed it to you, so I'll probably remind you again if need be.
Well, I got 3D shingles on my house. I don't have it on my garage. 3D means it's thicker. A lot thicker.
I was going to ask, what the hell is a 2D shingle?
No, it's thicker. It's compared to my garage, it's like paper thin. So I'll probably get my garage, put it in there first with the solar and see what happens. You know what I mean? Play around with it.
Right.
And the following year, hopefully I'll be gone by then, and then just, say the hell with it. But,
yeah. If it's, if you made it that far, for sure. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now this is the one disadvantage with this is, you selling the house with it. You can't take it with you. Well, you probably could, but then you got to replace the roof with something else. If you really wanted to. But again, it's going to increase the value of resale, right? So
Of course it is, because they've already got an income by purchasing the house. They're purchasing an annual income as well.
yeah, they've got an income, an energy cancellation system, and also a very good quality roof that they don't have to worry about for the next 3 generations. So absolutely,
Depending, I don't know whereabouts in the world you are, Vet.
Will be.
Japan, where Barbara lives.
Well, I'm in Detroit, Michigan.
Ah, right. You're in the tumbleweed zone then.
Well, yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, that really pulls Detroit up when they pulled out, wasn't it?
Now,
Yeah,
on the
well, I'm
flip
not
side-
actually in Detroit. I just say Detroit. 'Cause people know Detroit more than they know where I'm at, you know.
Yeah.
Now, on the flip side, right, if this boasts enough savings, or if you want to go this route anyways, to do the battery part of the equation, now you can get a way to finance that also zeroes out your net metering and ends up paying for the Blue Eddies if that's what you choose to use. And those can be very easily taken with you to wherever you go. Those are portable.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So no problem. That's an investment for the next 30 years, wherever you go.
But if I do that, then the person's going to say, "Well, wait a minute. What about my battery charger? You know, when you
No.
my solar panel ain't going to work."
No,
No.
because that's an optional extra.
That's an add-on. Yeah. So for
Oh, okay.
you're
I got
selling the house with a solar roof, right?
Hmm.
And the batteries that's up to them if they want to get the batteries, but they still get the benefit of the solar roof with net metering, just like you can if you want. You don't even have to buy the batteries as well. That's up to you. If you want to use the savings that you get from the cost that would have normally cost you to buy a roof, reinvest that into the Blue Eddies, as well as the money that you save on the electricity bill from that. That's how you can get your Blue Eddies paid for it. And also you get to take them with you, right?
I love those Blue Eddies. I do. Those suckers are sweet. I love them. Did you see those before? Those Blue Eddies, smaller?
Yeah.
Wow.
There's loads of different ones on the market. You know, loads of different ones on the market.
Well,
They're pretty much first in class. That's why I went with them. They're only one that has comparability at this point. As a weighted average is the what the hell are they called? Oh shit, I forget off the top of my head. There's one other company that's pretty popular as well. The reason why I didn't choose them though is because those are more noisy, and also they take up more room.
well, you sold me for the Blue Eddies. No doubt about it. I want to get those. Just what happens next year is going to tell me everything. You know what I mean? I don't know what to do, how to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Which ones have you got?
Me?
Yeah.
Blue Eddies.
Yeah. Which system?
What was the model one? The one that has 3 prongs at the front and 220 volts. 80. What is it? Here.
AC 300s.
No, the one up from that. AC 3. Is it 350? Hang on a sec. AC 500.
AC 500s.
This puppy right here.
Oh, where's my StreamYard gone? There you go. All right, yeah.
That is sweet. Look at that.
Mm.
Just say, come on, rights, buy me. Mhm.
I've got 2 heads and 6 batteries right now, and I can add on to another 6 batteries. I'll be doing that early next year.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Extendable.
Right.
Mm.
So
But that's 5,000 watts as it is, you know, and for that sort of money, it's only it's only £1,000 for 1,000 watts.
this is actually 3,500 watts. The head is just a controller.
Yeah.
Doesn't
Oh,
have any.
yeah. This says 5,000 watts rated power.
Yeah, that's the
10,000
output.
watt. Yeah, that's 10,000 watt surge. Yeah.
Right. So their batteries are 3,500 capacity, but of course that's just rated. Works out to be about 3,300 per battery
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
with the 10%.
That's quite a bit of power. That's
yeah,
quite a bit.
So I got 6 of those. So I'm at.
Oh, so you're 240 volts in Canada, are you?
No, 120, but I'm. This is for the RV, so
Right. Okay.
I plug that directly in this puppy here,
Yeah.
and then I just use the mains from the RV, and I don't even bother with the rest of this stuff here. You know, don't really need it, and so yeah, that's how that works. It's a beautiful system, totally plug and play. Literally, from here to 6 batteries is 1 cord for each, and they daisy chain into each other. The setup is minutes, you know. It calibrates in minutes after it's plugged in, and I haven't had any problems, no issues. Been great. The charging capacity is awesome as well. These things can charge if you have the ability from wall socket to fast charge. You can charge these from 0 to full in 50 minutes, less than an hour. That's 18,000 watts if you have that capacity. Of course, that's hard to hard to get from your house, but you know.
Yeah, but that's because they're LiFePO 4s.
That's right.
Yeah, LiFePO 4s are better for charging.
Well, it'd be the same with lithium as well. Actually, the lithium ions, they can also fast charge, but the lithium ion can only fast charge up to. That's why you always get an 80%, and then they still have to float. These don't have to float charge to the top. I can go right to the top with these, no problem.
I'll be back.
Okay. No bulk charging necessary on these. So they got a customized charge controller.
Right.
That doesn't require that, right? So that's why I went for the all-in-one system, because I wanted that capability, and I didn't want to have to figure out how to do that. I could have went, piece by piece. The advantage with that, of course, is it's easier to swap out something if something goes sideways, right? But this has such a solid warranty and reputation that I figured, the way to solve troubleshooting is just to have an extra one. So I got an extra head that I don't use and an extra battery. So if something goes wrong with the head or a battery, I just swap it out and ship off whatever's wrong with whatever's got a problem with it for warranty, and deal with it that way. Then it's hands off for me, pretty good. So, and that's, of course, I'm mobile, right? I'm nomadic, and so portable was very important in my setup, whereas it wouldn't be so much required in an off-grid stationary situation. But this works for that too, of course. For that, though, I actually recommend their newer, higher model, which I don't know if they still buy them in Canada yet or not. And in the United States, go to still go to the American site. These babies here. EP 809. So these guys here, this is what I would recommend for anybody who wanted to do stationary off-grid system. These are fully weatherproof, and they're also designed to be either grid tied or standalone or a combination. You can do that with what I have as well, but not with as much ease. These are more specifically designed to do that with that in mind. These also have a higher, I think these ones might be 5,000. Let me look at the tech specs. Battery. Battery, there it is. Rated capacity, yeah, 4,960, so almost 5,000 watt hours. So now they're a bit more expensive for piece, but you only need you can only do 4 modules max. But even with 4 modules at almost 5,000 a piece, you're at 20,000, whereas mine with 6, you're only at 18,000. So yeah, definitely an upgrade, definitely better for a stationary system. They're heavy as all hell, but big deal. Once they're set in stone or set in place, the idea is to leave them there anyways. And I forget off the top of my head, but there's some other benefits that these puppies have now as well. Oh yeah, mine only have the capability of charging at a maximum of, I think it's 150 volts. These can charge it. These can charge at 500 volts. So much more efficient. Yeah. So yeah, can't get these in Canada. I would have bought these probably. I was a little concerned about the weight. I didn't know if that would have been better to get them in or whatnot. But I would have bought these, but they're not available to purchase in Canada. So what I would have done is get somebody to help me and ship them from the United States, which would have been a fortune because shipping from your home country is free, included in the price. Whereas if you buy it and get it shipped, these are heavy motherfuckers. So that'd be very expensive. Plus to get it across the border on top of it, you know?
Yeah, wouldn't you have to pay import duty on them as well then?
I'm pretty sure I would. Yeah. In addition to the freight, you know? So yeah, it would have been pretty ridiculous, I'm sure. So I didn't even consider it. It was really just not an option for me. But if it was, I probably would go with this even for portable. Especially that they're completely weatherproof. Mine aren't completely weatherproof. They're water resistant, so they can take a bit of drizzle or whatever, but you'll void your warranty for sure if you leave them out in the rain. Where these can stay out in the rain all day and snow, no problem. Oh, these are a bit better. Interesting. These even come with a federal tax credit, they say. So after that, there's 7,200. That's for this package here. That's pretty good. U.S. price. Another advantage with these as well is unlike mine that has like the daisy chain cable that goes from head to module, these don't. These have positive and negatives on the bottom and the top of each module there. So when you put one on top of each other, it's stacking to clip in to a port.
Right.
And so it locks in that way. And
right. Yeah.
yeah, much better. No cords, cordless system.
Yeah, so the cordless is. See, at the moment, the AC500s in Canada, they're 900 Canadian off at the moment.
Mm.
Mm.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's
Yeah. I'm on the Blue Yeti website. I was looking at it in English, and I've just now clicked the Canadian flag.
right.
And I've had to convert it from France to English. That always cracks me up when you go on a Canadian website and it's all in French.
Yeah.
So I've just had to convert it to English. Yeah, and it's showing AC500 and the B300 own battery backup.
Yeah.
4,799 Canadian, and then it's got minus Canadian $900.
Yeah. And this is a sale that happens very frequently. So
Yeah.
it's kind of one of their sort of a lot of companies online have that, where it's like 3 weeks out of the month the sale is on, and 1 week it's not, but it's coming back again. That's the price I got it for. Like I said, I purchased 2 of these systems. So I got 2 heads and 4 batteries, and then I bought also 2 additional batteries standard.
And those batteries come standard heated, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah, they're like $900 off, look.
Right. This is a great price here. Actually, I don't think it's that cool when I bought it. For this stack here. Yes.
Well, it's showing me 4,799.
That's for this one. I switched down to this one here, the 2 batteries.
Right. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Well, that's the package that I ordered. So I ordered two of these packages, and then also the batteries. You can buy the batteries individually as well. So I ordered 2 additionals. So I got 6 in total and 2 heads.
Mm-hmm.
And at the moment, I'm using all 6 and 1 head. So I got 1 head as a backup in case something screws up, so I'm not stranded, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna get I'm actually gonna get 7 more batteries because I can. The max capacity is 6 per head. So I'm going to get 7 more batteries and another head, and you can parallel the heads together. So I can get a total of 36 kilowatt hours doing that, and then I'll have 3 heads all together. One is a backup and an extra battery in case something screws up in one of them somewhere. I can just swap it up,
Mm-hmm.
And that's my rig.
Yeah, brilliant.
I'd probably go further than that, but it's a lot of weight, and maybe we'll see how that does when I'm in full motorhome when I get back in there. As far as the weight goes,
what's each individual battery?
What was that? I think the batteries were close to 90 pounds, and the head was like 45 or 50. I remember.
Oh no, they're 3,072 watt hours is each battery.
Oh yes, that's right.
Yeah.
3,500 is the rated, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
Back to here. Yeah, I mean, after with LiPo 4s, you can't go lower. If you go lower than 10% capacity, then it's just like lead acids. You're running the risk, right? So technically you shave off 10% of whatever the rate it is, and that's pretty much what you have. So roughly it's about 3,200 real wattages per battery. So if you multiply that by 3,200 times 6, there you go. Oh, is that right? I don't have 19,000. 3,200. Oh, maybe that is times 6. It is. Okay, so I got 19,200 kilowatt hours at the moment.
80 pounds each battery.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I lifted those fuckers myself because Fruity was already gone to France, and that was up the stairs of an RV in the side there, and that was a day. Let me tell you something to get him in from the box in there. Yeah, they're heavy. If the RV isn't having any issues carrying that weight, I may even go with another set. You know, 36 kilowatt hours is a lot, you know, but when you're totally solo and boondocking out in the middle of nowhere, it really isn't. I could go with more than that, you know.
So they're rated down to -4.
Yes, that's right. But actually, it's -20 with the heating. So at minus, I think it's at 0 is where the heating kicks in or whatever. And so you can still safely use them down to -20. After that, I think you're not supposed to. And that's perfect for me because it hardly gets below 0 here. And that's outside anyway. Inside my RV where they're stored in that little compartment. It's not heated in there, but you know, it's not outside temperature either. And they can warm themselves. And if I had to, I could put a little, if I really to. I don't ever foresee in where I live here, I wouldn't have to do that. But most of the rest of Canada, you would, and it wouldn't be that difficult, you know, to run a little bit of heat in there. I think once it gets going, it actually produces its own heat from the heads, and that would probably be enough to keep a little enclosed compartment warm just on its own, you know. So 38,400 kilowatt hours. That's what I'll have by January. And if I can carry that, I'll plus the most I'll ever have is 57,000 kilowatt hours, and that's plenty for my needs, you know, with 2 people. Even using electric heat, which we do, it's never at full capacity. We're only on the lower setting, which is 700 watt hours, and so that kicks on and off as we need. But at most, it would ever use is 700 watt hours, and it's never on 24 hours a day, you know. So most the 2 major things that draw electricity is that and your refrigerator, and ours is very efficient in there. And the rest is just, you know, minute things, you know, the computer or the laptop, the lights are nothing. So yeah, it works very well, even for boondocking. I can go about with solar already. The longest I went was 18 days without having to pull a source from grid to charge. And that's just with the current. Yeah, that's not bad. Now that's at the tail end of summer where there was still, you know, especially over here, every day was virtually almost sunny. So that's in a good situation, one of the better situations, to be fair about it. But that's also, I'm not maxing out my solar input either. I'm only at half capacity right now with that. And if I double the system, then I'm only at a quarter of the capacity of my solar input. And that's a huge factor with how long you can boondock, especially with how fast you can charge. That's really the main thing. The faster you can charge those puppies up, the longer you can go, because you can take advantage of like cloudy periods. If you can get a small sunny period and it can charge quickly, then that's the biggest benefit that you can have. What I'm looking to do is upgrade my panels to used, forget the name of them, the ones that can draw from the back of the well. Sort of newer technology. Yeah, so I'll do that, but I'm not going to go all out and spend a whole bunch of money on new ones or whatever. I'll just probably tap out on used ones, cheapest ones that I can find. I'll buy a crate of those and then sell the excess of the crate that I don't use. Probably work out to be almost what I paid for them. So I'll probably get those for free. And I'll use those until the next technology comes out, the next generation, next year or the year after, whatever. And then I'll swap for those and I'll pay the money for those because those are going to be basically it's a real estate savings, like space wise. So by the looks of it, 1/4 of the size will produce the same amount of wattage. So what you see in a 500 watt panel right now will produce 2,000 watts. And that's huge when it comes to the amount of real estate you have when you're nomadic, plus the amount of time it takes to set stuff up, take it down. You know, I'd much rather be putting up only 3 panels than 12 every time. You'll probably be interested in that too. So keep a lookout for that since you're already in for your business or whatever, looking at stuff. You might already be aware of that or not. I'm not sure. But next generation technology coming out next year is going to be pretty, quite a big leap.
Oh, yeah.
So especially for like the amount of space that it takes on rooftops of vans and RVs, as there's going to be a huge thing there, increase. This is close to what my setup looks like here. Add one more underneath. Now I have this thing here, but I don't use it. This is enables you to take advantage of the voltage.
To equalize it both.
Yeah, it's basically, it makes it a 3-phase, so you can plug in a 240 dryer if you have one or whatnot.
Right.
So yeah, I don't need it because the RV mains already are the proper voltage for everything in there. So I just have to plug in one of these right here and I'm good to go. But that's pretty cool that they came out with this for, and people who want to charge their electric vehicles as well with the fast charging, that this can do the job. At 240 though, not the 400. That's something else. That this system can't do that, but the white ones, they can do that. You back with us, Rights? You are.
No, is that who popped up in the back room, is it?
Yeah, what a pain in the ass.
Did they offer you some Band-Aids?
No, they told me they couldn't do it. The guy told me when he was here last time, oh yeah, we can hook it up. I called the company, he says, we don't do that. I said, what?
Right.
I said, the guy just told me that you guys do it. No, we don't do it. I said, well, do you have anybody who can do it? He goes, yeah. So he gave me a number. I just called another person, and I got to wait now. I got to call him at 7:30 tonight just to get my. Yeah, okay, I'm with you. So can I borrow your Blue Eddy to start my appliances?
I'll tell you what. I'll do this just for you. I'll take this Blue Eddy system right here. I'll copy it, and I'll fire it. Oop, where's my email there? Do I have it? Look how fast I can deliver. Isn't this amazing? There you go, Rights. At
Well,
your service.
I can't wait to plug it in my phone and put it in the dryer there. Thank you.
There's your system delivered right to your inbox.
See that smile there? You didn't think I had the clout, did you?
Look,
I've just shared you a YouTube channel in the back, in the private.
Let's see. Got it over here. Yep.
The lad's called Will Prowse, and he's been building off-grid systems. He was the guy that I learned quite a lot off of. Yeah, he's been going for just over 4 years. He's been going for, and he's built all kinds of different battery systems.
This is who I found out about the Blue Eddies from. This guy.
Ah, right, okay. So you know him, yeah.
Yeah, excellent,
Yeah.
excellent.
Yeah.
He does great reviews. Very unbiased and very layman's newbie friendly.
Yeah. I mean, he charges his Tesla direct off solar.
Wow.
He bought the F-250 electric, and he returned it 2 days later. It's funny, but that's what I like about him. He's showing the good, the bad, and the ugly. He doesn't.
Well, that's what you want. You don't want to get screwed. All that money, and then you get screwed. Let's see the guy that was on. Survival tips, and the company says, well, we'll put a solar panel for you and everything else. It's a promo, He says it wasn't worth his shit. The company says, oh, well, there's nothing we can do for you. So you don't know who you're buying it from,
Here's the other company I was referring to, EcoFlow. Oh, that's...
Yeah, EcoFlow. Yeah, I know EcoFlow.
All right, they're kind of neck and neck with Blue Eddy as being kind of which one is the most renowned leader. And so I could have went with EcoFlow as well. It may have been even slightly cheaper to do so, but there was quite a few reasons why it made more sense to go with the Blue Eddies.
No, that's gonna be my brand. Blue Eddy is gonna be.
The biggest being that they were quieter. This is probably what you're gonna get here, right? For your
Yep, that's it. That's the one I want. Yeah, I want them so bad. Yeah, because you leave them outside too. You know what I mean? That's nice.
Yes, these can go outside if you have problems. There's probably a picture of that. Let's see.
I love it when companies send him stuff and out comes the screwdriver and he rips it all apart.
Right? Yeah. You just
So what's in there then? We'll just do a quick tear down.
Right, and you can see right away, like which part was like they're cutting corners, and
Yeah. Yeah, he did the Blue Eddy full review 2 years ago. He did that.
Yeah, I'll be bothering the tar out of you next year, dude. You'll be hanging up the phone. You won't want to be on StreamYard anymore.
I'm just going to give you the links.
Yeah, yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, read. Yeah, thanks. See that, Smiler? I got clout.
Yeah.
Okay, so there, right? So you wanted fast delivery, you got it. Ooh, two new
That's
ones
what I'm
for you.
talking about. Let me hook it up to my phone here and see if it works.
And so these ones again are more designed as well to do the net metering grid tie system. The other
That's
ones that I
sweet.
have, they can do that too, like I said, but it's not tailored more specifically for that. These are, it's almost like it was made for that, you know.
Yeah, I like that. Nice and even. Looks, you know, it's just beautiful looking. It is. Contours of the house. You know what I mean? There's one thing about the cubicle, boxables, rather, I should say, of Elon Musk. Now they have hinges on those things. I'm just wondering if those hinges are stainless steel or steel, because steel will make a brown mark going down to your home. You know what I mean? I got to find that out.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I know. That's what I got to find out. I'll talk to him when I call him up about it. Because I do like the house. I do. I just don't like the idea of the hinges on it. You know, where they, if they're steel, it's not going to be worth it then. I know a little bit of tricks of these houses here now, since I have one. Damn, boy, it's cold out here. My furnace keeps kicking on and off for no reason at all. So, is there anything going on in the UK we don't know about yet?
No, not yet. Europe, there is. Europe has introduced the digital currency and everything, and biometrics and all that lot.
They did do it.
So we ain't gonna be far behind.
People are smart. They tell them, "Hey, stick it up your ass." You know, we don't want it. You didn't even ask us. You just assumed that we wanted it. You know, or you didn't give a damn. You know, it's all control. I gotta get out of this mess.
Well, you know, you can fast track. Just always open up an OnlyFans account and selling boobies for Bitcoin.
There you go. Now you're talking. Boobies for Bitcoin. Now that I'll take. Yes, I will. I should show her that.
It's only
When
a
New
matter
Guru
of.
first introduced me with the. Go on, dude. Sorry.
I was just going to say it's really just a matter of how much people will give for your boobies for Bitcoin. But anyways, go on.
Well, I'll give her all my coins. Well, I'm going to show him the picture of that. I'm going to go in the kitchen and show him what you, when we first started out with Bitcoin, how you got me enthused in Bitcoin.
Yeah, I figured out how to keep you motivated.
Yeah, you sure did. Well, I says, you filthy bastard. Scully, you watching your screen there? Or Smiler?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on here. I'll show you in a minute here. I'll go into it. Going in the kitchen here. Hold on, dude. I'm going to kick you off just real short. Hold on.
By all means, go ahead.
Let's see. I got to go here. Okay. Now, how can I do this so you can see where I'm going here? I got to get my. How would I do that?
Minimize. You can show the.
You still see it? Okay, there you go. Boobies for Bitcoin. There you go. That's Nudi's way of telling me, get that Bitcoin. Go on, dude. Sorry.
Still motivated. It worked.
Yeah. You're on panel, or you're on your screen here.
Oh, that you. Yeah, that's okay. You flipped to Smilers.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Where you at?
We've all.
Oh, you're in the
our,
bottom. I see it. Okay, sorry about that.
No, it's okay. I'm not really showing anything, anyways.
Have you heard anything about that, Smiler? People are happy about that in Europe? Are they raising hell?
No, I played it on here earlier on.
I missed it.
So it's only been a few days since they've announced it. So
Can you put it up on the screen so we can see it?
yeah.
Because it is yours. You don't mind us playing it, so.
No. I will locate it again.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that.
I wonder if Slyle.
How do you know where you're at with that computer of yours? I'd be totally lost.
Just repetition, you know. It's after a while you just realize that it's all the same, just different cosmetics. That's all. The buttons are in different places.
Wow.
So you just
They've on the 13th of November they shifted over to digital visas for the Schengen area as well.
Wow.
So people applying for visas to visit Europe, Schengen area will soon do so via an online platform under a change adopted by EU foreign ministers on Monday. The shift towards digitization of visa process will also do away with the need for applicants to get a sticker in their passport, meaning no more appointments at consulates or service providers. The change, unveiled after a long legislative process, will take effect after technical work on visa platform. Expect to take months, then publication in EU's Administrative Gazette. The Schengen area comprises of 23 of 27 EU member countries. The online visa system will simplify.
Here's a good meme. Peanut butter with 7 ingredients for it costs $3.99, and peanut butter with just peanuts is $7.99. How does that work?
Such a deal.
We're being priced out of making healthier choices. You think?
That CBDC comes, you won't have any choice. They're going to tell you what to do. You're right, dude. People just don't care. They accept.
Did you see
Get
the Tesla rocket the other day failed again for the second time?
No way.
Yeah, it crashed and exploded midair.
They just don't seem to realize you can't get past the firmament.
That's it.
What about the carbon? All that emission and everything else going to the air? What about this Green New Deal?
It doesn't go to the air, it's stuck inside the dome.
Wow.
No, it's
Here's
on the screen, look.
a clip. Yeah, a clip from The Simpsons.
Yeah, there's the firmament, look.
No, this is a 15-minute city. But they do show that too on The Simpsons, for sure.
Yeah.
People, the Simpsons, this is what it stands for. Sims. You know what the Sims are. Simps. You know what simp means, right? And sons. Sons of the Sims, simpleton simp.
Wow.
That's what the people are, right?
Yeah, but they reckon it's somebody in the CIA that briefs the Simpsons, the makers of the Simpsons.
I don't know who the true makers are. It's probably the Rockefellers. But yeah. Yeah, it's a classic. You know, this is them again mocking and showing exactly what they're doing to the Sims, right? Everybody is.
Yeah.
Why do they call what's a Sim? Because people are already an artificial reality, a personification of themselves, living vicariously through. You know, that's the stuff we were talking about earlier. And they're definitely simps. You know.
Would that represent simple-minded?
Simple-minded, simpleton, simp, as in simp means basically it's a BDSM thing where you're the submissive over from the dominant, right? And also simulation. And you're the sons of it all, meaning so you didn't design or create any of this, but you are the offspring living in this.
Well, I haven't heard a word about this. You know, they went to CBDC over here in the United States. Not a word. We're keeping it quiet.
Oh no, it is out there.
YouTube or what?
It's all aligning with the one world government in Jerusalem. After they finish demolishing Palestine, the one world government will be in Jerusalem. With the WHO and the WEF and most countries have already signed an agreement with the WHO to take over all our health matters. After the 2 years of debacle, how the hell can the WHO be in charge of anything?
For democracy and freedom, that we fought for. It's a bunch of wasted lives. That's all it was, for nothing.
Yeah, but Denison, Matt Groening isn't the actual man of all the information. He gets supplied the information to produce.
If you understand this meme right here, you're definitely got some eyes open.
Let's see what it says. I can't read it nude. I'm on the phone here. It's a
Yeah,
meltdown.
I can show you a couple of stars that their music is. Yeah, exactly that.
Someone get their balls squeezed?
Nah,
Is
it's a what?
is that saying WhatsApp?
Yeah, WhatsApp message.
That's funny.
There's a phone app called Zedge, and you can just choose anything on Zedge to make your noise or your notifications.
I'll tell you that WhatsApp. I like that. I really do like that app. That's nice.
Because I said so is not. It's just not a convincing argument to me. Because who said so? What? What's he going on about?
So if you guys take it, that CBDC, then America will be taking the next. We're the last ones, I bet you, to get it.
No. Yours is already lined up. Yours
Oh
was
yeah, it's a
lined
pilot
up.
program. Yeah, it's
Yours
a
was-
pilot, but
Yeah, yours was lined up already.
yeah, they just haven't implemented it yet. I'm just waiting.
Mm.
Usually, when something happens over the UK, it happens over here. Then after that, usually.
No, normally the Yanks get it and then we get it.
You're both right, because that's what the mainstream news tells you.
People say to me, why do you watch Congress? Why do you watch America? And I say, because whatever happens in Congress is going to be happening in here soon. Remember, who owned America? Who owned Canada?
I'll tell you what, I don't want to be around here when this shit hits the fan. Mm-mm.
I think Britain still owns America
You know, really, I wouldn't doubt it.
because America's only a corporation.
Mm-hmm. But what I looked at, the Queen, she's got tons and tons of gold over there. I mean, tons of it. We don't have shit over here.
The Queen is dead.
Well, yeah, King Charles then
Yeah.
has it then.
No, actually, he doesn't. What you're talking about is Queen Elizabeth Incorporated, which is a registered subsidiary of Vatican Incorporated, which is also ownership in Her Majesty the Queen Incorporated. And I'm being very literal here. Those are registered corporations. Go look it up.
Wow. Freaking. Well, how they screw the people. Unreal. Slaves. Unreal. It's amazing how they don't say shit like that on TV, you know?
Morning, Denizen. Welcome back.
Oh, Dennis is back?
Yeah, it's either think of Human Society. Maybe
Yeah, I've been reading his messages out. Yeah, so Britain still owns some territories in America, but not all territories. 1783, after the war.
1783. Wow.
This is how you be a rebel.
Eating pumpkin pie?
Read the message to me.
I can't read it. That's why I'm on my phone. So
It says, because nobody tells me what to do.
That's going to be good. Once I get that land up there, I wake up in the morning and just go, do what I want to do. Freedom. Get a garden going, plant trees. That's what I want to do too. I want to plant trees, fruit trees.
You know what I find fascinating? Look at this meme here. We need leaders not in love with money, but in love with justice. Blah 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 blah. Why are people so easily confused by the word leader and ruler?
That's a good question. Why? Would you know?
I kind of do.
Go ahead and say it.
Fluoride. It works. Does the body good. Pass it on.
Well, Dennison, I think it was Dennison who said that people want a leader. They want to follow a leader. They expect a leader.
Well, at least if you're going to follow a leader, not a ruler.
That makes
That's
sense.
my point. Why are people so easily confusing the two? Right? These people, politicians are not leaders. They're rulers. They go there to write fucking rules. Where's the leadership in that? They're not leading you anywhere. They just write rules to rule over you. That's all they do all day long. There's no leader in govern. What did that say? It is required the labor of others.
Well, people are so brainwashed, they believe in their rulers. They're going to save us.
They
They know
believe
what
that
they're
the
doing.
rulers are leaders.
Yeah.
That's the point. Why the fuck do you call these people leaders?
I mean, America's been in business for 247 years, and they still haven't got it right. Why? Because they don't give a shit.
Wait, who hasn't got what right?
The government. Well, they
No, the
first formed
government.
247 years ago.
No, they've executed the ideology flawlessly.
For them, yeah.
Yeah, that was the whole point.
Yeah, not for us. Yeah, I agree.
From the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
It was always about that. Mission accomplished.
Try to explain that to people, Oh, no, America wouldn't do that. Not our America. Not our government.
Because we have leaders who just call themselves rulers. We write laws because we're leaders.
Crazy.
Where did they ever lead you? Show me one thing that they leaded the way, other than straight to the gas chamber, straight to the battlefield. One of the two.
Mm-hmm. Or to your deathbed. People are going to find out soon. They're going to find out real soon.
I don't think so. I think they're going to be dead before they realize it.
Wow.
For the most part. Just like in a gas chamber. How many of those dead people realized what hit them?
Yeah.
And even if they did, what difference would it make? They would only be on their knees begging for mercy, but still sucking it while they want to advocate for paying taxes. We need to create a document, the life of the naive slave or the invisible slave, something like that. You know, a day in the life of the serf.
Well, I'll tell you what's going to happen, and I know what's going to happen. The people I talk to that know me, they're going to call me up. Oh, you're right. It's happening. What am I going to do? I'm going to say, drop your drawers and bend over. It's coming now. Nothing you can do. You fuck yourself.
Send them to McDonald's. They've got Happy Meals. Here's another one. Seeing a lot of this lately. It's holy. We got to save cash. Please pay cash if you can.
Yeah, it's funny with that video that I got lined up here, how they say cash is still going to be available.
Breaking the generation. Jesus Christ. How do I turn that notification off? If I do this. Keeps buzzing my ears every time that thing pops up there. That's pretty good. That's pretty much how that works, isn't it?
Mm.
What strain of weed will make me feel like I grew up with a psychologically stable mother? If there's any good ones, some good ones that were put in here. This is good to know. I sent this to Wrights in the text. And this is not the only one. Apparently, there's quite a few new ones. We got to research them, right? Find them all. They've started switching the code words in the ingredients for different insect-based ingredients, flowers, and so on and so forth. So this is the latest one here. If you see a Sheta protein.
Yeah, it's also called something like B500 as well.
Is that another one?
Yeah.
We need to compile a list. That's a good one. Your holy book tells you how to treat your slaves. Your book is disqualified as a source for moral code. That's another good one. Don't confuse follow the science with follow the scientists. Science is objective and factual. Scientists can be sold to the highest bidder.
Yep. And that they did. I'm arguing with a silly mare on Twitter. She's called Vicky Loves Facts. And she works at one of the universities. and she's written a couple of papers because her her study is supposed to be the woman reproduction jibby jobby. So the ovaries, the uterus, the womb, and all that lot. That's what she's supposed to specialize in. And she's telling everybody that the jibby jabby is 100% safe, and there's been no aborted fetuses, and there's been no miscarriages, and there's been no damage. And I keep on showing her all the paperwork that says there is. And she keeps arguing back, saying, no, I've got this paper that says blah, blah, blah. And then I go, oh, yeah, and that paper was sponsored by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, one of the biggest people who own all the shares up until a couple of months ago, when he decided to sell all his shares before everybody started suing Pfizer and Moderna.
That's called a dumping pump.
Yep.
You know, I'm sorry, but these college, people go to college, they just come out with a book of useless knowledge. They just so indoctrinated, it's unreal. I just get sick of it,
Well,
A degree. Huh?
AZ, Moderna, and Pfizer, they're all being sued.
They can't be sued because they put out disclaimers and what do you call it? Liability waivers.
They can be because they lied. And when they lied, because they actually gave one product, which was called something or other. I'll remember it in a minute, but I'm senile. And they didn't actually, so that's what they actually got all the governments to sign for. But what they actually stuck in the arms was a different product under a different name. So all the waivers are basically null and void because it isn't what people had stuck in their arms, and it isn't what they got the governments to sign the waivers on. So all the waivers are null and void. So they fudged up, which is why they've transferred funds and registered for bankruptcy.
Yeah. Good luck suing.
Yeah, and the same with Moderna and the same with AstraZeneca.
Yeah, so we get a class action lawsuit that's going to pan out to a negative.
Yeah.
So people get what?
Because they've all started filing for bankruptcy because they know that they're fudged.
Not only that.
So basically, they've just transferred over everything to all their subsidiary companies.
And if they get a fine, it's just write off.
Yeah.
A drop in the bucket compared to, not making all the
they had millions and millions of pounds fines for pregabalin and gabapentin. And my doctor's still prescribing it to me. And it's
he's getting a good kickback.
Yeah, and I'm saying to him, why are you giving it to me when I can show you all the evidence that it doesn't do what it says? They've been fined and sued.
Ask him what his commission is per bottle.
Yeah, they've been fined and sued for saying it treats neuropathy and it don't bloody treat it.
Whatever makes money.
Mm.
Man, I'm glad you said that. Nude, you're right again. Remember that neutral balance? Remember I told you, he says, well, do they freeze the vegetables before they put it in pill form? Remember me talking about that?
Hmm.
Neutral balance, yeah. They just stopped them from making anything. They did a disclaimer on it. They said that it stops cancer, heart attacks, and because they said that they told them you can't make it anymore, so they're out.
Yeah, right.
Yep, you hit that
Yeah,
right on the head.
it's actually a felony to say that an orange in the United States, as a licensed PhD, if you say that an orange can help your immune system to fight a cold, you can go to jail.
Yep.
So that's fake too. Then I never knew that. Wow.
No, vitamin C can help you get a cold, help you stop getting a cold.
Yeah, that's
So-
why they can go to jail, because it's true.
Yeah.
It can work.
Jeez.
But it's the same as vitamin D, in it. That's why none of us were allowed out to play, you know.
And that's why they want you wearing sunscreen
Mm,
and clothes
yeah.
all the time, and be ashamed to think about having your skin absorbing the
Uncovered. Yeah.
right.
Mm.
Even though we are much more plant-like, like in the way that we absorb energy, and you know.
Don't go in direct sunlight because you're gonna get a melanoma.
That's
Be
right.
scared. Be afraid. Be very afraid.
You
Can't
get
do anything
skin
anymore.
cancer if you get a burn.
Don't shit your pants. You get a rash.
Oh God, you got a freckle on your face. Oh, I'm gonna have to treat you for it now.
Yeah.
You haven't put sunscreen on, and it's a melanoma. So I'm gonna
I
have to
bet you
cut it out.
if you search hard enough, you'll probably find a freckle and skid mark violation somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, you got a melanoma right on your wanker. I'm gonna have to remove that. Oh, that's gonna be a good one.
Your leaf did not cover it. You have now got a melanoma on your willy.
Should have had a Canadian leaf bigger.
Well, that'll help me out. I just charge more money to sell bigger leaves. I'm set. I sent you that last meme to your phone there, right? So I don't know if you got it or not, but check it out.
Oh, I'm in the kitchen right now, but yeah, I'll look
Okay.
at it then. Thank you. I'll definitely look at that.
Do you want to listen to Mrs. European Central Bank then?
Mrs. European Central Bank.
Yeah, me
Is
and
this
you already watched it earlier.
Oh, that one. Okay, go ahead. Go on then. Here,
I
Yeah, can you
can't
get 'em-
share it. I ain't admin.
The
Got any money?
is on the move. Yesterday, the Governing Council
Is
of
that
the
coming
ECB
through?
approved
Yeah.
the
Barely hear it.
of the preparation phase,
preparation H.
and we will walk the journey together with the legislator. All European institutions will be involved to make sure that Europe is equipped with the currency of the future. Cash is here to stay. You will have all options, cash and digital cash. So what does it mean for you? For consumers, it would be free and easy to use everywhere in the euro area. All of that, of course, is subject to the legislative process.
Mm.
Cash or digital, the choice will be yours.
So if you have an option, why even have the option? I mean, why not just cash? And the hell with the others.
You missed the one main line in that whole thing.
I didn't even hear it.
Legislation.
Yeah, subject to legislation approval, of
Oh,
course.
I heard that one. Yeah. Yeah, I heard that one. Their option.
Is EU chief witch Ursula von der Leyen, or von der Leyen, I call her, proposes a European e-identity system that tracks everything from paying taxes to riding a bike.
Jedes Mal, wenn eine Website uns auffordert, eine neue digitale Identität zu erstellen
Yeah.
oder uns bequem über eine große Plattform anzumelden, haben wir in Wirklichkeit keine Ahnung, was eigentlich mit unseren Daten passiert. Und aus diesem Grund wird die Kommission demnächst eine sichere europäische digitale Identität vorschlagen. Eine, der wir vertrauen und die Bürgerinnen und Bürger überall in Europa nutzen können, um alles zu tun, vom Steuerzahlen bis zum Fahrradmieten. Eine Technologie, bei der wir selbst kontrollieren können, welche Daten ausgetauscht und wie sie verwendet werden.
I like the way she said that. Control ourselves. There's nothing to do with her.
No.
No, nothing. That's bullshit.
If we are to be successful, CBDCs could not be that. If we are to be successful, CBDCs could not be fragmented national propositions. To have transactions more efficient and fairer, we need systems that connect countries. In other words, we need interoperability. And for this reason, at the IMF, we are working hard on the concept of a global CBDC platform to trade and to manage risks. And my colleague, Tobias Adrian, will talk more about it later.
Working on a global CBDC platform that will be mandatory for all citizens of the world.
Where's the citizens' voices on this? Why do they have the say?
Isn't it?
I guess we're slaves, eh? That guy there's good.
Yeah.
He's good. I like him.
Roman. 1 in 35 Moderna's recipients suffered V-related heart damage. The proportion of claimants assessed as to unwell to work rose from 21% in 2011 to 65% in 2022, according to the Secretary of State. Welfare cuts worth billions planned by ministers. So they're going to try and cut, so that they say that, so they're going to cut welfare benefits, which will save them $4 billion per annum in the UK.
What about the people who need it?
Mm.
Gonna
Yeah,
save
but
them?
but they're going to cut. They're going to cut how much money you get.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What about them? You know, it saves the government money, but what about the people who need it?
Well, they're going to
Wow.
say the government's the people who need it. You know, that's what counts.
As a switch around. Wow.
Have you listened to Dr. David Martin? Right.
Never heard of him. That's the truth. I don't know if I should be doing this or not. I don't know if this is legal or not doing this, but
No, I'm not playing this. I'm not playing this.
okay.
We need to tax you harder so we can steal less money from you. Anyways, go on.
Dr. David Martin was the man that I got all the information from before the pandemic kicked off, because Dr. David Martin was doing a documentary and he was in charge of patent finance. So when people go to apply for a patent on something, he supplied the finance to those companies, i.e. DARPA, etc. And he was the one that put all the patent numbers out there, which are easy searchable by US patents, of the SARS, going back from the 1980s all the way through to the present day. Who applied for them, who didn't apply for them. When they applied for the shot as a cure, but they forgot to put in the application for the disease. So he rejected the patent because he said you cannot have a cure for a disease that isn't out there. So they had to, the CDC had to stop their patent application, then put in the application for the C with the 2 numbers. So they submitted that, and 2 weeks later they then submitted the cure for it. He then rejected the cure again because DARPA had already submitted the same the same cure. So the CDC couldn't have the patent. So the CDC then changed a couple of strings and resubmitted it, and they were allowed to have it. And it had nothing to do with zoological at all.
Bottom line is they can do anything they want to do in their plantation. You know, it's the rules.
That's it.
See this guy in America, lot.
Deposit of snow onto our highway.
Breach of peace and illegal deposit of snow.
Yep.
Okay,
So you're gonna be
outstanding.
on a PPA. You gotta go in on April.
I'm not fucking going anywhere for this. I'm sending this right to the news.
Okay. So April.
All right,
April.
Fozzie, come down. Hey, hold on, let me get the dogs in. Fozzie, get in. Mark, get in, please. Fozzie, get in. Hey, be careful. You're gonna get breach of peace. I'm not fucking going
9
anywhere.
a.m. at 17 building.
All right, good.
Give him that ticket for
Funny shit.
shoveling on his own driveway.
Yeah, this is.
I'm gonna put you in handcuffs and bring you in.
You're gonna
Oh,
put me in handcuffs for fucking plowing my neighbor's fucking driveways?
his neighbor's driveway.
No, I'm not going to court for that shit. This is fucking ridiculous. Go ahead. Anybody tell me that you're. Go ahead. Tell the news that I am getting arrested for plowing my neighbor's driveways. Go ahead. I dare one of you guys say it. Thank you.
Do you want to sign?
Arrest me.
Do you want to sign the summons or not? You're getting a summons to appear in court.
I'm not going to court. I'm not taking this ticket. I'm not signing shit. I don't get, dude. I'm not going to fucking court for plowing my neighbor's driveways. I'm sorry.
Just sign the form. Don't show up to court, and then there'll be a warrant.
No, I'm not signing shit. Arrest me.
I don't want to take. I don't want.
They're desperate to get their quota, you see.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's all it is.
Please, just go ahead and do it.
I don't want to do it.
Oh, that's all right.
So
They have to come up with anything to get that quota.
you want to
Arrest me.
Wow.
sign the summons yesterday?
No.
As I said,
They're actually going to go to that distance.
Wow. Arrest me. Oh, this is America, people, right here. The land of the free.
Arrested for fucking clearing
Breach of
snow.
peace and illegal deposit of snow.
Illegal deposit of snow.
You know, and you can look this up in Florida. There is a lady who got arrested for growing tomatoes in her front.
Wow.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was against bylaw HOA regulations, and she stood her ground and didn't comply, and she got arrested.
It's her property. What the I mean, she's renting it, I should say. Not hers, but I mean, she's renting it.
No, actually, she was the owner of the property, but it's not hers because you're in subcontract with HOA and you're a subleasee. There's no such thing as true ownership, you know.
Tell me
So
something funny isn't going on. On the 14th of November, 19 volcanoes started erupting all at exactly the same time.
Wow.
19 eruptions at once.
That's pretty interesting.
Mm.
That's concerning.
Yeah. How can all those...
What about earthquakes?
There's been a few earthquakes. There's also this.
Oh, look at that ash. That's ash.
No, that's giant. Hailstones.
Damn.
That's South Africa. How the hell does that happen in South Africa? That's the 13th of November in South Africa. I mean, they put all the windows out there.
Wait, I thought we were having global warming. What happened?
Yeah, but all these people are in shorts and t-shirt.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Wow. The iceberg is melting. The iceberg is melting.
Yeah. Intense hail in Hadifa, Al Quwan in the Al Jaf region of Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is covered in ice. Lot. All the sand is covered in ice.
Maybe you'll start to see a cactus or two pop up. That's a good thing.
Sure that ain't Iceland? Wow.
That's on the 14th of November, the same day all the volcanoes started erupting. I think Mr. DARPA got the machine, Mr. Bloody Harp got the machine wrong, I think. Biden's migrant crisis will cost taxpayers $451 billion a year. Staggering Republican report lays out how much is spent on healthcare and accommodation as they target Mayorkas for impeachment.
You know, I don't care what anybody says, Republican or Democrat, they're all the same. They're all together. You know?
Yeah. They're just one's in the left leg and one's the right leg in the trousers.
Yeah. Walking around circles. Yeah.
When I get into office, the first thing we have to do, social media companies, they have to show America their algorithms. Let us see why they're pushing what they're pushing. The second thing is every person on social media should be verified by their name. That's, first of all, it's a national security threat. When you do that, all of a sudden people have to stand by what they say, and it gets rid of the Russian bots, the Iranian bots, and the Chinese bots. And then you're going to get some civility when people know their name is next to what they say. Accountability. And they know their boss and their family member's going to see it. It's going to help our kids, and it's going to help our country.
Now, is that going to happen? Hell no. She's just talking to talk. That's all she's doing. That ain't going to happen.
Well, you've already got to be verified now on YouTube, haven't you?
Yeah.
A new massive burst of gamma rays from an enormous cosmic explosion, brightest flash of light ever seen in the night sky, disturbed Earth's upper atmosphere in a way that has never been before detected, researchers say on Tuesday. So
I said, let it happen. Let it happen. Let it, all of us die. You know, get it done and get it over with. This scare tactics is just bullshit.
So that happened on the 15th of November the day after all these strange volcanoes and everything else.
Let it happen, Smiler. I don't care. You know what I mean? Seriously, I'm not going to fear it. You know, if it comes, it comes.
Where
Oh,
was the flash?
in the sky.
Did it say where? No.
Brightest flash ever seen in the night sky. No, it doesn't say. Inside paper. Click on that.
Never heard anybody else say anything about that.
A massive burst of gamma rays from an enormous cosmic explosion around 2 billion light years away arrived at Earth on October the 9th, 2022, lighting up telescopes around the world. Quickly named the boat, brightest of all time, the flash lasted 7 minutes, but its afterglow was visible to amateur astronomers. The flash activated lightning detectors in India, triggered instruments that normally study explosions on the sun, called solar flares. Blah, 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 blah. The boat also affected ionosphere.
Excuse me.
2.4 billion light years away. Yeah, of course it did.
Wow. But
November the 14th, 2023.
But still,
so that
flash into the sky ever.
Right, so that was the 14th. That was the same day that all the volcanoes erupted.
Either someone's full of shit and those damn they're writing it or just trying to put a scare tactic to us. You know what I mean? I just can't believe everything's going on like this all at one time.
Saskatchewan, Canadian Saskatchewan Parliament unanimously vote to scrap the carbon tax on heating oil.
Sounds like they're trying to attract investors.
Oh, he's ex-editor of left-leaning news site The Recount, charged with child. Google's 100% battery electric bus lost power on a hill in San Francisco. Fell backwards and crashed into a bunch of cars.
Wow.
The excuse is that it actually failed. It was not intentional.
Prince Andrew faces renewed calls to the FBI after his friend, the fashion mogul Peter Nygard, was convicted on 4 counts of sexual assault.
Hold on. I got a phone call. I'll be back, guys.
Okay.
What's my better half? Okay. I'll catch you guys in the short.
Okay. He still forgets he can just go on mute.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this. Where's fitness? Where's fitness? Look at this poor guy here, look.
Yeah, that's the type of thing that, excuse makers need to see, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's true, though.
Fire now! Shame on you! You have blood on your hands! Call for a ceasefire! Call for a ceasefire! Call for a ceasefire! You have blood on your hands! You have blood
His ratings are below 25% at the moment.
And there's that many people who still like him.
Mm. Yeah, look. That's in the UK.
Mm.
Where's the button? The man on your left is Anthony, who in the 1980s, HIV's epidemic suppressed effective treatments in favor of deadly doses of AZT, a toxic, expensive pharma drug that killed more people than itself. The man on your right is Anthony Fauci, who bankrolled the creation of C numbers and then suppressed effective treatments in favor of remdesivir, a toxic, expensive drug that killed more than the C numbers itself.
Then we had an interesting development in 2002.
Oh no, I better not play that, had I?
I'd play it if it was my channel.
Nah, I don't want to get, you know what?
Yeah, because you got that English nurse, John Campbell, but they call doctor now. Even though it's government paperwork, he was sharing government paperwork, and they struck his channel, even though it's put out by the government information. So the new government information is more advanced now than YouTube's C19 policies.
Wow.
Yeah, they took one of my videos down the other day, saying misinformation.
Yeah.
And
That's
I spent 2 hours looking for somewhere to send them a bloody message to say it's from the COVID inquiry. It's what's happening in government right now. Across the world, all governments are having a COVID inquiry, and it's information that's being discussed in Parliament right now. How am I exposed?
They don't care.
How am I? Yeah, how is it misinformation? This is what is being discussed right now in government and in government across the world.
Like Guru said, it's their platform. You have to abide by their rules, or it's their contract. You know, that's the bad thing. And the bad thing about it is they don't tell you what you can play, what you can't play until you play it.
And
that's the bad thing.
It was like I couldn't find anywhere to have a bloody argument with them.
I know. Guru and I took a test. We had to take a test on YouTube on my panel.
I had to take 2.
Then they kicked me out. Thanks, dude.
I was just,
Yeah, did you have to do the learning tests?
I was practicing using the kick button. Worked well.
Oh no, no, right. Did you have to do the learning one?
No, the question ones.
Yeah.
They give you questions. Yeah, that's what we did. Yeah.
And then you've got to answer it, and they go yes or no, and then you get moved on to the next question, There's 7 questions in total. Yeah. I've had to do that bloody thing 3 times so far.
I just got quizzed on getting the buttons right.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. Then Guru goes, well, I won't do that for my panel. So I'm just testing yours out there, right? Yeah.
It's all practice.
Yeah. Jeez, oh man. Oh, we learn.
We all like to talk on Bill Gates. Why is he buying up all the farmland in the United States? He has about 242,000 acres of farmland in the United States, and that's a lot of farmland. During COVID, China bought up about the same amount of farmland in the United States. Let's to control the food supply. If you're buying up the best farmland in the world,
They can have the fucking agriculture land. Toxic waste, don't give it to them.
the intention. Now, Bill Gates is also one of the biggest investors in fake meat products that are coming to the storefronts. You have all the fake meat commodities that are being introduced into the supermarkets. I believe that's
Beyond Burger.
Let's look at
Fuck this shit.
It's garbage.
of our consumption model.
Insect Burger.
Spoiler, did you ever see that movie, Soylent Green?
Yeah.
It's exactly what's going to happen. You know what I mean? People are going to die just to eat something.
Yeah.
I don't know, fried cricket legs in ketchup. Might be something to try.
Hey, people, be careful of your Coke. It's tainted with heroin.
Yeah.
2 people are hospitalized with heroin overdoses after using a substance they thought was Coke.
We found out that the culprits were actually heroin addicts inside the Coke factory, and they miscalculated how much they were really supposed to put in the can.
There you go. There's one for you, Nudie.
The most expensive. It's no longer $1 to get the thing out. You need a credit card to dislodge the thing.
Yeah.
I want to keep that one. I'm going to put that out there on YouTube. I like that. I like that.
Get it screenshotted then.
Actually, it should probably say the most affordable vehicle to operate in 2020.
Yeah, really, yeah. What's the 4 wheels?
Meet the creators of the Matrix. There's Lana.
I can't see it. I got to go in the kitchen.
So that's Larry. And that's Andy. No, Larry is known as Lana. And Andy is known as Lily. And they're the creators of the movie The Matrix.
They did a good job in that.
I don't know which pill they swallowed. It wasn't very healthy because they grew man boobs.
They swallowed them both at the same time.
Yeah.
Pink pill. The pink pill.
1 minute he's bald under his baseball cap. Now he's got a full head of hair. He was very receded, and now he's got multicolored dreadlocks.
Both of them kind of look improved, you know. Be fair.
Senator Ron Johnson says the most censored chart in congressional history.
Boy, I wish I could play my Rumble videos, I tell you.
We can't play that one.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. How's your hospitals? Are they closing down over there? Your main ones?
No, they're all asking for more money.
Okay, because over here we got 600 already closed in the United States.
Wow.
Yeah, 600.
So what about all these people paying insurance then? Where are they supposed to go? The bloody hospital's closed down.
Walmart.
That's what they said. Yeah. Want to buy an infibrillator? Yeah.
It's all makeshift anyway. Might as well.
Well, I'll say it takes 45 minutes now for some people just to go to the hospital. If they have a heart attack, they're dead. A lot of them.
Lead-free prosthesis. Mercury replaced instead.
Senator Rand Paul is going for a federal prosecution of Fauci for the cover-up. More good news. Can't wait for this psychopath to be behind bars. But let's make sure we jibby-jab him every month and feed him bugs every day.
Smart man, whoever said that one.
Why is Dr. Fauci so wedded to trying to make you believe it came from Animal Kingdom and not the lab?
What happens when you believe rulers are leaders? You believe they're bullshit.
You know what I noticed by accident yesterday, and I didn't realize this? I got over 100,000 people watched this one video I made, the funnies.
Yeah.
I never realized it. I just happened to hit it by accident. Yeah. I said, that can't be right. I went, yeah, I'll show you. Well, yeah, it's the truth. Yeah. I said, you got to be kidding me. See if I can find it.
You kidding?
No, 100,000. I think it was 100. 1K? What's that? 1,000?
1,000. Yeah.
1,000. Okay. Sorry. 1,000 then. Yeah.
That I believe.
Where the hell? Where the hell's where the hell's fitness gone? I needed to read in this. This would really wind him up. This was breaking. New York Times reported. New York Mayor Eric Adams has announced that due to the financial impact on ongoing migrant arrivals, the city will have to make budget cuts that will reduce NYPD officers to below 30,000 and slash the education department by $1 billion, amongst other cuts. He warns more cuts will be necessary unless the city receives more federal money to help with migrant arrivals.
Unreal. No, the reason I did that to the guy because he went after Smiler. Smiler didn't do a damn thing. Smiler's trying to tell him the truth.
Yeah, I didn't mind his battles. His battles went over my head, mate.
Wow. It wasn't right though. If you do it to you, you do it to other people.
Yeah, but he just went over my head. You know, I get that every day.
No, he wasn't being respectful at the end. That was requested to keep it civil, and he just wouldn't.
But you know exactly what it's like, Nudie. You probably get it every day or every week or whatever. You know, when you try and speak to people, and you know, they're just besotted by the BBC and just besotted by local mainstream news, and you know, they're lost. They're lost.
That's,
you know.
That's where they should stay.
Yeah, they're not worth wasting their energy on them because they're just lost causes.
Yeah, they're not fit to be.
On this, go on, no spoiler.
No, they're just lemons.
Right.
Well, on this panel, people have the right to talk, unless it's against the rules of YouTube. But the freedom is right here, you know. And if you guys want to talk about it, that's fine. You start yelling and screaming, and you're a mother, whatever. That's it. We're done. You know, time out for a while. But this panel is here so you can talk. You know what I mean? Decently. You know, get an education for other people out here. That's all this is for.
Afghanistan had about 100 tons of opium produced every year in the 1970s. By 1989 to 1990, at the end of the 10-year CIA operation, the minimal amount of opium was 100 tons per annum, had turned into a major amount to 2,000 tons a year, and was already about 75% of the world's illicit opium trade.
Yeah. Wait a sec, Wrights. I'm feeling a little shafted here.
Uh-oh. What's wrong?
I thought, isn't this where we come to get a paycheck?
Thanks, Smiler. You did it to me again. Damn. Weren't you happy with the bouncers took out my steering wheel of my car?
Well, I'm getting tired of driving that cart to work every day, you know.
Yeah, I mean, but
It takes me too long to charge it every morning.
Fitness goes on and goes on and goes on about me. Yeah, you're English, you're British. You know, you stick to your things that you know about Britain, and I'll stick to my things. In the 1640s, the Dutch inhabitants of the New Amsterdam built a 12-foot wall for protection. In 1664, the British ignored the wall, took New Amsterdam by sea. It's now called New York. They took down the wall and built a street. It's called Wall Street.
Wow. I was never aware of that. That's one thing I'm trying not to do is identify people by their nationality. You know, you're Britain, you're America. You know, I'm just trying to use. You're a human being. You know what I mean? It's fake, like Guru said. It is too. America is a fake name. It just identifies that we think we own the United States and we don't. It should be free like anything else in this Mother Nature world. You know.
What the hell's a bioethicist?
So I'll give two examples. So one is that people eat too much meat, right? And if they were to cut down on their consumption of meat, then they would it would actually really help the planet. But people are not willing to give up meat. Yeah, you know, some people will be willing to, but other people, they may be willing to, but they have a weakness of will. They say, wow, this steak is just too juicy. I can't do it. I'm one of those, by the way. So, you know, but so here's the thought, right? So it turns out that we know a lot about, we have these intolerance to milk intolerance. And some people are intolerant to crayfish. So possibly we can use human engineering to make it the case that we're intolerant to certain kinds of meat, to certain kinds of bovine proteins. And there's actually analogs of this in life. There's this thing called the Lone Star tick, where if it bites you, you will become allergic to meat. I can sort of describe the mechanism. So that's something that we can do through human engineering. We can kind of possibly address really big world problems through human engineering. Another.
We're gonna make you allergic to meat by getting bitten by something.
Yeah,
is that what it is?
Yeah.
No,
he's a World Economic Forum bioethicist.
Boy, get excited for that, folks.
Bioethicist. BIOETHICIST.
I'm going to make you allergic to meat. You get bit. I don't know what it was. So you get bit by something. You become allergic to meat. Roll it out.
Researchers at Yale University have created a new airborne method of delivery for vax. They claim that their tests were able to successfully vaccinate mice intranasally without any injections and believe that this will revolutionize the way people are vaccinated in the near future. Yale University, new airborne method.
You were in the military, weren't you, Smiler?
Yep.
Remember those air guns? They injected the vaccine in your arm.
No.
Don't move. You didn't get that?
No.
Wow, you lucky.
No, when I was in the army, I think I only had 2 jabs, and that was because we were going to a hot country. That we might get malaria, or no, we was going to, where the hell was we going? We was going somewhere. Oh, jungle training, and we might get malaria, and we might get something, typhoid or something like that. So we were given typhoid and malaria, I think it was. And also I had Hep B and Hep C, I think it was. And I also had that later on in life when I was a doorman, because it runs out apparently after so long. And because people spit at you and you get other people's blood on you, then you can't get anything that stops you getting HIV, but you can get something that stops you getting hepatitis. Or some forms of hepatitis, but there's one form that they can't protect you against.
But you never got that air gun. I'll be dang.
No, I didn't even need the TB jab because I wasn't a reactor. My mum had TB as a child, so they reckon that I had antibodies from her. So when everybody else in school reacted to that six thing on their forearm, I never reacted to it, so I didn't need to go and get the scar put on the top of my shoulder. Because everybody else I know has all got a big scar on their shoulder from having that jab. I didn't need it.
Yeah, I had that. Lucky I don't have a scar, but you can see it if you get close to it. You know, I mean, real close. But yeah,
this is quite worrying because they're saying that they don't know what's causing it. So
we have
stop. So that's a chart, right? Before in children in Scotland are dying at rates never seen before. Under 1-year-olds, deaths doubled in Scotland in week 45 compared to the whole of 2020. 2020 was a total of 146 under 1-year-olds. 2023, week 44, was 154 under 1-year-olds. 2023, week 45, it was 162 under 1-year-olds. So that's like the chart. But they're saying they don't know what's causing it.
Well, here's what gets me. This is amazing now. If you ever notice anybody in the government, they live to be 90. In fact, Wichkold's wife just died. What's his name? Jimmy Carter's wife. Roseanne or Rose, I forgot her name. She just died yesterday, I guess. Announced. But she lived to be 92. How are these suckers living so long? Yet the average schmo only lives like 60, 70, sometimes 50.
Crazy.
What is it that, huh?
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, think about it. I mean, really, these suckers live that old, but yet we die.
Yeah,
so
but
they can't figure out. What?
Yeah, but they're all interrelated some way, and they're all these magical blue bloods, aren't they? And all these magical blue bloods, you know, these strange lizard people, don't succumb to having all these pricky things stuck into their bodies.
Yeah, probably what it
is
too.
See, this is another little thing for my friend, but he's not here no more. Judge Amy Totenberg has issued a decision concurring there is sufficient reason to believe that the electronic voting machines used by the state of Georgia have a substantial flaws.
You can't say anything about that. Hold on.
Can you?
No.
I
That's a
was
no-no.
talking about Georgian ice cream.
Yeah. It's just ice cream. Yeah, you talk about ice cream. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but that's the American judge's decision.
Wow.
So it's worldwide news. But censorship.
I'm glad you said that. Hold on here. Yeah, I got something for that. Hold on. Go on, keep talking.
So is that YouTube censorship still?
Yeah, I got That's how I got nailed.
All right. A letter has just gone out to soldiers, saying former soldiers who involuntarily separated for refusal to receive the jibby jabby may request a correction of their military records. It also says individuals who desire to apply to return to service should contact their local Army, U.S. Army Reserve, or Army National Guard recruiter for more information. According to Breitbart, only 43 out of the 8,000 plus service members discharged for refusing the jibby jabby have returned as of October the 5th, and that was the letter that was sent out. So that went out to 8,000 plus people that refused to have the medical intervention, but only 43 have decided to sign back up again.
Well, I'm just looking for something here. I think I might be in my other one. Check it out.
Is it a banner that goes across saying this is?
Huh?
I don't know. I thought you might have been looking for a banner or something.
Oh, no. I'm trying to look for something in the... Trying to see... What the hell am I doing wrong? I'll try it again. Right here. I'll try to show you that. Forget about it. Forget about it. I can't do it, so I'll just let it go. Oh, I got it. Let's see. This is it, though. No. Forget it. I'm not even going to go through this. Never mind. Go ahead. I could have taken it down. I don't know. I'll check my phone. No, that's a cutie.
This is quite funny video, this is.
1% of the population control the world. 4% of the population are their puppets. 90% of this population is a zombie, is a sleeping zombie. And 5% are trying to wake up the zombies. The 1% make sure that the 4% stop the 5% from waking up the 90%. This is not a war between two religions. This is not an ethnic war. This is not a racist war. It's none of these. This is the oldest trick in the book. Divide and conquer. This is what war does. They create the division. They make sure you are racist. You're controlled by fear. You are breeding hate in order to divide so they can conquer. Do you know how a magician does his trick? So basically, he has a plan. And in order for him to do the trick without you noticing, he does this loud and thing here so it distracts you constantly. While this is happening, he slowly creeps up from behind to implement his magic trick and then magic. That's exactly what the politicians do. They are distracting us with, we are not human, and this is a human, this is not this color, this race, this religion, in order for them to just start implementing their agenda. None of these leaders, look who are leading us, care about us. None of them. I mean, they've proven it one too many times. They create the problem, okay, they create it, and then for them to implement the solution or to implement their plan, they call it the solution. How do you think we all got vaccines and COVID? Why do you think now we are carrying these phones with all our information on it? Why do you think banks are going cashless? And now it's gas. And where's this gas? In Gaza. If 90% wake up, do you know what will happen to that 1 and 4%? Kapoof, they can no longer lead 95% of power. Please wake up. 1%.
I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to change my phone to my computer.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. This was at Davos, this was. I'll wait for him to come back with his computer.
Hold on, yet. I still got to do some stuff yet. If you can hear me, I'll
Yep.
be back.
Oh, look, there's two of him now. Oh, he's just doxed himself. No, you've got the wrong one up. Knew they changed his name. Damn it.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
So you have is a failure to communicate.
Do you want to hear me?
Is that supposed to say Charlie Brown?
Charlie Brown?
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's Bill Brown. I should change that over.
Yeah, your
I got
nickname.
I got a meme to show you. Someone give us a read.
Landlords in 2005. All you need is first month $500 and a deposit of $250. Landlords in 2015. All you need first $850, last $850, and deposit $850. Landlords in 2023. All you need is 3 times rent, first $1,900, last $1,900 deposit, $1,900 credit score, 750 or higher, no evictions in the last 12 years, no pets, no off-street parking, no backyard, no utilities included, late fees of $50, application fee is $65 non-refundable, and maybe a third day job, blood of your firstborn, and some fruit snacks.
I don't understand this. Our last stream, we got a copyright again. Everything I do anymore, it's copyright. It just.
We use the intro.
It's really pissing me off about this. You know,
Those are the claims.
Damn. You just can't make these suckers happy, you know?
Well, none of the stuff that I've put up is, none of this stuff is copyright. It should tell you where your copyright come from.
It'll be in the intro.
Yeah. It's amazing. All right, I got what I wanted. Now I want to show you this. This is the one. Oh, it just never stops with these people.
A solar-powered tent that has a heated floor, Wi-Fi, phone charger, and illuminate at night. Now that's affordable housing.
Yeah, this is it right here. No, this is copyrighted.
Is it the intro?
No, this is something I want to show Smiler about. Okay, I know where it's at, and I know why I couldn't get it. I had it on private. Let me do it again. It's still not here.
There you go. Oh, that's a great meme. I'm going to fire this one to you.
You bought Rachel, that's right. Got it. Okay. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Who's this? Nude? Hold on, dude. Hold on. Shut you off just for a minute. Hold on. Show us. There we go. Hold on, guys. All right. Can you see it? Hello?
Hello?
Okay. Did you hear it?
Earlier this month, an election
Yep.
Okay. What the hell's going
involving
on?
paying people cash money for their votes was allegedly uncovered, playing itself out in broad daylight. Specifically, this was an election scheme wherein homeless people were transported from shelters over to the voting booths, dropped off, and essentially forced to vote in exchange for money. And the details of this alleged scheme are pretty wild. Let's go start. The alleged scheme also took place over in the city of Springfield, Massachusetts, which, just for reference, is the third largest city in the state, at least in terms of population. And like most of Massachusetts, the city of Springfield is a Democrat stronghold, meaning that whoever wins the Democrat primary is almost certainly going to win any citywide election. And so with that as the general backdrop, the city of Springfield recently held their primary elections for mayor. And in the Democrat primary, there were several candidates. I believe there were 5 candidates in total, but for the purposes of today's discussion, these are the 2 that we'll focus on. You had Mr. Dominic Sarno, who is the incumbent mayor, and then you have the frontrunner, Mr. Justin Hurst, who was a city councilor looking to become mayor. Now, on the surface, this is all well and good. Going from city councilor to mayor is a natural progression of a political career. However, according to reports from local media, according to surveillance footage, as well as sworn affidavits from several of the election workers on site, well, Mr. Hurst's campaign allegedly got a bit, you can say, creative with how they were getting the votes. Specifically, according to an affidavit from the Springfield Elections Commissioner, quote, videotape shows individuals being dropped off in black Suburbans and Expeditions and entering City Hall to vote. When they exited, a man takes out what appears to be a large bundle of cash and peels off a bill for each individual. And indeed, what's truly interesting about this particular case, at least in my opinion, is that we don't have to rely solely on these sworn affidavits. That's because the actual surveillance footage was published online by a local news outlet called Massachusetts Live. Take a look. So what you're seeing on screen right now is security footage that was shot right outside of City Hall on the morning of October 28th. This was during the period of early voting in the mayoral election. And what we see here is that at approximately 9 a.m. in the morning, what appears to be Mr. Justin Hertz pulls up in a black SUV. Then, as you can see, several people proceed to get out of the car and walk towards City Hall. Then the black SUV drives away. However, just a few moments later, another black SUV comes to the very same spot. And wouldn't you know it, Mr. Hertz then drives up next to that car and he exchanges some words with the driver. Then the doors of that second SUV open and the first man comes out, the man in the red shirt. He hovers a little bit on the sidewalk and he's followed by the driver, the man with whom Mr. Hertz was speaking to a moment earlier. Afterwards, we can see more people coming out of the car, and also we see a third car, the red minivan, come to the curb and drop even more people off. And as you can see, the driver of that black SUV, he appears to be standing there and directing all these people from all these different cars to head inside City Hall. Now, we don't actually have footage of what it was like inside City Hall, but according to sworn affidavits from the election workers, many of the people who came in, they listed their address as being a local homeless shelter. Furthermore, the affidavits claim that many of these voters who came inside were noticeably either drunk or under the influence of drugs, and many of them were confused about why they even came to City Hall in the first place. And then, as these people were being processed for voting by the election workers, well, one of the election workers, she wrote in her affidavit that she saw a man, quote, hovering over some of the voters' shoulders while they were standing at the voting booth. At times, he appeared to be pointing at the place on the ballot where the person should vote. Also, several of the election workers, as well as a local police officer who was working City Hall that day, they claim that many of these individuals came up to them multiple times throughout the day and asked them where they're supposed to go in order to get the $10 that they were promised as payment. For instance, you had Ms. Daisy Lorenzana, who was working as an election official on that particular day, and she wrote this in her sworn affidavit, quote, I heard people asking, where is my payment? And I was promised $10. I had 7 people ask me directly where their $10 payment was. One man said in Spanish, vote for Hearst and you'll get $10. Furthermore, we really don't just have to take their word for it, because it appears that this exchange of money was rather blatant. Here's again the security footage from right outside City Hall. As you can see, the people are coming out of the building after they voted, and once outside, the election workers wrote in their affidavits that they witnessed a campaign volunteer for Mr. Hearst. He's the man who was driving that second black SUV. He was handing out cash money to the people who just voted, if they were able to show him that they had a sticker which confirmed that they cast their vote. In the video footage, you can even see that the man, after handing one woman some money, gave her a little hug as well. And then the icing on the cake is that some of these individuals were then led down the street before getting into that other black SUV, the one that we saw earlier being driven by Mr. Hearst himself. And so, just to summarize here, you have 5 election workers, as well as a local police officer, all signed sworn affidavits saying that they witnessed carloads of people, many of whom were coming from a local homeless shelter, getting dropped off at City Hall, stumbling in to vote, seemingly getting coerced in terms of who to vote for, and then many of them would ask around for where they can get the $10 that they were promised in order to vote. Then, the surveillance footage from the actual sidewalk outside of City Hall, it appears to show a man who drove these individuals hand out money to them before shuffling them away in a car that appears to be driven by the actual candidate. That is, if nothing else, a creative campaign strategy. Now, after these allegations, affidavits, and surveillance footage came to light, Mr. Justin Hearst, he came out and he publicly denied that his campaign was involved in any sort of a cash for vote. Here's specifically what he said in a press conference, quote, these accusations are not only insulting to our dedicated campaign supporters, but to all residents who are exercising their constitutional rights. Mr. Hearst then went on to say that these 5 election employees, as well as the local police officer who gave their sworn testimony regarding what they saw, they're actually lying on behalf of the incumbent mayor. Here's what he added, quote, we don't give money in exchange for votes. I don't know how much clearer I can be. And this story, frankly, gets a lot wilder. And of course, it is beyond worth mentioning that here in America, everyone, no matter who, is innocent until proven guilty. And as such, an investigation will have to be done in order to get to the bottom of what really took place here. And indeed, the Massachusetts Secretary of State responded to all this evidence with the following statement, quote, any allegations of money being exchanged for votes is certainly concerning and deserves further investigation. My office has been in touch with law enforcement, as we would be with any report of a potential irregularity, to ensure that the integrity of the process is maintained. Those are beautiful words. However, as of today, The district attorney's office has not yet confirmed whether an investigation into this matter has been opened. So we'll just have to wait and see whether they'll take up the case or not. And just for your reference, in case you were watching this episode of
Hey, nude.
Yeah.
Hey, nude.
Yeah.
I want this. I want this chemtrail on me.
Is that what you had a copyright on?
No. It was the other one. I can't really.
I sent him that in text. So that was the copyright was from the last stream.
Yeah, no, asking what the copyright was on.
I forgot what it was now. So I forgot what it was. I make so many times. I forgot. I told you I'd be lying to you. It was a good one. Either it's, that's why I'm getting this funky music now I got out there. Because I can't use the music I was using. It's copyright. If I do anything copyright, I'm like, damn, get tired of it. Though it doesn't mean nothing really, but it's just aggravating,
He's confusing. He's getting clear on it, but he was confusing the claims with the strike.
It's amazing. All this good content out here, and you can't show it to other people. You know what I mean? Share with one another.
Yeah, that Roman, that video you just shared then, anything to do with him on YouTube is normally an outright ban.
Oh.
I was waiting to see a black screen.
Don't do that to me, please. I don't need that right now. Not until like 8 months or so,
I know 4 people last week that all got black screened.
Wow.
One of them was sitting there with his electric guitar, and he was playing Whites and Night Saturn on his electric guitar. And halfway through him playing, it black screened.
It was hard to hear you there, right?
When they black this out,
Your sound is not coming through your headset. We can tell you're like way in the distance there.
Probably from through my phone from my computer. Hold
Right.
On, let me see what's going on. This doggone headphone. You gotta keep changing things around. And all right, right back. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, it's gotta be one of the two then. Okay. It said connected. I thought it was my headphones. I guess apparently not. I'll be back again. I'm loving this.
Here, have some government.
Play that. play that one there that I got lined up there.
Yeah, I'll be right back, guys.
Where's he gone?
To switch his phone for the audio.
Only the wealthy will be able to travel. The poor will use VR headsets to travel to the same place.
That's right.
And there he is explaining it at the World Economic Forum in Davos.
There's going to be people of means who are going to travel And then there's going to be people maybe who of lesser means who might actually be able to use an Oculus or a Magic Leap or some other kind of device to travel to the same place, but from their own couch. But in many ways, it's actually going to create even more distance between those two people. That psychologically, and I think that we've experienced this through social media. In many ways, it's brought people closer in certain ways, but actually created this remarkable divide because it's even more visible, actually, the divide.
Mm.
There's going to be people
Testing. Yeah. I can't hear you guys. Ain't this a bite?
Are you sure?
Oh, there you are. Oh, okay. I do. Okay. Oh, you shit. Oh, they're rotten.
I should have said, turn it up louder.
You guys got me good. Yeah, everything you said, dude, and Smiler is coming true. All right, it's coming true.
Посмотрите, сколько наших ребят погибших, сколько людей, матерей, жен.
I'm no psychic.
Осталось без отцов, сколько жен осталось без мужей, сколько матерей осталось без сыновей. Вот скажите, а наши депутаты все деньги делят, земли продают, все никак наесться не могут. Вот как? Ну где справедливость? За что гибнут наши ребята? Куда вы смотрите, Украина?
The heck is that? Yeah, make this thing bigger.
9.
Mm.
GM.
If people really knew how many corporations were birthed in profit from NAZI, German slave labor and concentration
That's right.
camp.
That is correct. I just ready to say that. You beat me to it. That's right.
Ford actually funded both sides, sued the United States and won.
Yep. IBM helped them out too.
Mm-hmm.
That's where they got the numbers from their skin, the identification. I got that on Rumble. Oh, wait a minute, do I? Hold on here. I'll see if I can find this. I got that tape someplace. Hold on here.
Poland risks becoming a paradise for American pedophiles in uniform. Poland has become a paradise for criminals in the ranks of the United States Army, says the NDP. Complete impunity creates ideal conditions for them. Poles don't even know what goes on behind the high fences of American bases. In 2020, the Dissenter published the results of a shocking investigation. It turned out the CIA, as part of MKUltra mind control program, funded so-called orphanages for pedophiles. The essence of the program is to create special centers where orphans were subjected to psychological, physical, and sexual abuse to find out how it affects their psyche of children. Echoes of the brutal experiments of the program are now heard in countries where American bases are located. The US Armed Forces are recording and increasing number of crimes against children, according to the Pentagon. The highest number of cases of abuse of minors is recorded among the Marines. Mental, isn't it?
Bear with me. I'm trying to look for something. I didn't realize how many videos I have until I start going through this. Holy, I don't believe I did all these. Wow. Who the heck be that crazy to make these videos?
Notice this? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Notice this? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
It says a handful of citizens on the internet provided accurate reporting on the situation in Ukraine for the last 2 years, while Western governments and the $2.3 trillion media industry fed you lies and propaganda. And everyone's carrying on like it didn't happen.
Well, you know what's bad about it too. You see people getting mugged or raped, and everybody sits there with their cell phone and just taping it. You know, don't
Yeah.
do a damn thing. You know?
Clicks and views, clicks and views.
Yeah. Views are more important than a life is.
I just left the room where we had the negotiations about the digital identity, and I have bad news. The member states and the European Parliament came to an agreement. It means that probably not far from now, the digital identity will be effect in the European Union. Right after this agreement, Commissioner Breton said, now we have the digital identity wallet, we have to put something in it. And what he meant was the digital euro, also known as the central bank digital currency. And this is a very bad development. They always promise us not to make this connection.
I found it.
And even a lot of experts,
I found it.
Privacy experts and security experts warned also last week, this is a very bad idea for our privacy and our freedom. And still, this digital identity is pushed through. But it's not too late, because we still have to vote on this in the plenary. So what you can do, send your MEP from your member state an email and tell him or tell her that you are against this tool.
There you go.
Hold on, I'm getting something myself here for you. And I got to find it here. I know where it's at, but I just got to find it here on my computer. I found it on my phone. It's okay. You guys don't have to, thank me. It's okay. Just money, please. I bet you if you check back and see how many videos you did, you're going to freak out there, Smiler.
Hey?
I said, I bet you if you check back to see how many videos you did, you'd freak out like I am right now. I don't believe the amount of videos I have here.
Oh, this is a mad video, this is. This is the one of the front lines in Ukraine. And the Russian side just cleared this trench. So there was no firing back from this trench anymore. So they marched on the trench, jumped in it, and they found that every single troop in there was a woman.
Wow, really?
Yeah. Well, so, they've run out of mobilizing men. To the fact that they're beating them up on the streets and throwing them in vans.
Okay, guys, video or audio check?
Yep.
Yep.
This is what he was talking about. See if I can pass it over a little bit.
You buy products from a company that collaborated with the Nazis during World War II? What if that company paid reparations or started a foundation as a way to apologize for the mistakes of the past? Or what if the company refused to apologize or admit they did anything wrong? Would you still buy their products? We're about to look at several companies that had ties to the Nazi Party or profited by selling products to the Nazis during World War II. All of these companies are still around today, and we can almost guarantee you own one or more of their products. Let's find out which ones. If you've ever taken a picture using old school film, you've probably bought a product from Kodak. For decades after World War II, Kodak kept a sinister secret from the public. They had been Nazi collaborators during the war. Kodak had subsidiaries in Germany and across Europe. Even as Germany's bold aspirations for world domination grew in the 1930s, Kodak kept healthy business relationships with the Nazi Party. After all-out war broke out and the United States joined the Allies, the U.S. government mandated that companies could no longer do business with Axis nations. This was a problem for many companies operating internationally, Kodak being one of them. Kodak allowed their German branch to become more self-sufficient, and eventually the Nazis took control of it. However, Kodak took things one step further to make a profit. They began using their subsidiaries in neutral European countries, such as Switzerland, to continue doing business with Nazi Germany. The subsidiaries in Europe continued selling photographic equipment and electronics to the Nazis on behalf of Kodak. This meant that the Kodak Corporation was directly providing technology to the Nazis and making a profit off it, all while hiding these facts from the United States government. The heads of the Kodak company justified these actions by citing the massive profits they were bringing in. Worst of all, the German branch of Kodak used over 250 slave laborers from concentration camps. After the war, Kodak reclaimed their German subsidiary and collected the large profits made by the slave laborers during the war. Kodak ended up paying $500,000 into a fund, which provided reparations to families of people who worked as slaves under the Nazi-controlled subsidiary, but the company never actually apologized. Volkswagen is clearly a German word, and it probably doesn't surprise you that the company had ties to the Nazi Party. However, what might surprise you is that the company was actually started by the Nazis. Adolf Hitler himself laid out the precursor to what would become Volkswagen. The idea for the company started with Hitler wanting to create a car for the common man, a people's car. And this is how Volkswagen got its name, Volks meaning people and wagon meaning car. Hitler hired Ferdinand Porsche to develop the car. This initiative was where the classic Volkswagen Beetle got its shape. But the new head of the organization, which would eventually become Volkswagen, had bigger plans. Porsche insisted that the company also make military vehicles to support the Reich. The most influential of these vehicles was the Volkswagen Kubelwagen, which was a light military vehicle often seen in World War II movies, carrying around SS and Nazi officers. It had a boxy body and a tire mounted on the hood. During the time period that the Nazi parties controlled Germany, more than 15,000 slaves from concentration camps were used to build the Volkswagen cars. The company even helped build the Arbeitsdorf concentration camp near one of their main factories to ensure a steady supply of slave labor was available. In 1998, under pressure from human rights organizations, Volkswagen agreed to create a fund that would benefit the victims and their families that were used as slave labor. Other companies benefited from large profits gained by working with the Nazis in a different way. Several companies were started or acquired by wealthy individuals whose fortune started with the money made from dealing with the Nazi Party. For example, the Reimann family, who owns JAB Holdings, profited greatly from Nazi abuses and slave labor. You might be unfamiliar with JAB Holdings, but you probably know the companies they own, such as Krispy Kreme, Panera Bread, and Pret a Manger. These companies were all created post-World War II. However, their financing was partly provided by JAB Holdings, which unfortunately means they profited indirectly from the atrocities of the Nazis. When this information was made public, the Reimann family said they were planning to donate around $11 million to suitable organizations. Coca-Cola is an American company. People around the world associate Coke with being American. When you think of the soda, an image of American families or friends enjoying an ice-cold beverage probably comes to mind. However, the Coca-Cola company had ties to the Nazi Party during World War II. The drink line Fanta, which includes commercials of people happily dancing to upbeat music, was actually created for Nazi Germany. As the Nazis came to power in 1933, Coca-Cola was making enormous profits in Germany, selling their products under the leadership of Max Keith. He made the Coca-Cola brand more appealing to the German citizen, which resulted in a boost in sales. He also knew how to market the product in a way that would make people around the world want to buy Coca-Cola. During the 1936 Berlin Olympics, Max Keith made sure everyone in attendance had as much Coke as they could drink. As the Nazis prepared for war, they started to limit the amount of foreign goods coming into the country. This included Coca-Cola syrup, which began to hurt the company's profits. So the sneaky Coke executives used a third party to open a dialogue with Hermann Göring, Hitler's second-in-command. They convinced him to allow the import of their syrup. To boost sales even further, Keith began promoting the Coca-Cola company as pro-Nazi in Germany. His plan was to reach out to the Hitler Youth and win over the younger generation of Nazis. And this worked for a time, but as war broke out, restrictions on imports became stricter again. Max Keith had a new syrup created in Germany using local products. This new soda became Fanta, based off the German word fantasy, which means imagination. In 1941, when the United States joined the war, all official contact between the Coca-Cola company and Max Keith's German branch was cut off. Keith continued to sell his supply of actual Coca-Cola syrup to the Nazi Party members and marketed the Fanta drink to the German public. The German people quickly fell in love with the drink, and Keith continued to make large profits for the Coca-Cola company. After the war ended, Coca-Cola took back control of their German branch. They even reinstated the recently convicted Nazi collaborator Max Keith as its leader. The profits made from the German branch during the years of the Nazi regime were funneled back into the main company. If you're into high-end fashion, then you might be surprised that one of the most successful fashion companies in the world has deep ties to the Nazi Party. Hugo Boss set up a fashion label in Germany 2 years before the Nazi Party came into power. Even before the Nazis gained control of the country, Hugo Boss was a Nazi collaborator. The company itself had produced early Nazi uniforms in their factories. In 1931, Hugo Boss made it clear where his allegiances lie when he officially joined the Nazi Party. He became a sponsoring member of the Schutzstaffel and made monthly donations. Hugo Boss and his company created many uniforms for the Nazis and made large profits on outfitting their soldiers. The company also produced uniforms for the SS and Hitler Youth. In order to keep up with demand, Hugo Boss had been employing slave labor from the concentration camps. It was reported that the company used 140 slaves from the camps and 40 prisoners of war from France to make their products. The worst part was that many of these workers were either worked to death or later sent to Auschwitz or Buchenwald to be sentenced to death. After the war, Hugo Boss was tried and convicted for being a supporter and beneficiary of National Socialism, and his right to own a company was taken away. The company continued under Boss's son-in-law, Eugen Holy. In 1999, the company finally agreed to pay into a fund that was set up to compensate former slave laborers. If you've ever had a headache or needed relief from pain, you may have taken an aspirin. Bayer, the company that makes the pain reliever, may have one of the darkest histories when it comes to collaborating with the Nazi Party. In the 1930s, Bayer was part of a company called IG Farben. It was a conglomerate made up of several chemical companies in Germany. As the Nazis swept through Czechoslovakia, IG Farben worked closely with the party to capture chemical factories to be used by the corporation. The chemists who worked for Bayer and were employed by IG Farben later went on to create Zyklon B, the gas used in concentration camps to quickly kill large numbers of Jews and other people the Nazis labeled as undesirable. IG Farben also heavily used slave labor from the same camps they provided Zyklon B to. It was a very messed up relationship between the Nazis and IG Farben. They built a factory next to Auschwitz where they would use the prisoners their product would later kill for slave labor. As the war came to an end, IG Farben was forced to dissolve. The directors of the company were put on trial for war crimes. Unfortunately, justice was never served, and Fritz Tamir, who was the director of operations at the IG Farben facility at Auschwitz, became the president of Bayer after the war. In 1995, Bayer apologized for their role in the Holocaust. If you're watching this video, you most likely are using a device that has components built by IBM. The company, International Business Machines, has been around since 1911. In 1933, the president of the company, Thomas Watson, traveled to Germany to oversee an IBM factory being built there. At this time, IBM was using a subsidiary called the Almag to do their work in Germany. IBM's subsidiary had been hired by the Nazi Party to carry out a nationwide census. The census itself was designed to identify populations of ethnic groups that the Nazis found impure or undesirable. This included populations of Jews, Gypsies, and any ethnic group that would dilute the Aryan bloodlines of the country. IBM supplied the Nazis with punch cards and a sorting system that would make it easy for them to identify, locate, and track any people that they'd later sentence to death. These same machines and cards were later converted and used to coordinate the trains bringing people to the death camps across Nazi-controlled territories. IBM's come a long way since punch cards, but at the time the technology was bringing in massive amounts of money for the company. IBM continued to conduct business with the Germans even after the US joined the war. High-ranking members of IBM falsified data from their European subsidiaries to make sure they could smuggle in punch card materials and devices that were in high demand by the Nazis. For IBM at the time, the Nazi business of killing was highly lucrative. During World War II, Nazi Germany was IBM's largest territory after the United States. Now, many computers and electronic devices use parts created by IBM. The crazy part is that up to this day, IBM has not apologized for their complicity in the Holocaust. A company's main purpose is to make money, but at what cost? It's important to never forget the past so we don't repeat the same mistakes. Collaborating with the Nazi Party and being complicit in the atrocities they carried out during World War II is a steep price to pay to make a profit.
There you go. It's all about the money.
Uh-huh.
And I have to agree with Guru. You know, we think we're just one nation. We're not. We're connected to all these nations.
Yeah.
We are a one world order. We just don't know it yet. I think New went to sleep.
Nope.
Nope. Okay.
Oh, just in the background here.
I know you disappear. I know you're sleeping or going to sleep.
Where did we leave off?
Well, I was thinking about going to Florida. We're talking about nude in the beach and, just tanning myself.
Tanning yourself.
Hmm. And the sun.
That's a good idea. Real estate is cheap there.
That beautiful young lady fanning me, serving
Yeah.
me drinks. Yeah.
I want to try Hawaii.
Oh my God, yeah. I haven't kept tabs with them either. The Lahana, city of Lahana, the one that had burned down. I didn't know what's going on with that lately.
Wholesale on real estate deals.
They are going to do it.
And people will line up to buy it too. What's the line up to buy that shit? After you just saw it happen.
Well, they're saying, I can't believe, I can't prove it, I should say, that was done purposely so the big corporations can buy up the property,
No, just Oprah Winfrey.
Yeah. Yeah, she's got the money.
And who was the other? It was Oprah and one other person. Forget.
I don't know.
Who is she, excuse me, who is she standing with?
Oh, she's standing with The Rock. I know that they were talking. They
Was
wanted
it The Rock?
donations.
Yeah, that's right.
They wanted
There you
donations.
go.
I don't know. And that didn't work out too well. I mean, and I told my wife this when she's watching Oprah Winfrey when she had her show, and she's giving out free gifts. I says, man, it's all a bunch of bullshit. No, and hey, look at this. They're getting us that. I says, she's just as worthless as anybody else. Sure enough, 10 years later. Now my wife doesn't even want to talk to me about it.
Okay, I have a video.
Okay. Let's see now. Gotcha.
Okay, this is. I put this on your stream actually at the end of the last one. Actually, hold on. Let me redo that and on just a tab. Second. And
Kind of like Smiley's logo there. It's pretty neat how you did that.
What, the skin rip?
Yeah, I like that.
It's distressed union flag, isn't it? Meaning that the union is in distress.
Well, that's what that means. Same thing with my
Yeah.
flag. It's upside down. It's distressed.
Yeah, yeah, my flag's upside down as well. But a lot of people don't get it.
Yeah, I didn't
So,
realize it.
so basically, I tore up the Union Jack basically in Adobe Illustrator, and then I didn't. I made the rip in Adobe Illustrator, and then I got the Union Jack, turned it upside down, and then put it inside it.
Did a good job. Okay, dude, we're
Actually-
sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. And rather than that,
Okay, Speller, we can talk tech with him. He's a tease.
yep. Go to private chat, right? So I fired you the link.
Got it.
Okay. So while you're queuing it up, now I'll talk. So what you're about to see is a man by the name of Dean Clifford. Dean Clifford, ironically,
Oh yeah,
he's a fellow that was born in Winnipeg, same as me. A lot of similarities about him. One main difference is I was never in construction and he was. This man is also a free individual, and he was ahead of my time back in the time that I was learning about all this stuff. And this, out of all the people that I learned from, this guy here, I learned the most from, and he got me the furthest till I sort of capped out, and the rest I took further on my own type thing. So you've heard me talk about the structure of how things actually really work in government and where people's position are and their capacity as a citizen status and whatnot. This is the first sort of introduction to that I got, and it's very well put in this video here. So that's what I wanted to show it.
Okay, audio check.
Yep.
So
yes,
I don't know if
yes, you can hear it.
Okay. Oh.
So I don't know if anybody wants me to go over what we went over last week. I'm going to completely redo everything we talked about last week, but put it in a much better terms that everybody's going to be able to more easily understand as to what's going on in the courtroom and what your role is and how the importance of status over name and those kind of things. But what I was going to start with, and I'm almost confusing myself a little bit right now. Yeah. Okay, the name. We're not even going to start with the whole man stuff, like the God created, like blah, blah, blah. We've all heard it ad nauseum, the whole 9 yards. What we know is we're stuck with a name that we're trying to deal with. We're trying to figure out what it is. So for tonight, it's, you know what, where's my black marker? Sorry, because I don't know if red's all that visible. Blue, no. I wrote on the board with permanent marker the other day. What's that? That's a green one. Anyways, okay, well, we'll do it in blue then. Okay, we got the name. Birth certificate name. Right? So last week I'd kind of referred to it as a presumption of law, which it really is. It's a presumption. I came to call it that, but for everybody else's purposes, because people understand it better. Oh, yep, it's definitely on. For our purposes, instead, we're gonna go back to a common phrase everybody always heard, and that's the legal person, because more people understand what a legal person is, I'm guessing, right? So we all know that this is a legal person, and where did it come from? Because everybody wants to go into court and they wants to make these arguments about, I'm a man and I can do whatever I want. I'm a man and I've got God-given rights and this and that and the whole 9 yards. And despite the fact that, yes, it's true, even in a courtroom in Canada, in all these summary convictions courts, God's law is supreme. And you can start to bring God's law into the courtroom, but you don't need to, because that's not what's going on in the courtroom at all. It's kind of an irrelevant and moot point. Like, the government knows you have God-given rights. It's the first line of the Charter and Rights and Freedoms, you know? It's not really a question that's disputed, and that's not what's going on in the courtroom. We all know that because it's a hearing for this entity right here. Now, where did this entity come from? Your mother and father, when you were born, decided that they were going to grant you something, and that was to fill out a particular live birth and apply for the government, basically, where then you both entered into an agreement that created a trust. So that's why no one owns title to the name, because it's kind of a legal person. It was created by more than one party, and all those parties have a function and a role in that. So no one really owns title to it, but it's not about title. And it's like what I explained to you earlier about cars. It doesn't matter who's got the title to it. Title's even irrelevant. It's who owns all the equity in that property. because equity is king. And that couldn't be a more true statement. You own the equity, it's yours, you control it, period. It's the same as assuming liability, right? It's kind of like the same principle. If I'm assuming all liability for somebody else's actions, then I'm going to make sure that they're not doing anything that's going to get me in trouble. So it's kind of the same principle. So the legal person is created. Now, the legal person is a corporation. It is. That's what corporations are. That's what corporate law is. A corporation is created in a trust agreement. It's a security agreement. That's going right back to the highest law, which is trust law, period, that the Romans adapted to create corporations. And then that's been adapted to do what we're doing here. Hey, come on in. So before we get into more about this, let's see if you guys can get where I'm going with corporate structure. It seems to me that it's a lot easier for people to understand corporate structure. I'll just pause for a sec. I'm a business person. I understand corporations better than anything. And people don't understand corporate structure, and that would help them when they walk into a courtroom, because really what's going on there is nothing more than, say, a hearing for a corporation, a formal hearing. Because corporations don't do anything without formal hearings where there's a record that's kept, right? Like the minutes book of your corporation. That's what's going on there. End of story. So you're not showing up as a legal person. You're showing up because a hearing is being conducted for a legal person that you have an interest in. And there's roles to be played there. And you're not doing your proper role, and you're getting suckered into something else, and you're taking all liability for everything that's going on there. So that is true. So corporations, what's going on when somebody creates a corporation? Let's start with, I don't know, what's the best corporation everybody's familiar with? What, Microsoft, Bill Gates? Doesn't matter. Yeah, I don't know who actually owns McDonald's. We'll just say, yeah, we'll stick with Microsoft because everybody knows who Bill Gates is. Ray Kroc? McDonald's, Ray Kroc, is that what you're going to say or no?
I was reading an article a few weeks ago, and I was looking at it back once.
Could be. Okay. Anyways, I'm going to go with Bill Gates. So Bill Gates is up here. Now, Bill Gates has a bunch of employees. For his company. What's the third part of a corporation? Shareholders. So you're going to get the crash course in this. It's going to make sense, and there's no reason to even explain most of this kind of stuff. Yes, well, yes, because Microsoft is actually, this unit is what creates, instead of Dean Clifford now, we've got Microsoft. So that's where I was going to this. So now this trust arrangement has formed Microsoft, and it's a trust agreement, right? So this is trust law now. So we got Bill Gates, and technically, for lack of any kind of a better word, what is Bill Gates' role in that corporation? Administrator, president, CEO, director. Yeah, director is a good one. I like that one, but I like president, CEO better, depending on what kind of a corporation I'm dealing with. So let's just call him the director. All right. And the shareholders, which are down here, are the people that basically bought stocks in the company, right? So they gave something to Microsoft, and they're expecting to get something back in the way of dividends. What does that sound an awful lot like? Investors, but more so? There you go. Your mother and father were the grantors of the trust that was created. And they put, because you were still a child, your share of the Commonwealth into an organization with the expectation that you're going to benefit from this. And so as soon as you turn the age of majority, you become the grantor and beneficiary. Yeah. They stay the grantor and ultimately the beneficiary until you get, until you take it over. I'm not really sure who that is. Oh, not a problem? Okay, now the employees over here, I'm gonna leave them called employees, but if we've already got now the director and the beneficiaries, who's the only thing that's left? Trustees.
Where's your res? Corpus.
What's that?
Where's the res and corpus?
I guess when you're buying stocks and there's probably an agreement when you're buying the stocks, that'd be the corpus. There doesn't always have to be a corpus. It can be assumed or presumed, or it could be up to the director to set policy, which would be the direction that the organization is going to go into. Policy. So you got policy makers. There you go. So Bill Gates up here, who is a director, he creates policy. That isn't the policy of Microsoft. It might not be him directly. You could actually instead call it, because obviously it's not just him. He also has a board of directors. Everybody knows corporations have board of directors that set policy. These people send orders down to the employees. This is the policy of the corporation. This is our rules. This is how we conduct business. This is your job. This is what you do. The employees do what they're supposed to be doing, directed by up top. And their sole purpose in carrying out that function is to make money for those people. These people aren't happy because these guys aren't doing their job, or maybe these guys aren't setting policy properly. Who's the only person that can remove directors from the board? The shareholders. Now we're going back that way again. That's how corporations work, that's how a trust works, and that's exactly what's going on with your legal person. But you don't know who you are. Most people are only acting as this. We're all that. There's no question there. The only problem is most people get suckered into acting in the capacity of one of these guys. Usually by getting a driver's license, by getting a SIN number. Anytime you perform a function of government, you're acting as an employee or a trustee because you're performing a function of government. Yes?
So originally the board of directors, the policy makers and everything would be your parents?
Nope.
In the original trust, or it'd be
They mysteriously haven't shown up or ever set policy, or
because I would think that they would be or the government would be the directors and they would be telling my parents how to
no.
You're actually the board of director and the beneficiary.
Oh yeah, no, when you take over it, I'm talking about when it's originally made.
So
The question about the trust.
That would never change.
Based on this model, now that we understand the power structure, how would you get a director?
By hiring.
If you are this guy right down here and you are the sole beneficiary, where does a director come from?
You have to appoint them.
You appoint him. Why? Because you own all the equity. You're the one that appoints directors. You can appoint somebody else. I'm 3 or 4 people's directors right now. In the event they go to jail, I show up and I'm their director in court now. Done it. They don't like it. They try to say you can't speak. Well, excuse me, I set policy. You're the public servant here. You obey policy. And I'm telling you that your statutes are not being enforced against this legal person because you are directly affecting that guy. And my job is to protect his investment. You've heard of people walking into courts and firing judges before? It's happened. They don't know why, though. I've heard of that before, and the judge just gets up and walks out. Well, it's just, okay, every time, okay, so everybody understands this now? We'll get into that, right? I got my own theory on this. Me and a couple of buddies, we disagree on a few points, but you know what? That comes down to that whole story of dinner again. right? We really don't know what government's doing behind the scenes. We can speculate all we want on what's really going on, what they're doing, and everything else, but it's just like 5 of us being out for dinner, and we haven't discussed who's paying the bill yet. And we can presume all we want what's going on, but all we can really do is just give our own position.
Yeah, an experiment, see what works.
Well, no, but if everybody at the dinner table has a different presumption as to who's paying, if you're the first one to speak up and say, well, I'm paying for my own bill, you don't even give a shit about the rest of them. Now it's been made very clear you're paying for your own bill, so you're not part of all of that anymore now, right? That presumption's been removed. You could say, well, how are we going to pay the bill? You know, there's a million ways to address anything that's going on in the courtroom. There's some real fun ones. Yes.
How did you get appointed
Director?
as director?
Appointment. You appointed director. I just did it right now.
Shareholder Ed's in jail.
Yep.
How does he appoint you as?
I have power of attorney for people. And then I appoint myself
Don't you
director.
officially have that power?
No.
Don't you?
It can be verbal.
Doesn't he have to appoint you?
Are they going to argue with you? Don't they operate in presumptions?
So you can do the same.
Except you can back up your presumption.
Okay.
Right? Do you think they're going to challenge you? Are you challenging my claim that I'm the director of that legal person? Are you actually challenge? How many people challenge Bill Gates when he walks into work every day? You know, dude, I don't think you're the president and CEO anymore. Oh, really? I'm pretty sure I am. Now, I'll give you some background on this. This all started to kind of come together to me last fall, and I'd heard all there was to know about trust law and all this other nonsense and tried to make some of the arguments in court. They don't listen to you. And it wasn't until I actually had to go and represent my corporation in court, my business, my construction company. And I got thinking to myself, well, geez, how am I going to do this now? I'm like, this is an actual registered corporation. See, you know, like it's obviously I have to abide by City of Winnipeg charter bylaws, right? Like it's registered. How do I get out of this? I got thinking out about it, and I'm like, well, wait a minute. No, so my signature created the corporation. It's the trust agreement between me and the government that made it an entity. I said, I put everything into it. I don't remember signing anything that said I was going to obey all government statutes at that point. I'm like, so no. I said, nothing applies to my corporation. So I'm like, well, you know, piss on this. And I got, you know, I'm like, no, I'm going to go down to that courthouse and I'm going to show who's, you know, I'm going to tell them what's what kind of thing, eh? And I didn't do that. Fortunately, I went down there that morning and I just walked up and, you know, you all get in line to go see the city prosecutor. If anybody's ever been to court against the city, right? They don't have a crown. They got a city prosecutor. And then you got provincial prosecutors and federal prosecutors. Like they're all different provincial crown and federal crowns. But anyway, so the city of Winnipeg's got a city prosecutor because the city of Winnipeg's its own entity. They got to have their own prosecutors. And I walk in there and there's this guy and there's a lineup of people and he's just yelling at these people when they walk up. People are taking up their fines and they're like, you know, his name. They're like, you know, I'm so-and-so. He's like, well, the city of Winnipeg charter says this and you are required to this and blah. And he's just talking like a complete jerk to these people. And I'm like, oh, this is going to be interesting. And I'm looking, right away, I take my keys out and I give them my buddy. I'm like, take my keys. You're driving the truck home. I said, because I'll be in jail kind of thing by the time I'm done talking to this Yahoo. And I get up there and he just finishes yelling at some woman and he turns around and he's like, and he goes, who are you? I said, well, I'm here regarding the matter for, you know, blah, 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 Manitoba Limited. He's like, all right. He goes, name? I said, my name is President and Chief Executive Officer of that corporation. He goes, okay. How did you want to proceed today? I said, well, there's not going to be a hearing. There's no need. I said, I haven't seen any paperwork. I've seen nothing. And said, in fact, I'm going to need your mailing address because I got some stuff I want to send to you that I need clarification on. Okay. Hang on. I'll get a business. I don't have any business cards with me. I normally carry some. I don't have any today. I was like, well, shit, if this isn't the same guy that was just yelling at people a couple of minutes ago. So I said, that's okay. Just write your name down. You'll have my response in, you know, a couple of days or whatever. I said, you'll get my paperwork, la, la, la. And he starts writing all this stuff. And he's like, okay. And he's, if I haven't heard from you after, I don't know, like a month, would you like to schedule another hearing? He goes, how does you know, March 26th sound? And I just said, I didn't say anything. I'm just like, And I stared at him for about 15 seconds. And he goes, how about April 16th? I didn't say anything. I just kept staring at him. He goes, how does April 26th sound? I said, okay. I said, I'm okay with that. I think that should be plenty of time for you to get back to me with the response to my paperwork. I said, thank you. And then I left. So about 2 weeks later, I sent him, and that's where I used to get it. I started talking to you guys at Freeman meetings about how important it is to establish your title at the top of the document, right? No one cares about Bob playing hockey. They want to know what position he plays, right? When they went to the chess pieces, I don't care what you name them, you want to know what their responsibilities on the board are. What you're acting as, right? If a knight moves forward 4 spots instead of going forward 3 and going 1 to the right, the rest of the chess pieces are going to be going, what the hell? No, that guy's only supposed to move forward 3 and over 1. That's what's important. So names are irrelevant. Like I said, after the word man, your name is irrelevant. It's your title. What role are you playing? Well, today I went to court as president, chief, and executive officer of that corporation. And I'll be damned if his attitude didn't change about 180 degrees right after I said that. He knew damn well who I was. If I said Dean, well, Dean, what do I care what your name is? We're enforcing City of Winnipeg statutes against your corporation, right? Because they're going to operate on the presumption that I'm not the director or anybody else, because that's how they operate in presumptions, especially if you hire a lawyer. We won't even get into that nightmare right now. So I sent my paperwork off about 2 weeks later, and it was 3 pages long, and most of it is irrelevant, but the biggest parts were that I stated quite clearly in there, nobody is administrating City of Winnipeg charter bylaws against my corporation. Nobody. Because I set policy for my corporation and nobody else. I told them, I said, I don't know how you guys even called a hearing without my explicit written consent, because I'm the chairman of the board and only I call meetings for my corporation. If you call one more hearing for my corporation without my written consent, I'm charging $1 million, and I'm charging it straight to your law license, and I'm going to go lien it. And then I went on from there, and I listed a whole bunch of things like that. 3 weeks later, my friend's down at court again for one of his own matters. He's sitting in the gallery. I didn't even bother going. I didn't care at that point. And the city prosecutor got up that morning, and basically the first words out of his mouth when court was called, because remember, they can't just drop the charges when court's not in session. It has to all be done on the record. Everything they do has to be a record of it. So the first thing he did when court was in session, he stood up. He said, Your Honor, bowed, and they did their little whatever thing they kind of do. And he said, goes, it just occurred to me this morning that City of Winnipeg charter is only applies to legal persons. So I'm going to have to state proceedings against every corporation before the court today. So they didn't want to do it to just mine, because that would have been proof. So they stayed proceedings against every corporation before the court that day, even though we all know legal persons are corporations anyways. They just blanketed it out, and then afterwards they'll go back and they'll pick up the charges against everybody else. But all it showed on the record for that day was that they stayed proceedings against every corporation just to make sure that I wasn't in there, so no hearing would be called for my corporation. There's no question. I'm convinced about that. And pretty much since then, I really haven't had a lot of problems with anybody, actually. But that's kind of when we started to realize, okay, well, we got to start treating the legal person like a corporation. And we started to break down the corporate structure and trust law, and we started to realize that once we become the sole shareholder, which we are, once we realize who we are, and we realize that we actually are the ones who appoint ourselves if we need to, because we're just operating in different capacities, then the only role left for government is down here, which is where they are anyways, which is public trustees, employees.
So they're employees. Doesn't matter who owns that corporation, whether it's
Irrelevant.
or anybody else. You're still an employee.
Who sets policy? Who's in a position of authority? Yeah. Right? So we started saying
contracts with the corporation.
Yeah.
You're working for me.
So we started sending people into court where basically a friend would speak for another friend, and they'd go in as the administrator for that legal person. So when the hearing was called, they stood up and they say, yeah, I'm here regarding that matter, because the matter before the court is the hearing for the legal person. We've had people in the past go in and be, yeah, I'm here regarding that matter. Well, who are you? Oh, I'm an agent of that legal person. Well, of course you are. You wouldn't be here if you weren't an agent for the legal person, because the agents are anybody acting in any capacity for that legal person. So when you're an agent, you could be anybody. So that's where the presumption comes in. So they're just presuming you're one of those guys, trustee. And when you're a trustee or an employee of the government, you obey your commanding officer, and that's the guy sitting at the bench.
But if you came in and said, I'm
The minute you walk in, you say, yeah, say I'm here, I'm the administrator for, or the direct, whatever you want. I'm the director, I'm the president and CEO of that legal person. I don't care what you say. You're establishing your status, your authority with that court on the record. Now, believe me, every time that we've done this, immediately before that sentence is even out, I'm here on I'm the administrator. The sheriff, or sorry, the judge is yelling and the sheriffs are called in.
What are they scared of?
If that wasn't a big deal, then they wouldn't be freaking out the way they do. And so the one time I know that my friend sat down and he just goes, I'm not going to jail today. I got to be at work this afternoon. He sat down, kind of thing. So he submitted to their authority. That doesn't mean you submit to their jurisdiction at all. It just means, this guy says he's this guy. You walked in, you said you were the director of something. And then this guy over here, public trustee, public employee, I don't care what you want to call him. He's a public employee. I like that word, even though. The minute you walked up and said, I'm this guy, and the public trustee said, oh yeah? Sheriffs, we need sheriffs. I think we got an imposter here. And you go, oh shit, and you sit down. Well, I guess you weren't really him. They bluffed you, you lost. And you'll go to jail, they'll throw you in jail for that. Because you're a subordinate, and you were being insubordinate. That's contempt of court for them, because you were disrespecting a superior officer, basically, which is one of them, and that's contempt of court. Okay, so we can even call this administrator. I don't really care. Administrator.
Well, you see, you're the executive of that state.
Yes, I like that one. But I just get away from estate law altogether to trust law when I'm speaking with government or courts. There's no reason to get into trust law. That's why I kind of made it more simple this time, because if people treat it for a corporation the way it is, it's much easier to understand the roles that are going on, right? And it's all you got to do is be the sole shareholder, the sole beneficiary, and you hold the seat of power, period. Because these people appoint the administrators. The administrators set policy for public trustees, and then public trustees carry out their orders for the benefit of these individuals.
So you could say in court, for instance, I'm the beneficiary, I appoint you as administrator.
Oh my God, why would you want to do that?
Well, I know, but some people do that.
Yep. Seriously?
Yeah.
And they probably just go,
Yeah.
you're damn right.
I'll be happy to.
Yes.
That was something that, after I saw your first lecture, I was thinking, boy, they really screwed up.
Oh, you have no idea. Well, that depends. The judge might decide to be benevolent that day and just say, oh man, yeah, that guy just appointed me.
Seemed like a nice guy.
That guy just appointed me the CEO of Microsoft. Man, I like that guy. You know what? I'm going to go easy on him.
Yeah.
So.
Because it dawned on me, like even 2 weeks ago in your first lecture, I remember when my parents died, I was obviously beneficiary of the estate,
yep.
Also the administrator of the will.
Yep.
And so that struck me, yeah, I guess I am the administrator for that legal person.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's why when people have power of attorney for someone else, you basically are acting as them when they're not around. It's just giving you authority to not to be them, to act in the capacity that they would if they were around, right? Which is probably that guy right there. So, and I can get in, like we've gotten into a lot different and bigger stuff where this board would be full of stuff by the time we're done, and everybody would be running around going, what the shit is he talking about right now? And there's no point getting into that because it's all just proofs of what I'm showing you right here anyways. And this just makes sense. It's corporate law. It's hidden in plain. You couldn't hide something in more plain sight. Because the same way I run my construction company already. And I'll be damned if it didn't get that response when I walked into court there for the bylaw violations. As soon as I told him who I was, and I don't mean Dean Clifford, I said, no, I said, I'm the president CEO of that corporation. Well, holy shit.
You took charge.
Yeah, the big boss came down. Now that gets me into another thing where this is some of the stuff I'm going to say right now. A few people that I talk with on this frequently disagree with me, but it's my firm belief that the courtrooms are not for any of us. Courtrooms are platforms for public trustees. We're not meant to go down there. So that's why it's assumed we're just another trustee when we go down there. So I touched on last time how a lot of us were thinking, well, maybe the judge is acting as this and, you know, the Crown's acting as this and everything else. Well, no, if you receive a paycheck from the government and you're a government agent, then you're one of these. You can't be anything else. That'd be operating outside your mandate. You're only a public trustee, an employee, and that's all that is in that courtroom. So now we don't even really go to court anymore. We just send the courthouse down instructions from the administrator. And we follow proper procedure. So no, my commands came down the proper chain of command. It wound up in the court file. And that's why the judge reads the affidavits or any other materials in a court file, because they're the commanding officer of all these guys. Maybe they're looking for instructions. You set policy. But if you walk into a courtroom and you just become another public trustee, there's no officer of your corporation there from up top. They're going to enforce statute. Well, and that's another thing too, is statutes only apply to public trustees. Right. And so we've touched on that before with other people, is that's what a SIN number does. A social insurance number creates a new agent of the government that you're filling the role as. So ultimately they could have you playing all three roles at different times, because you can do that without question, because you're acting in a different capacity every time. So if you're getting a social insurance number, and if you read through the like all the statutes for Canada, we know damn well that that business that they define Canada, what Canada defines business as, is performing a function of government. It's right in their own law books. If you're not performing a function of government, they can't force the Income Tax Act on you, because it only applies to agents of the government, period. That's why if you have a social insurance number and you're acting in the capacity of an agent of the government, you're going to get taxed. That also means that most other statutes can be enforced against you, because the minute you're performing a function of government, government performs public service, doesn't it? All their
would also fall underneath the bylaws of Canada, the incorporation.
Well, that's what that is.
So if you're acting as an employee of the corporation, you have to follow the corporation bylaw.
There you go. If you're performing a function of government. Now, if you're putting a Manitoba license plate on your car, right, it actually designates your car as being used for a public service. It's right in the insurance payments. I've shown people that before. Oh, hang on, I'll be right back. Hold on. So, is there anything with that people don't understand? We can turn a light on here, by the way, too, if you want. It's kind of dark in here now. No? Let's flick one of those guys up. Does it make sense?
Yeah, it does.
It does.
Pretty clear.
Yeah. It's the most simple thing that there is to really understand that that's really what's going on. I think that probably 90% of the people out there teaching this stuff right now are probably working for the government, making sure they're making this as confusing as possible for people.
So if we want to do business with Canada,
yep,
we're best off really to create our own corporation.
Well, no. What's wrong with this one? Yeah, you're already the sole shareholder, and that's the money roll right there. Okay. When you own all the equity, when you've bought all the shares for a corporation, you appoint the people that run the corporation.
Just now I have a question about the actual incorporation.
Yep.
As soon as you incorporate it, you basically, by the way the government portrays it, is you basically gave it to them because it's an entity of itself.
No one owns it.
You understand, you understand
I understand what you're trying to say.
So if you had an incorporation, how do you prove that they don't have any rights to it?
Well, they don't have any rights to it. But there's certain roles that are inherent when creating a trust, because you're giving something to the government. Government's got to give something to you, kind of thing, right? So if you're supposed to perform a duty and they're supposed to perform a duty, equal consideration, all that kind of stuff. Though that question comes into play, but we could presume all we want about what we're supposed to do for the government.
Well, I'll give you an example.
Okay.
So let's say you own a corporation, you are the sole proprietor of it, right? And
You can't be a sole proprietor of a corporation.
Well, you're the full, you're the only stockholder.
Okay, shareholder.
Shareholder.
Yes.
Now, if it's an entity of itself and you created it, right? And you, how do you transfer assets between yourself and the corporation then without Corporation of Canada wanting to get it?
Well, Canada doesn't own any of the stuff. The corporation owns. The corporation owns it itself outright. It's its own legal entity, capable of owning property, capable of buying and selling, capable of carrying on business. That doesn't mean it's carrying on business under Canadian law.
So you just have to dispute that presumption.
Ask them. Don't ask them. Tell them. Say it's and when you're contacting them, you contact them as this guy up here, right? And just ask them. Just say, or tell them, say, hey, as far as I'm aware, I've made a determination that we're not obligated to obey any of your statutes.
Yeah, in the absence of proof to the contrary,
Yeah,
I presume this.
There you go. If you have proof to the contrary, you got 21 days to respond with proof of the claim. Otherwise, you know, what more proof could you need in a court file?
Otherwise, this will be my lawful presumption.
Yep.
You can hold a meeting,
Yep.
shareholders meeting, and you
Yep.
can have that in the minutes.
Are you claiming I am an employee that's obligated to obey the charter of the Corporation of Canada?
They can try and prove
There's a million different ways you could approach this kind of stuff. It's along the same lines of when we talked last week about the NUI course, the claim of rights and stuff like that, about how people were like, and we fell victim to it, 2 years ago or a year ago, we were sending in these massive claim of rights that were, like the only thing that I missed in there was my right to shave, first thing in the morning, kind of like everything was in there. And then we kind of got thinking about the flip side. We're like, well, wait a minute, instead of telling the government everything we feel is our right to do, why don't we just contact them and say, hey, is there something you're claiming I can't do? So now it just became a one-word sentence instead of 30 pages of nonsense that nobody really cares about, because they're not disputing I have human rights, right? That's not even the question. That's not even what you're in court for. If there's been a charge, in the capacity, the role that you were playing when you got pulled over, if you were acting in the capacity of a trustee when you got pulled over, you were breaking one of their statutory obligations. And yeah, the man can be held responsible for that, because that's the position he was playing in the hockey game. He's not going to the penalty box because he violated somebody's human rights. He's going to the penalty box because he broke one of the rules of the game when he was playing a position in hockey. So no human rights were violated, because if you agreed to be an employee, you agreed to abide by employee rules, and if you didn't, you got punished. Unless you weren't one of these guys. It starts to get confusing from there, because people always have like specific questions about things that are not really part of the model, so we could get into some stuff like that. That's it. We'll pause it there, take a break for a few minutes, and then people can ask questions after this. Okay. Well, just anybody, but mostly you want to give notice to the government. So just for the camera, we were just kind of all talking here for a little while off camera, and people were starting to wonder, well, how should we get started in kind of doing some of the things we want to do with the government? And so I was just going to explain that the first starter and the first great thing to do is that if you have a business relationship with the government, you may want to establish your roles. Because if your roles aren't established, then like I keep saying about the dinner scenario, you're just a bunch of people sitting at the dinner table with everybody wondering who's going to pay the bill. So you want to be the guy now that walks in and says, hey, before we have dinner, I just want you guys to know we're all paying our own meals. Okay? So the way to do that with the government is to send them a letter saying, you know what, the birth certificate is the proof that you're the shareholder. That's your receipt. You own all the equity in that name. That's your receipt, period. So you're the sole shareholder down here. You're going to say, yeah, if you guys are disputing the fact that I'm the sole shareholder, feel free to let me know. But as it stands right now, I'm telling you, I am the sole shareholder of And I don't mind using my name, by the way, or I don't mind using the name of my legal person while we're doing this kind of stuff, because if I really feared these guys and I thought they were going to come shoot me or something, everybody's always, oh God, no, I don't want my face online, or I don't want people to know my real name, because, you know, I think they're going to come and kick my door in and beat me and stuff like that. That's insane. Like, it never happens, actually. I was going to say almost never happens. It never happens. I've never actually heard of that happening. Okay? Nobody's actually persecuted because they send stuff to the government. Believe me, if people saw half the stuff I sent to these people, I should be in a wheelchair right now if they actually came and kicked your door in and beat you up for doing that kind of stuff, or if not dead. So it doesn't happen. And I've been pretty belligerent at times. And I've seen some people have seen some of my paperwork, and I'm not. Yeah, I get pretty belligerent with them because I just don't care. I feel bad sometimes even after I send stuff. But anyways, that's irrelevant. So once you've established this, what prevents you from saying, I believe you guys are all, actually there's no comma there. I'm this guy, that's what your letter says. And I believe everybody that works for the government are these guys. That's all of you. If you're claiming something different, let me know. I'm going to give you 21 days. If you don't respond, then you've admitted to being this, which they are. And then you say, and also, just so you know, because I'm the sole shareholder, I want to protect my investment, I'm appointing this guy as the principal administrator of my legal person. He's going to handle all policy because I want to make sure my investment's protected. If you guys are claiming otherwise, you have a different idea, or you're claiming I don't have the right to appoint the director of my legal person, you got 21 days to get back to me with a lawful excuse as to why I can't do that and that I'm full of it and this isn't really what's going on.
Question.
Yes.
Are you purposely writing your name and heading in?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh,
In large and small?
I have to pause for 1 second again. Sorry. Then we'll get back into this. Go again. Okay, we're back. You asked if there's a reason why I'm changing the spelling of my name.
Specifically using all caps.
Yes.
Upper portion of that word, and you're using small and large.
Yes.
Or large and small.
This is the name of the legal person. This is the person, legal person with corporation, capital N. That is the legal person. That is the trust. If you want to call it a trust, call it a trust. If you want to call it an estate, call it an estate. It's a legal person. It's the best thing to call it. It's the most applicable. So that's the birth certificate name, is the legal person. It creates an identity. And that's what we talked about before. And in that identity, there's different roles, just like a chess game, right? The game's called chess. In it, there's pieces that have different names, but what's more important is what function those pieces carry out, right? So the sole shareholder is the guy that put all the equity into everything. Grantor, if it's trust law. The grantor is appointing this guy.
That's the real guy.
Yeah, and I like to say sole shareholder because corporate law is easier to explain than trust law. There's trust handbooks that are this thick, and you could almost come up with anything from reading half the crap in there, right? Like, it's just unbelievable complicated. Even Weiss's trust handbook, which is a handbook. A lot of people read that and they're like, huh? You just can't understand it. You're not going to walk into court either. And it's the same thing as the UCC argument that people like to do. You know, there's all sorts of people learning UCC, and they're going to go into court and they're just going to have at it with that judge in UCC law. What a bunch of nonsense. You cannot possibly argue UCC law in a court with a judge. And it's irrelevant. It actually has no real bearing on what's going on. It does, but it doesn't. I mean, it's an art. Why make it a complicated argument out of a simple argument? And this is very simple. You have shareholders. Everybody knows corporate law. Everybody knows that shareholders appoint directors. And if the director's not doing their job and they're not getting the return on their investment they're like, and they don't like the policies the directors are doing, or the directors are stealing so much money from the corporation that it's insolvent, then they vote them out. They get rid of them and they put somebody in that is going to make them money on their investment. So that's where the true seat of power comes from, and that's who you are, and that's what the birth certificate is. That's why it's such an important document. It's a receipt for the investment, which makes you the shareholder. There's probably a million different terms for it, but I like describing it that way because it's easy to understand. Everybody can understand that they're a shareholder. It's simple. And it's simple to understand that the shareholders appoint the director. The only reason I put my name there is because it actually it identifies me a little bit more clearly, right? The man. I'm the man that's acting in the role of director, administrator. I mean, a director directs movies, right? Who walks in and tells the director he's doing a shitty job and replaces him? Nobody except the people funding the movie. You're doing an absolutely awful job of Transformers 3. We're replacing you. You ruined the whole damn movie. You're fired. Who else does that to the director of a movie? Nobody. Except these guys.
But he's playing it to the best.
And the director has a whole bunch of employees. So that's the easiest terms to explain what's going on. And what was the reason we started bringing this up again? Oh yeah, that's because that's why you want to contact. It's a lot easier to clarify what's going on before you run into problems. Because clarifying what's going on when you're at the cashier trying to decide who's going to pay for the meals and get in an argument is too late. That's when it gets messy. And people are pissed off, and a couple have left already, and I'm getting stuck with the bill, and holy geez, people are mad. You know, like that's just not the way to do it. Before you're sitting down, hey, you know what? Before we even go for dinner, I'm going to pay for the meal, or we all pay for our own meals. Like, just get the terms of your business arrangement, which is what that is when you're going for dinner. It's just a microcosm of something that you could, extend to every situation in life. Just get it out there first. Contact them and say, hey, I just wanted to clarify something. Because I got this birth certificate right here. And it's my understanding that I'm this guy. Correct me if I'm wrong. And it's also my understanding that because I'm this guy, I'm appointing this guy. Because it's my investment. And if I'm this guy and I'm appointing this guy, that kind of really only leaves you guys. So it's my understanding that that's who you guys are. Correct me if I'm wrong. If they don't correct you, then you're not wrong. File that in court, in the court record. That one document, it could be 4 lines long, and send it from this guy. Because you're not in court because of rights, but it's got nothing to do with human rights. Nothing. You could basically equate court to almost like a boardroom, except there's no board of directors there at all, or a meeting of the trustees, an employee meeting.
So you would draft a document outlining these facts. And
Yeah.
you would appoint the
Yep.
human
Well, they're not.
Dean Clifford as director, and you would do it on behalf of Dean Clifford, all caps, legal person.
'Cause it's a corporation.
And you would sign it as authorized representative by,
No, I would sign as director.
as director.
That's the seat of power.
Okay.
And the only person that can remove you from the seat of power is this guy. And who's this
One
guy?
of the major shareholders, so
No one can remove you from your seat. Not even a judge.
Sucks to be them at that point. Because now they're regulated to this. That's all they got left. And that is who they are. They're public employees. That I can get into much more detail about how the whole thing works, but this just keeps it so simple you can't not understand it. Yes. And that's what's going on. So the man is irrelevant. What role are you playing? In fact, if somebody ever asked you who you are, you never have to answer more than man.
I'm the director.
Yeah, or I'm the director. Well, director of what? Well, who are you looking for? Bah! They get mad at that point. They don't like that. You know, well, I'm, you know, what's your name? Well, man. No, what's your real name? Are you saying I'm not a man? Like, what are you? Are you challenging me to a fight? Are you questioning my manhood, or are you saying I'm not a member of mankind? Like, yeah, like where are we going with this, right? And they're like, they don't like that kind of stuff. Like, so are you saying I'm not a man? You know, and you're required of this and blah 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 and yada yada, the whole 9 yards and this and that. And you say, oh well, I've got a legal person. You know, or not even say I've got a legal person. Just say, are you looking for the legal person? You can say that. And they may say, yeah. You know, and that's when I showed some people over there like the ID that I'm kind of toying with for no other purpose and just I want to see what happens and you actually get pulled over with it. But I've got I think I've very clearly established the roles with the government between me and myself. And the same, and actually what you just said there also about when you contact the government and you basically state the fact that this and that and the other, okay, that's not a fact yet. That's a presumption. It's not a fact until both parties agree. So if they're going to dispute your claim, they've got a chance to dispute it. If they don't, by default, it now becomes a fact because they've agreed by not disputing your claim. That is what makes a fact. So now that and then once you default them, you send them a certificate of default. If you ever had another court charge, ever, you just take those two papers, the first one and the notice of default, and you go and you put copies of those right into the court file. And you can even draw up a little order. And that's why basically in a chain of command, you've got these guys down here. So if a judge issues an order and he's an employee, who can overrule the judge? Director. Overruled. You've been charged with, you know, the legal person's been charged with blah, 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 blah. Overruled. Signed, director. Who's going to dispute that now? Who's got more authority? Because we all know there's no real injured party in a statutory offense. It's just codes that these guys are supposed to follow. And if they don't get this guy to show up, I don't know how many stories I've heard of people that walk into court and just say, I'm just the beneficiary. And they sit in the back and the court's like, oh, all right, just sit back there and be the beneficiary then. You have no voice, just sit back there. And then they may all try to offer you something after they find the person guilty. You know, there's a guy in Saskatchewan I know that used to do that. He just sit in the back of the courtroom, and when they say, well, so and so, I had to find, they'll say you guilty or whatever, and it doesn't matter. He'd be like, yeah. He goes, okay, whatever, I don't care. I'm just a beneficiary. I'm not liable for anything anyways. And then as soon as they say, well, the Crown has asked for, this amount of money, you say, good, tell them to pay it. Ah! You know, that's when the shit starts. So, yeah, it's over at that point, and they know it. Yep. And that once you understand the roles here, chess becomes an awful lot easier.
Yeah, especially when you know the side that you're just talking about.
Exactly. Yeah.
They try to flip the coin. Okay, fine. If that's where you want to do the pay.
There you go. Exactly. Yep. Yeah. Because it
Jesus, more money they scammed off us.
Yep. So I don't know. I don't know if there's any more questions about that, but so it's a lot easier to preemptively contact them and establish the roles instead of showing up for court for the first time and getting into a shouting match with the justice.
Could you not submit that before court?
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
As soon as you get a promise to appear or something, it should be good.
That's personally what I more so believe administrative remedy is before this meeting that's going to take place for all these guys right here. Yeah, like you can consider the court the upper management of the trustees, but you're still on the board of directors. So if the courtroom is like a meeting of upper management, and they're holding this meeting, and you're going to show up there, and they don't know who you are. Well, damn rights, I'd have you arrested too. Like, who are you, right? So establish who you are, and if you really want to still go there, by all means, but just let them know you're coming. Let them know who you are, and that you're going to be showing up. They don't like surprises, because you might just find that it'll disappear before you get there, because they don't like stuff on.
Without specifically saying that you're the shareholder and director, right? Without actually saying that, just holding your ground and not allowing them to do it.
You can't establish your authority without letting them know who you are. I'm not even sure how you would do that. It'd be like a French commander showing up on the English lines, and just starting to order people around without clarifying, without saying what his authority is.
Command that
Right?
the guy's on his way.
Like, that's why people in the military, it's like, what his authority is. You always know what somebody's authority is by whatever hat, their clothing, their badge, whatever. Well, ours is going to be paperwork.
But once you've responded to something like a promise to appear, if you're wishing to sort of sign it in the first place, except under duress.
Yep.
Sending something like that, they're not going to want to see you in court that day.
Yep. You know what though? There's once you understand the power structure here, there's any number of ways to deal with a ticket. They're not going to like it. Don't do it at the side of the road. I mean, unless you don't have no license and they're arresting you in the whole 9 yards. I usually just go with it, like I did last time. And I didn't go with it. They had to smash my window out. But then I was being peaceful. And as soon as they smashed the window out, they're like, "Are you gonna come?" Because I didn't even give them a name. They wouldn't actually do anything to me. They just smashed out the window and they opened the truck and they're like, "Are you gonna come peacefully now?" I said, "I've been being peaceful the whole time. You guys are the ones just smashed my window out. Wouldn't prove any of your authority, right?" Well, they're like, get out kind of thing. And I said, "Are you going to physically harm me if I don't?" And they said, "Yes, we are. We're going to place you under arrest." So I'm like, "Well, if you're going to harm me, then I guess I'll just come along with you, but it's not willingly." What's that?
You don't have to be harmed even if they arrest you. It's still an unlawful arrest.
Yeah, I just didn't want to be actually physically grabbed and beaten again. So
You register your vehicle if you don't have a current driver's license.
register it. Who registered?
Was your vehicle registered?
At the time, yeah, because I was registered it to my numbered company, I believe, my corporation. So my construction company was still registered under that.
Okay, but they've still, to date, I believe, when you register a vehicle, any vehicle, they want to see you provide a current driver's license. No.
Not if it's for a construction company. Nope.
Really?
Absolutely not. And not only that, but because I was driving with a plate, just because I didn't want to be hassled for a while, because I really hated every time they impound my vehicles, I sent them a notice. The Attorney General, he gets stuff from me all the time. I'm sure I'm not on his Christmas card list, but I let him know exactly what I was going to be doing. I'm not coy about this stuff. Let them know exactly what you're doing, and you say if you guys have a problem with it, then you respond to me in writing.
See what they've done in Alberta now. It doesn't matter whether it's private or commercial vehicle. They are attaching a driver's license
To everything, yep.
to the registration.
Even better reason for, yeah, it's an even better reason for people just to get accustomed to contacting government, asserting their status, and not driving with a plate anymore at all. Period.
You can argue it well, even under the Minnesota Highway Traffic Act, you can get an exemption to drive for a driver.
I don't care about I don't need their exemption or care about it. Yeah, they need my exemption.
If you take off a plate, then you're inviting them to pull you over.
It is, but here's the thing. I like to put a plate on that has some identifying marks, so that when they run the plate number, they know it's me. Well, yeah, so I got my own digit. I think I've shown people, we've got a couple of different plates. Right, so I had this one made up, and I sent them notice, and I said, when I'm driving around, you're going to see this plate. It's got my numbers on it, and these identify my property, and the notice has gone into them, right? And there's a fee schedule attached to me when I'm in this, and that's the best reason for it. If you see this number and you pull me over, it costs this much, because you have no reason to pull me over. I'm not performing a function of government. I'm not a government agent. I'm just me.
It establishes the link.
It establishes status, number one,
That's right.
and it establishes a fee schedule, number two. They should know just by seeing this that I'm obviously not something under their jurisdiction.
That's what I'm getting at. Just
Yes.
by being able to pull up and bring up that file.
Yes.
That's connected to that statement that was sent to the government official.
Yes. So I do believe that, there has to be some order to these kind of things. Yeah, and that is my identifying marks, right? So if I get in an accident, I hit somebody, someone writes my plate number down and says, this car just fled the scene of an accident, right? Well, I've let you guys know what my numbers are. You know where I am. You know where my place of business is. You can get in contact. I'm not trying. In fact, I'm trying to be helpful. I'm trying to really be, this is where to get a hold of me. This is my place of business. Here's my mailing address. It's all linked to the legal person.
Okay, how's your liability handled?
What's that?
It doesn't need to be. He
don't
owns
have
full
any-
liability through.
What happened? Hello? Hello? Testing
One
one,
sec.
2, 3. Can
One
you hear
sec.
me?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna
So,
ask you some questions anyway about this.
okay. Let me just, share screen. Hold on.
You know, I waved my hand in front of the guy, and the guy didn't even call me either.
What's that?
I said I waved my hand to talk to the guy, and the guy just ignored me.
Okay,
Alright.
so,
You
all
ready?
right. Yep, fire away.
So what he's saying is, apparently you can do the same thing in America as well as because they're both the same law. But if you go in front of the judge, they ask your name, just say, "Hey, you know, my name is Man." No, we want your real name. My real name is Man. Do you have identification? No, my name is Man.
No, it's
Those-
not about what your name is. It's about what capacity or status you're operating as, what position you are, what's your
Well, what-
authority level, what's your rank in the
I have
corporate
no authority. No, I'm
structure.
just a regular person that works. How would you say that?
Okay, but you're there for a hearing of the corporate structure or the legal person called your name in all capital letters or whatever that's registered with the government. That's what's being called. They're not actually calling you as an individual. They're just calling a hearing for that a matter hearing for that account, that corporation. So when that happens,
Go on.
you go you what you need to do is establish what position you are in that in the corporate structure. What position are you at that given moment? And what position were you at the given moment of whenever there was a claim or a claim of injury or whatever, which is what they're trying to do. They're trying to claim that there's an injury. The cop pulls you over, wants to write you a ticket or whatever for a violation of some policy in that corporate structure. And if you are acting as a trustee or an employee at the time, and you did something against a contractual obligation, then you're the lowest rank in the corporation at that time. They have they're completely in the proper position to do so.
And why are they in that proper position to do so? What am I doing wrong that they allows them to cite me or arrest me or I have to pay a bill, a fine?
You aren't rebutting the presumption that you're an employee. It's being presumed that you're the employee of the corporation. If you're the employee, guess what your position of power is in a corporation?
Nothing.
How much power do you have as an employee? Right.
Nothing. No
Right.
rights or nothing. Okay.
Right. So it doesn't matter what your name is or whatnot. It's all about your position. If you're the CEO, how much power do you have?
Everything.
Not
Other than
everything, but
shareholders. Other than
yeah,
shareholders.
other than the shareholder. That's right.
But what I'm saying is, if I get arrested,
Mhm.
they ask for my name. I just tell them I don't have a license. Who are you? Well, it's none of your
No,
business.
it's yeah. There you go. It's not. You don't have a license. It doesn't matter. It's if you're operating under the license right now, because that's what licensees do. That's what employees do. If an employee wants to do something through a business, do they need to get permission from somebody?
During the time that he's working, you mean?
Correct.
Yeah, you gotta have permission.
Absolutely. That's what a license is permission. So if you get asked for your license, well, show me your permission right now. Show me your permission slip that claims that is evidence on the record for me that you're operating as an employee right now. And if you do it, if you produce it, you're producing evidence against yourself. You're testifying against yourself that you're operating as an employee. You're done at that point.
Well, you're done if you're tell them forget about it. I don't want to hear it. Well, I want your ID. You drive without an ID, it's none of your business. None of your business. Come on out of the car. Like Joe Cool said, come out of the car. I want to talk to you. You're arrested.
Blow me.
Well, you had to like, yeah. It's just.
If you went to, well, we'll use his example again. If you went to Microsoft and started to demand to Bill Gates while he was CEO, he's not anymore. Started making commands for Bill Gates to perform, like he was some member of the staff, and you were the CEO. What kind of response do you think you would get?
He's the staff and.
No, if you went to Microsoft when Bill Gates was still the CEO of Microsoft.
Oh, he was the CEO.
Microsoft.
Okay.
Yeah, at that time, right? You walked into Microsoft, right, and you started dictating orders to Bill Gates as if he was an employee and as if you were the CEO. What kind of response do you think you would get?
You tell me to go bite myself.
Yeah, he'd tell you to go fuck yourself, right? Why?
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Because he's really the CEO, right?
Right.
So it's all about standing your ground and capacity when it comes to that. Now, here's the thing. This is the way it'll pan out when people are acting in honor, because this is what's really going on here. But the problem that you're going to have sometimes is that the system itself that you're operating through when you're dealing with these opponents of yours, they're not operating through in an honorable capacity. They're trying to con you. They're trying to trick you. So you need to remain honorable first and foremost. That's why you want to make sure that you're clear and you're not operating through any contractual arrangements, and you're truly not guilty of any accusations at that time. Otherwise, they got you by the balls. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get you to confess. Now, if you're not confessing and they still want to force you at that given time, well, let's use another analogy here. Back to the Bill Gates and Microsoft. You walk into Microsoft and you have a gun, and now you start commanding Bill Gates to perform like he's your bitch. Now what needs to happen?
What needs to happen is somebody be forced to be out, taking my gun away, or I'll be taking his life away. One of the two.
Bingo.
If he doesn't comply.
Bingo. Because now it's not about an honorable engagement anymore. Now it's an act of tyranny. It's an act of war. Somebody wants to force you to comply against your will. It's not about any contractual obligations. It's outside of that now. It's outside of business. Somebody wants to force you to be an employee outside of business hours. Are you kidding me?
So what I'm trying to get this thing down pat here. You just, it seems like you're talking around circles a little bit, but I know you're saying what you want to say that makes sense to you. But what you're saying is if I'm driving and if I'm not working, I'm not in the commerce, there's not a damn thing they can do to me because I'm not making any money. I'm not working.
If you are not working as an employee that has a contractual obligation
To
of
what?
some sort,
That's upset.
if they're making a claim, right, and you have some sort of contractual obligation that is legitimate.
Oh man. Okay. I just.
such as if you produce the driver's license that they're asking for, does it not have a big contract with terms of service attached to it?
Correct. That's right. When I
Okay. If you produce that, you're saying, yes, I'm operating under this capacity right now. You're admitting on record that everything under that terms of service right now, you're binded to. They've got you. If you violated anything in the terms of service there, then absolutely they are honorable in holding you accountable for those violations.
All right. So how would you get out of that situation to tell them that I don't want to be involved in your contract? I don't want nothing to do with your government.
Remain vigilant at your position here as CEO.
So
act like you're the CEO. You're not a bitch. You're not the employee. You don't. Do CEOs need to have a license to drive in their own building? Do they need a license to go into certain rooms?
Well, no, they don't. But this is trying to explain to an officer. This is
You don't need
my
to.
land.
You don't need to. Do CEOs need to explain to their employees anything about how they function and what they do?
No, the CEO. They are the ones.
That's right. It's all about
shareholders.
It's all about the position of authority you make a standing in. You got to stand your ground in that position of authority. They can fuck off. They're just a little minion. They're a little employee. Fire the bitch. They get out of here. What they're trying to do is they're trying to put you underneath, right? They're trying to get you to produce evidence right away, right from the get-go. That's the first thing they want. That's why it's so important, right? Establish your name and position here. Give me your license, registration, and insurance. All those 3 forms of solid documentation that puts you completely on the record right there as an employee, an agent employee for the government.
So what do I do? Just say nothing? Just stare at them? Don't say a word?
Mirror the question. What's your name and rank? What's your name and badge number?
Okay.
Get him to confess on record immediately that he's the agent, he's the employee, and then tell him to fuck off. That's what you do. And make sure you're recording it.
Oh, yeah, definitely, yeah.
And watch how fast that changes everything. What's your name and badge number? And there's all kinds of other things. You got to learn how to play the game a little bit, right? There's things that they're doing in their own policy that they're violating their own policy violations. You can use that a little bit, right? I was telling that to Smiler earlier. They don't always light you up, right? But if they light you up, that's a felony. If there was no actual emergency, by their own books in their own policy, that's a felony, right? Put that on record. Ask it, why did you put your lights on? What's the emergency? They know. Do you know that's a felony? You really want to continue this? We're going to hold you accountable to this, right? It's on record here. I'm recording this, by the way. That's a felony in your own policy, in your own charter, or in Canada, in the United States. I don't know what the document is called. I'd have to look it up, but I know it's a
Your own
felony in the United
laws.
States as well. Yeah, your own laws, right?
Yeah.
Right, by your own book. And that's a felony. That's mandatory minimum 2 years prison. You sure you want to go down this path?
Well, see, this what throws me off a little bit, Guru. By law, and I showed it out there today or the last stream, that the cops have no right to even protect us.
No, they have no responsibility to protect you.
Us. Yeah. I mean, why are they coming after us with a car?
Dollar sign.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah. So I mean, they're breaking their own law that way.
Yeah, but they're entitled to do so when they're acting in their own capacity with their own corporate structure. They can do that. And if you have a contractual obligation of some sort that binds you to them and puts them in that position above you, absolutely, you better be a man of honor and abide
So
by
if I
it.
don't, if I don't show them the license, no registration, no insurance, I don't answer questions, sir. You know, what's your badge and number? You know, do you know who I am? I'm
Yeah.
your CEO.
Yeah, there you go. Here's another one, right? You don't say I'm your CEO, you say, because it's of the account. Really, is what's going on here. You're the administrator of the account, not this fucker who's trying to pull you over and have court on the side of the road. Here's another one. They ask you a question of any sort. Did you get the memo? No. Did you get the email? No. Then it's none of your fucking business, is it? Because if it was, you would have been told. I use that one all the time.
Damn, I'm gonna have to really I'm gonna have to find out anything in YouTube to see how this is working, so I can get an idea more. You know.
Sure. There's tons of examples. Yeah. And that's how I got the confidence, right? I watched a lot of people and parts here and there, thousands of videos, right? Pulling out different strategies. And it's like Kung Fu. You've got to rehearse yourself, right? So you got it's a programming thing. And so that you're prepared. And this is the thing. The element of surprise is the most powerful weapon in any war game, right? And they're always trying to catch you off guard, because when you're off guard, that's it. You know, you're going to flub, you're going to this, you're going to that. So it's real important to rehearse yourself, but don't worry if you fuck up, because you could easily, you've got them real easy. Number one is they don't have any script for what we're talking about here, because so few people even know about that, even know that this is going on, that they're just so used to getting away with this day in and day out. And all of a sudden somebody comes along and there's a challenge here at this level. They don't know what to do. And they really don't want to put themselves in a real predicament like that, right? Where they're totally liable like that. Ultimately, at the end, they want to walk away from that. And again, it's about money. So here, remember this key. If you can remember this key, this will help you out a lot. If it becomes a liability for them to pursue you financially, in other words, there's a net loss financially at the end, you're going to go home and eat dinner and everything's going to be fine, because they don't have the incentive to pursue you. That's their main incentive, right? They want to collect revenue. So make it a headache for them, right? Make it a bitch for them. Make them suffer the consequence for even thinking of pulling you over at all whatsoever, right? Make them go the fucking distance, and you know, when you're in the position of authority, you have no, only an employee bows to a commanding officer, right? Manager, right? So don't act like an employee at all. If he says suck my dick, you say go fuck yourself. Suck mine. You know, What the hell you think you're talking about? You ready to get fired? I'm going to fire you real fucking quick here. And
Where you going? Where you going to? Your mother's house. We're going.
right, and because you're on the job here, you're on the clock, right? Getting paid by tax dollars. That's tax fraud, right? You're what's the technical word for that? You're embezzling the company right now. Put that on record, right? Because that's what they're doing. They got no business fucking pulling you over to begin with. As a commanding officer, as the CEO here, the employee is trying to overthrow you.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to study this. I'm getting more and more about it. I understand a little bit more now. I'm the administrator. I'm the boss. I'm your boss. Why did you stop me? That's how they do it too. The courts, like a lawyer gets stopped
That's
or
right.
a prosecutor. Hey, why you stop
That's
me?
what it
Well,
is.
I'm your boss. Yeah, and then they would take off. Yeah. I got
Watch this video, 100 times until it sinks in. You're asking the right question, by the way. I just want to put that there,
I mean, I'm
And
getting better.
oh yeah, absolutely. My response is in an effort to put it as clear as possible.
Boy, there's a lot to learn to this shit. Wow.
It seems like it. It seems like it. But if you have the fundamental correct, that it's really about what capacity. That's why I was talking to you about this. We were having this discussion last time and then a bit the time before that. It's not about the name. It's nothing to do with that. It's everything to do with where you're operating, what your position is in a hockey game. Left wing, center, right? Referee, goalie. That's what counts.
I
Right?
remember
Is
that.
that's where your standing is. Okay. So my position in the game is CEO, shareholder, and administrator of the hockey league. That's my position. Now try and tell me what to do with the league.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care where you are. After that, I got the highest rank here. The referees are nothing. They're peons compared to. They better listen to what I say about how the rules are conducted here, right? So it's all about authority. Standing your ground is a position of authority. He who writes the rules rules the roost. Be your own authority, or somebody else surely will do that for you. That's what's going on here. And kind of rightly so, because most people have failed to establish their position of authority for so long that these employees are left to clean up the mess and kind of rule the roost. It's kind of like a household where the parents went on vacation for too long and the children were kind of looking around and going, well, I guess we got to be the parents around here. And then after so many years, the parents come home and it's like, who are you? There's confusion going on, right? Well, of course there is. They don't even recognize you anymore. And maybe at first when you say, I'm the fucking man in the household here, there might be a little temper tantrum. What are you talking about? I've been the man of the house for the last 18 years around. I don't think so. I've got all the equity in the house. Now get out. You've had a free lunch for a little while here. Not anymore.
Wow. Okay, I understand. I'm getting it more and more each time I get talk to you. I'm getting it now.
Starting to
I just
clear,
gotta
yeah.
act. Yeah, I gotta.
Yes,
do the
it's
role.
all an act. It's a
Yeah.
role play. That's all it is, right? Everybody's acting here, right? Acting under that's why they're wearing a costume, right? They're acting as an agent, and you're an agent, right? And it's a meeting of the minds here. It's a meeting of the agents. And before any business can be conducted, there better be the stage better be set clear as to what position each person. And if that's not clear, people are going to start making presumptions incorrectly, and that's what's going on. And what happens is the people like yourself are getting railroaded because you're not rebutting the presumptions. You're just remaining this sort of out at sea character here that just is kind of lost. And so when that happens, the children are rubbing their hands together going, oh fuck, boy, I'm gonna have a heyday with this one. It's like an insane person that has no clue. They don't have the capacity to govern themselves anymore. Well, boy, I'm gonna have a heyday governing the roost with this person. You're an imposter now. I get to put you in a cage. And in fact, I'm doing you a favor because without me, you would be lost. You would drown at sea, you know, I've got liability for this. So you got to do as I say around here. No questions asked. That's the presumption they have over you. When you don't make the position clear that you're operating under the authoritative position here, and they're not.
That's because we got indoctrinated believing in their system.
Correct.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Correct. And again, ignorance is no excuse to the law, right?
Mm-hmm.
In reality, not the law of like man-made fiction. In reality, that law, ignorance is no excuse. Just because you didn't know you're going to get electrocuted when you stuck scissors in a wall outlet doesn't excuse you from the consequence of that. The consequence still happens. It's no excuse. The same thing. So yeah, it was a frauded position. You got put into a corner without your awareness. Well, we're shining the light on that now. Is what's going on. And of course, they're going to not like that so much, right? They're going to have a little bit of a temper tantrum sometimes, as children do who can't get their way. But what does a parent do when their child is having a temper tantrum and they can't get their way? What does a proper parent do? Yeah, get in the. You're grounded. Get in the fucking room and lock the door. Right? Yeah. So, and this is what people aren't doing. They keep delegating that position of authority away. The same oppressor. What a joke, right? Isn't that what people are doing? Well, I'm going to call your brothers and arrest you. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Right. We'll let the judge decide that. Well, like you're supposed to be the judge here. You're the authority. See, they can't, by their own rules, be judge, jury, and execution. But guess who can?
Me.
You. You have all the authority. You write the rules. If you want to be judge, jury, and executioner on the side of the road, have at her. There's nobody above you that can tell you otherwise. You don't have any other extracurricular rules unless if you want to have extra. And if you're writing them all, isn't that a beautiful position? I get to write any rule that I want. My rule is you can go fuck yourself. How about that?
I'll tell you what, he might be pissed off, but I'll be smiling when he walks back to his car and takes off.
Of course, right? You know,
he's at night.
he's pouting because he didn't get his little cookie, right? The little paycheck or the little little what do you call it? Fine or whatever that he wanted to. He's pouting, right? He didn't get to dip his hand in the cookie jar. Oh, boo-hoo. Or you. You didn't fucking deserve it anyway.
That's all they do anyway. They sit there on the side of the road and wait for somebody to make a mistake. They don't look for crime. They look for revenue.
Yeah, they're looking to make money. Even when there's real crime, they're still looking for a way to make money off of it. They're not there out of their kindness of their heart, right? They're there to make money. That's why it's called a job.
Wow.
It shouldn't be hard for people to fathom that part. You know, they're not volunteers. You know, I'll show you who the real cops are. People like Joe Cool, right? That's a real cop. I mean, he might make a little bit of extra revenue off of a YouTube or whatever, but that's not the real motivation there.
No, I understand it. I do understand it. Joe Cool does it to help people. Yeah.
Yeah. And like what I'm doing, right? You know, that this is real authoritative position. Not what they're doing. They are acting commissioners. And when there's nobody else around that's challenging that whatsoever, guess who wins the game here by default?
They do.
They do. Rightly so, because nobody else is picking up the role of authority. And by default, in your house, who has the position of authority? Who has the responsibility and obligation of authority?
Me.
You. And so what happens if you go on vacation with a blank of an extended period of time, no return date?
Things are going to fall apart.
Of course. And anybody who's around is probably going to go party time.
Yeah,
right?
oh, yeah. Probably has squatters.
That's what's happened. Everybody's having a party at your expense because you left. You left the position of authority and he never made a claim that I'm back.
Basically, that's what's going on with the American people. They're just accepting it. They're not taking authority.
Take the word American people out of there. That's what's going across the board worldwide.
Well, yeah, I say America because I'm so used to it. To show people, you know what I'm doing. But yeah, I just.
Yeah, but
right.
seriously though, everywhere I go, because a lot of people ask me that, well, what happens when you go to North Korea? It's still the same thing. It's a corporation, right? My freedom goes, my position of authority follows me wherever my feet go. It doesn't change. A lot of people are like, well, go to China and do that. No problems. Why wouldn't I do that? It has nothing to do with the place, has everything to do with status. Well, who gets to decide what your status is? The government?
No. I'm responsible for myself, regardless. The government ain't going to do shit for me but take my money and act like they're going to do something. You know, that's exactly what's going on. They act.
They actually will be more of your servant if you take that authoritative position. But they shouldn't have to do that either. They're not responsible to do your laundry for you. And you're not responsible to do their laundry for them. And that's what people need to get.
But if you see them on TV, oh, we're going to do your laundry, we're going to wash your dog, just give us your taxes, and what a bunch of bullshit.
That's called Sales 101. They're doing an excellent job at producing revenue for the corporation. That's what a good corporate staff does, is they produce revenue for their shareholders. They're paid to do that, right? You don't have to be a customer. Never forget that. You're not obligated to be a customer or an employee for anybody. But by default, you have an obligation to be your own responsible for yourself, your own authority. You do. But you also have a choice in the matter. With that authority, you can delegate that away to other people. Guess what happens when you do that?
That's a good question. What would have won?
You become their bitch because you gave them the authority over you.
Oh, I see. Okay, I'm thinking something different. Okay.
But that was your authority that did that. You handed your power over. You say, okay, you get to parent over me. Okay.
Like a power of attorney.
Right.
Okay.
That's another way of putting it. Absolutely. Right. It's all just different semantics for the same thing. And there might be some times where that's actually an intelligent position to do. For example, when you're green in somebody's very experienced, you might want to, well, maybe it's better if this guy here, I'll just let the master here kind of have the wing on this one for a little while until I get the hang of it, right? Let's let him, act better on my behalf because I'm like a child. I haven't learned this stuff. So yeah, it's in my best interest to do so. If I can trust the individual, sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's some times where that's appropriately called for, right? But all the time, and when you don't say, no, that's not how that works, right? But it will be presumed that you are a child in a house when you haven't been there to upkeep the house until you make your stance and rebut that presumption and stand as the equitable owner Should.
I even hated authority when I was in the service, but I had to listen to them because I was under a contract.
You signed up for it. You see,
Yeah.
you gave your
Oh,
position away. You said, "Be my, I'm here to be your bitch."
Bitch.
That's what
and
you
I
did.
was. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Boy, some of the shittiest jobs they put me. Oh man, I was so.
Right.
And I had to bite my tongue, you know. But when I
And
come out of the
thank
service,
you for your service. Right.
yeah, yeah. Oh man, I'll never go back there again. But it was a good education. I
bet it was of what not to do.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
So,
Stay away from
like that, this is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to give that same level of education of what not to do anymore. And it's pretty much replacing what not to do that shows what to do. If you understand where your actual position is by default, it's what you're not doing that's getting you in trouble. You're not acting like an adult here. That's what this is all about. It's time to grow up and act like an adult.
So basically, what I'm doing is I'm following the law, which I don't have to. I don't have to really
Yes,
follow, unless I'm not
that's
killing
right.
somebody.
It's not your but that's not a law. That's just that's where you have your own set of parameters for moral compass, and we talk about that too. I'm setting the way for how do you function then if you don't have those boundaries, right? Simple. One simple rule of thumb: do no harm. Do no harm. Do anything you want, but do no harm. Cause no loss, injury. Right. That's the first thing, and the second thing is how do you determine when an actual harm or crime has been done? When there's an actual victim. Very simple. Called corpus delicti. So if somebody was harmed, then there was an injury, and now you need to rectify that. Reconcile with your adversary and do it man to man. Fuck the state. Who are they? Who are they? They're not involved in your business. Why do you want to get them involved in your?
They take money anyway. You pay for the court costs and everything else.
Right.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Right.
That's
for something that you could have remedied with your adversary yourself.
Mm-hmm.
What did you need an arbitrator for? That's what children do. We're not responsible. We can't figure out how to manage our affairs. Can you come in, mom and daddy, and be our arbitrator and be the judge of, what should happen here? That's what children do, right? And of course, if you're going to do that, they're not going to work for free. They're completely entitled to be compensated for that. And probably most of it, because you should at this point not be as full-fledged adult. You should not be acting this way.
Actually, it's a new type of living is what it is for me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
a new
absolutely.
type of living.
Yeah, it should be a breath of fresh air when it's really understood. Holy, you mean I really don't have these bullshit fake laws? They do exist, just not for you. They exist for the people who are in that corporation.
Who believe.
Yes. Or who have a real contractual obligation to it, that are operating that contract at that moment. That's what it boils down to. That's why I say many times, I might still have at this point they're long expired, but there's still documentation that from time ago, exists on record that I haven't nullified. State-tied documentation. I don't give a shit. I don't care. That can stay there forever because I'm not operating through those agreements at any given time, unless for some reason, for a moment, it would benefit me. I get to decide that, right? And if I do so, it's nobody else's business but mine. I don't have to tell anybody. It's up to me what capacity, if I make a company, do I have to tell anybody that I'm the CEO today or I'm the chairman today?
Nope.
Do I have to ask anybody's permission?
Nope.
Whose permission do I need?
Yours.
Mine. Nobody else's. So, do I get to write the laws of my corporation?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Right?
You can do whatever you want to do. It's your
Yes.
corporation.
That's my corporation. Okay. And that's all that's going on here. The state is a corporation that writes laws for that corporation that the people who have a contract operate through so that they mitigate liability. And if you understand how a corporation works, that's what a constitution is. It's the first document that you write up for a corporation that outlines the obligations, first and foremost, for the officers, and second of all, the directional focus, the basic focus of function of the corporation. That's what a constitution is. And that applies only to those people who are involved in the corporation that can create liability so that it mitigates that liability so that it's not a burden to the shareholders. That's all that is. So yeah, the employees of a corporation are bound. That's the Constitution puts boundaries around the employees so that it mitigates the liability risk. You have to do this and do this and pledge an allegiance to that Constitution. If I'm going to hire you here, pledge an allegiance, right? That's like a handshake. Yes, you're going to honor that so that I have a proper position of liability here. I'm assuming that liability, and I can do so knowing that I'm entrusting you that you're going to follow this. That's the agreement. I'll assume that liability if you agree to follow these rules outlined in the Constitution. That's what that's all about.
Something just dawned on me. No wonder we have so much corruption.
It looks like corruption, but it's not. What's corrupt is when you, as an employee, if you're operating as an employee, go, I have the power here. That's corrupt. You're trying to overthrow the corporation. And that's what a lot of people are doing. They're getting lost. They're getting caught up, thinking, wait a second, they're confused. It's all dyslexia. The corrupt one is the employee here who doesn't know any better. You're the corrupt one because you're naive. You see, you've been corrupted. You have to uncorrupt yourself.
Well, what I mean by corruption, I mean, there's so much corruption. They're taking money from us because we're naive, but they're giving it to the shareholders because they don't want to get fired. I'm getting it. Yep.
Well, mostly it's that because that's what they've been hired to do. That's their position, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they haven't been hired to take money from shareholders. They haven't been hired to take money from CEOs.
Mm-hmm.
There is your ding ding moment right there. What are you doing pulling me over? I'm a CEO, you fucking criminal. Get the hell out of here. That's not what we hired you to do. Oh, sorry. I thought you were an employee. I don't care what you thought. Now they're the naive one. Now they're the delusional.
Oh, I'm going to test that one of these days. I'm going to do it just purposely. I'm going to do something wrong to see if they pull over, see what happens. When my wife's not in the car.
That's what I did. Once I started figuring this stuff out, I started rubbing my hands. I'm like, oh wow, we can have some fun with this shit. And I did. I had a lot of fun. I told you some of the stories. I bought lemon cars on purpose because I know what. Remember that rule of thumb, right? If they look at you as a net loss at the end of the day, then they basically don't want to touch you with a 10-foot pole. Well, a lemon car is not something it's going to produce much revenue for them if they confiscate it, right?
Uh-huh.
So it doesn't have much value, right? So I would buy lemon cars and I would spray paint on them and put different things on them. Fuck the cop, right? Whatever. And I would go and try and beat them. I'd sit at the cop shop, wait for them to come up, see what their reaction was. You know what the funny thing was?
Mm-mm.
I never really got the reaction you would expect. It never upset them. Most of them just kind of look and chuckled. They didn't have plates, right? Fuck your authority, shit like that. Whatever I felt like. I tried all different kinds. I never got that reaction. Isn't that interesting?
Well, when they confiscate your car, they're actually stealing it. That's what they're doing.
If there's no
Allow 'em.
contract, right?
if I
If there's
allow
no contract that they're honorably taking it from, right? Then it would be theft. I guarantee you, 99% of the times they confiscate and tow your car, they've done it honorably. Because the person handed it over and didn't rebut the contract and the presumption of contract at all. They just pouted and cried, "What are you doing to me?"
My question is now, are you ready for this one?
Sure.
I'm looking ahead of time here. What's going to happen when those cars are autonomous? When you don't drive them? Who are they going to give a ticket to?
Then the car has authority. That's not the type of car I'm going to be driving.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And if you're driving a car like that, then you agreed because you got in it. That's your contract. You wanted it. So you knew what you're getting into. You're damn right. It's an agreement. If it drives you somewhere and off the cliff, well, you know, buyer beware.
Yeah, and the doors are locked. What's going on? Oh no.
You've signed up. Yeah, exactly. You've signed up to be in a cage when you bought that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just like you signed up to go in the gas chamber and Nazi Germany. Walk right in uncontested. That's your own fault. You'll never see me entering into one. Never.
No, I'll die before that ever happens. I mean, seriously, I ain't going to the gas chamber.
Right.
I'm not a bitch for no man.
But excellent question. And the answer is most people will walk right in and get driven around and crashed off cliffs and shit. And of course, the excuse will be, "Oh, we just had a defect in our software." But don't worry, we did a software upgrade today. It's been taken care of. After 17 million people just crashed to their death. Don't worry, that's just a little liability slap on the wrist financially for the corporation, because after all, there's no persons, there's no actually real people who did anything harmful to people. It's just machines that did it, right? What are you going to do? You're going to throw the machines in a cage?
Yeah, let's see that one.
Right. But so they might try and find the corporations and sue them again, going to their oppressors, seeking remedy. And they're just laughing because they're the ones who print all the money because it's their corporation. So go ahead, come to us, spend your energy wasting your life begging us for remedy, and we'll make you think that you got some. Time after time after time at your expense.
To change the subject just a little bit, but it's the same thing more or less. But
in
1970, the government went after the tobacco company. Oh my God, you're advertising on TV, and the government knew about
the which company? Sorry, which one?
Tobacco company.
Tobacco company. Yep.
Cigarettes.
Mm-hmm.
And they knew about how bad the cigarettes were in World War II, Vietnam. In fact, they even gave us cigarettes, for our rations, little pack of 4s. So anyway, they're making a big ordeal. Oh my God, smoking's terrible, blah, 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 blah. We're going to sue you. You can't advertise on TV. You can't put it on billboards. So they go after the tobacco. They get billions of dollars. Who took the money? Did it benefit us? No, it benefited the government. The government took it, kept quiet, and that was it. It was done. They got their money. Now they're not saying very much about it. You know what I mean?
Well,
it's all money. It's all it is.
Yeah. And it's also about giving that personification to the public eye so that they're thinking a narrative, right? It's just an act.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
It's just an act. And people will fall for the act, right? They won't look through the veil. They won't look through the eyes. They'll just, believe what they're told.
I'm freaking real. the more I get down to this rabbit hole, the more I'm disliking it. God, man, I'm telling, it's pathetic.
Well, it is pathetic. Yeah, that's a great word. It's absolutely retarded. Pathetic is an understatement, is what it is, right? And the most pathetic part of the whole equation is that so many people continue to fall for this and like cowards and just bend over and take it up the ass and actually believe that they have an obligation to do so.
I would have done the same thing if you wouldn't have talked to me. I'm glad that you clarified. I'm glad you've seen that I was having troubles with the company trying to figure out what was going on. And yeah, you clarified it. Damn, you sure. Wow. And you gave me facts of everything I asked for too. Documentation, everything.
And just remember that, what I'm saying as well, it's not like it's a get out of jail free with them. Because remember, they're so used to not having to be in a position of acting honorably. So even though you are, don't expect them to. Most often they won't, and they'll throw a bit of a tantrum. From my experience so far, and many other people, it's just a little war of words sometimes. It's funny, like a kid who's throwing a temper tantrum, and then, okay, because again, they what they really want is, they don't really want a threat of their livelihood. They don't really want it. They don't know. You could be, you could be like what I'm suggesting to do if need be, one of those guys who really are not a coward and shoots them in the head and goes home and has dinner and thinks nothing of it. Right? They don't know. You could actually not be a coward who's just going to bend over. Actually, they're the ones, doesn't matter who thinks they're breaking a law at that point. If you're dead, you're dead. It's not like they can come back and say, look what this person did to me. They know that. They're not that stupid. So they don't truly want that, right? What they want is a good, obedient slave routine. Bend over, take the ticket, take it up the ass, go home. They collect their little commission check and add to the quota stat. That's really what they want all day long. That's what their objective is to do.
I have another question for you. This is a legit question because I really don't know. And I hope to God that this is in my favor if this ever happens. When I get stopped, officer comes up, license, blah, 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 blah. I don't answer questions. I'm going to be authority myself. I'm going to be the CEO. I'm telling him,
right.
Hey, all right. He arrests me. He takes my ID out of my pocket because now I'm detained.
Sorry, yeah, there was a hiccup in transmission there. Say that again. He arrests you, and what did you say after that?
Okay, he arrests me, right? And he reaches into my pocket, gets my license, my registration, my insurance. Is that against the law for him for doing that?
If your position,
go on.
If you're okay, let's go back to the Bill Gates analogy. Somebody comes into the building. His official capacity is employee. You're Bill Gates. Now, continue the same narrative and answer your own questions.
I'm Bill Gates.
Yes, you're Bill Gates. Okay. We're at Microsoft headquarters here.
Okay, the employer arrests me, takes my wallet. I go to the magistrate courts. I'm still the CEO.
Why would you be the CEO in their corporation?
Because I was subject to go to court. If they arrested me, I was
incarcerated. Whose court?
Their court, not my court.
Right. So what are you doing in their court?
But I'm in jail first. They got to fingerprint you. They got to find out who you are.
Whose jail are you in?
Who's ever jail that's going to arrest me? If I tell them, I don't answer questions.
Is it your jail?
No, it ain't my jail, but still they're going to put me in that jail.
Right.
Just to make it a point. They will. You know that. So I get out. So I got to go to court now.
If you let that happen to you, did you stay in your position of authority?
mean that I'm the CEO. Back off.
Right.
I don't want to hear it.
Right.
Yeah.
So what happened is they literally, this is what happened. An imposter came into your building, into Microsoft, and kidnapped you, brought you to their building, and threw you in a cage. That's what happened. That's the narrative you're telling me here.
Okay.
And you're also telling me you let that happen.
Well, what can I do if they put handcuffs on me? If I
Why
strike
would
the
you?
officer, well,
Why
if I
would you
strike
let
the
them put
officer,
handcuffs on you?
because if I strike the officer, that's an automatic offense of protecting myself, even though he's in the wrong.
In whose
But
corporation?
their corporation.
Right. Are you operating in theirs or yours?
Well, mine. If you touch me, there, it's to me, it's an enemy.
Mhm.
But in their eyes, even though I know that this is me, you're threatening me. You're putting handcuffs on me. I hit the officer.
If you're the authority, are you concerned with what they see in their eyes? They're the children, right?
Children don't pay attention to parents, CEOs.
They do if you assert, and they do if you assert with force, as the authority should. See, what you're saying is he's asserting his authority, overpowering yours, and you're letting him.
I'm trying not to let them. Let's put it that way. I'm fighting. So you fight one, you got two. If you fight two, you get 3 or 4. If you fight 4, you get 10.
Right.
You know
So
what I mean?
now you're under opposition of numbers game. So in this case, you better find some allies, because now they've acted. They presented a position of war against you. Right. They proposed war on you. That's what that is. It's not an honorable engagement of men who are adults engaging honorably. Now it's an act of war. That's what's going on here. Okay. So you have choices, right? It's not a nice position you've been put in here. You didn't want this position, but they put you in this position. And so let's I'm still here. Let's change the narrative, and let's take it down to a simple level. Let's say you're walking down the street, okay, at nighttime, on some street in a city. And as you're walking down the street, some gang member, some thug comes and pulls a knife on you. Write the rest of the story. Write the possibilities of the rest of the story. How could this go down?
No, I could get killed, or I kill him. One of the two.
Right. And he could also, you could also bend the knee a little bit, and he can also call in his buddies, right?
Oh, yeah. Then I would be screwed over. Yeah, bad.
Right. Is there other possibilities that could come into play here that you can think of?
Yeah, if I can grab something, put it in my hand.
Okay, what else?
Run?
Sure. I mean, if you can walk away from violence, that's never a bad thing, right? What else?
Basically, that's all I can think of. Protect yourself.
That's it. Yes, protect yourself, right? But if you're up against the numbers, right, like as you said, which is definitely a realistic possibility, especially when you're dealing with tyrants, and that's what they do. They're a brotherhood. They're a gang, right?
You can't
That's what
talk
it is.
yourself out of it. Go on.
Yeah, probably, because they've already proposed, this isn't an honorable engagement. They've already crossed that line, right?
Right.
They're proposing, no, you obey, you be my bitch. There's no, two ways about this here. I'm going to use force against you if you don't comply. And there's 5 of us and 1 of you. How could this have been solved? How could this be solved? You have unlimited resources here at your disposal. Think about a way that this could be dealt with if you have unlimited resources.
Throw my wallet in the ground and run. Take your ID out first. Yeah. Charge card, anybody? I don't know.
Sky's the limit. Sky's the limit. You can pull anything within the realm of reality here. You have unlimited resources.
Well, if I had a pistol, I would definitely use it.
Okay, but again, right? You're up, and that's definitely going to help you, right? And it's important to have that to be, to help yourself with self-defense. So that's important. But when you're up against 5, right? You're probably going to have some success, but you're probably not walking home.
Well, no, but someone's going down with me. I'll grab one
Someone's
person going down.
right. Someone's going down with you, but most likely you're going down, right?
Oh
Yes.
yeah, there's
So
no doubt about it. Yeah.
right. So so you have unlimited resources. How could you change this situation with unlimited resources so that that's not the case?
Come on, guys, I'll buy you a beer.
Yeah, negotiation time is not an option. They've already presented this as an act of war.
All right, I don't know then, Crew. You got me. I do not know, honestly.
This is where so many people will not succeed because they don't realize. See, they gave you the answer. What is it that they have? What's giving them the edge over you right now?
The amount of people, a knife.
You have your answer right there. They're showing you. They're showing you why they have the edge. You have unlimited resources, but they're showing you why they have the edge.
Mm-hmm.
How do you gain the edge here? They're showing you. How could you change this narrative so that you have the edge?
I picked everything in my head I could possibly do. I don't know.
Mirror them. Mirror them. Mirror them. They're showing you. They're showing you. Take why they have the edge and create the narrative here. How could you have the edge?
Well, if I had a gun in my hand, I'd have the edge in no time.
Against 5?
Oh yeah, believe me. Oh yeah, you wouldn't believe what
against
shot,
10.
Oh well, 10. I don't know. You might be scared. Yeah, no
It's
one wants to
against 10.
die. No one wants to die. Let's put it that way.
Nobody wants to die, but they've already gone to that. It's escalated to this level, right? They've already posed that, right? They're ready to use force if you don't comply. They've got taser, they got, guns, whatever.
Jesus. Okay, go on. All right, how do you solve it? You totally got me lost here now. Go on. I'm going to listen.
Let's go back to what is it that's giving them the edge?
The amount of people and knives, weapons.
Mirror that. How could you have the edge? Mirror, mirror, reflect that back to yourself. How could you have the edge?
I know what you're saying. How they're acting mean, tougher than they are. That's the only I can think of.
It's not them acting tough that's giving them the edge. Well, let's go back to that. What is it that's giving them the edge? You said it already, and you're correct.
You got to act tougher than they are. Well, you got to be tougher than they are.
No, it's not that they're acting tougher than you. You already said it. What is it that's giving them the edge? You're correct. And you answered.
They have more people. They have a knife.
They have more people. They have more people. They have more people. That's the edge they have over you. If you mirror that, reflect that back, you have unlimited resources. How could you have the edge instead of them?
If I had other people, but I don't.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, but you don't understand. People now, they just get a camera. Oh, this fat man's going to get his ass kicked. Watch this. Bet you bounces 3 times when he hits the ground. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, that's the help I'm going to get.
Those aren't your people. Those aren't your people.
You ain't kidding.
Right. Do you think that the allies that I found were my next door neighbors in the corporate?
Oh no, I know that. You searched and found out.
That's right. I had to seek them and I had to discover them, and I had to, at this point, I got more allies in places than I could ever need. I got my own gangs. Do you think gangs exist? Why do you think gangs exist? Why do people gang?
To create fear, to take.
Because there's power in numbers. It be authority, right? It gives them the edge, right?
It's like the government.
And be a government, exactly. That's the whole point. That's the message here. Okay, when the word ally is just a synonym for being a team or being a gang. So if you truly want to have next level freedom and mitigate the threat of violence against you, it's probably a good idea to go whatever distance that you need to protect yourself and defend yourself against an attack. One of those things, which is very important, is to find allies that you can commit to them to, and they can commit to you to, in the face of tyranny if it ever shows its ugly head and is willing to go the distance. When you have that, all the confidence in the world. He's 10-17. We've got exactly 10-17. We've got uncooperative. Need backup. Calling for backup. Here's me. 17 guys ready to stand with me in about 5 minutes or less, probably, on their way. It's going down. Same thing, right? I've got such and such who is, pulling a gun on me, whatever, is ready to, I don't have to say that. I already have it on the phone, right? I just press a couple buttons, boop, message, instant alert, boo! Allies, bing, 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 ready to come. And I am for them. Same thing. It's already rehearsed.
Well, I'm
This
gonna have
is-
to get
this-
into that little organization that you have there, the little friendship there, because
There it is. There it is.
I don't
Yes,
trust
welcome to the club.
Seriously, I don't trust anybody that much. You know that.
Yes, yes, right. And
I say hi
it's
to
very-
people, what's going on, and that's it. I'm done with
Yes.
it. And plus, I can feel people's senses, what I mean? Which I can.
Yes. You have to pick your allies wisely, and obviously, the corporate slave is not going to be a pretty good ally for you, right?
No.
They're going to be, they're going to buckle in 2 seconds. Oh my God, the authorities here. Those aren't your allies. Yeah, that's why quality over quantity it becomes real crystal clear when we're getting into this level of.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
Rights is okay, but he's a fuck him then. What do you do?
Yeah. Way to piss me off today. I'm gonna throw him to the wolves. You throw him
Yeah.
under the bus.
That's what they are.
Yeah.
Well, good friends. Yeah.
Yeah, real friends. Yeah, those aren't real friends. But I'm not the only person like me in the world. That should be good news for
No, thank God for that. Whew.
me. I'm here to propagate that this is not something that's being started. This has been going on for a long time. I'm just helping to bring the idea more forth to the masses here that are wanting to take responsibility for themselves and stop having their asses handed to them. Stop being sitting ducks and lemmings in the middle of a Gestapo that is ready to just fucking kick their ass day in, day out. Because you don't have to. This is the obvious that people are missing. Team up. Stand together. That's what uniting is. Uniting isn't holding a picket sign saying, please, Mr. Oppressor, can you stop fucking me up the ass? No. Uniting is stand together and say, I'm not taking this bullshit. Get the fuck out of here. I'm going to blow your brains out. And that is why my name is Nude Guru, and pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. That's the true reason, because what I'm saying right now will scare the shit out of people so badly that they will want to kill me in fear because I actually pose a threat to their false sense of security. You mean I actually have to stand my ground against the bully, and I might even have to kill them or be killed? Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Well, don't you know that's solidarity? Getting those signs and just talking to your suppressors, tell them go to hell, and they don't do nothing. That's solidarity, man. Let me tell you.
That's
I mean,
that's like coming to me, right? That's like coming to me. You sign up to work for me for $6.80 an hour, and then you show up to work tomorrow with a picket sign and hold it in my face and say, I need it. You signed the fucking contract yesterday, you dummy. Work or you're fired.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to say, right?
Yeah. People are like that too. They are.
They're acting like children, right? Spoiled children who want to be spoon-fed by who? The people who are really supposed to be the children, right? I mean, if government is supposed to be something created by the people, then who could be the only real authority to government?
We are the people. If that's the case. Yeah.
And are we acting like the authority, or are we acting like the children and putting the position of authority on the government over us?
Oh, the government.
Yeah.
What is the authority, not us? What they tell us,
Right.
it's us.
Right. So that's why it's a joke, right? The real imbecile in the situation here is the masses. The masses here vote and delegate their position of authority away to government, who is supposed to be the servant, right? By design. Or the idea in principle is that, which is a fallacy anyways, but that's another story. And right after, they bitch and moan and complain that the government actually comes and says, well, I'm being your authority. That's what you signed me up to do. You voted me to do that. You're paying me to do that. So I'm just doing my job. This is what you wanted me to do. Why are you complaining? Not honorable. It's the masses that aren't acting honorably for the most part, you see. So most of the corruption actually rests with the masses. Go ahead.
I was going to say, and besides that, since you voted for me, here comes another tax.
Well, yeah, because that's what you. Well, not just that. You can't expect the government to work for free.
Yeah.
That's not honorable.
Yeah.
Right? That's not honorable. Why do you think that you get to have a government that can be your servant like a slave? The government's not supposed to be your slave. Why would that? Why is anybody supposed to be your slave? But see, the government was placed in a precarious position because they're the acting child in the position of corporation here, but you left the position of authority. So they were left holding their hands going, what do I do now? Oh, I know what I'm going to do. Fuck, there's nobody around. It's party time.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they realized. And there's nobody there to hold them accountable after that. And all of a sudden you want to come back, and present yourself. Yeah, you can expect a little resistance sometimes. When the child who has been left to run amok in the roost for so long, all of a sudden somebody comes back and say, hey, stop that, right? Stop lighting fires in the bedroom. Oh, what do you mean? Stop it now. I'm going to have your head. Don't question it. Do it. Do as you're told. Get out of here. You don't have that position. That's what needs to happen. There's nobody else to do the job, right? And this is where people are going sideways. They keep looking at everywhere else. Who's going to be here? It's your job to back. You're it. Hag, you're it. And people are afraid to think like that. What do you mean? Who am I? I'm just a little peon. No. There's this thing called courage. You were trained to think like you're a peon, and then you've been acting like a peon. So you've been treated like a peon. Stop it. Stop acting like a peon.
That's exactly what they treat us to, like we're peons. We don't have a brain. You know what I mean?
Because you've been acting like it. You've been acting like you don't have brains. So why should they assume any otherwise? It's not their responsibility for you to act like an adult, or that you're not. It's yours. Right? How could that possibly be their responsibility?
Yeah, well, people start getting wise to the fact that you can't even write to these suckers anymore, on Gmail. I mean, they're just out of control. These people are.
Actually, they're in control.
Well, for them, but not for us. I mean, they're in control for. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but it's
they're in control. You want to know who's out of control?
Don't say us.
You are. You're out of control. The masses are out of control. They're completely delusionally out of their fucking minds, out of control. They have no idea how to self-govern whatsoever. No clue where to even start with that idea. Lost at sea, completely hogwashed. And you even present the idea, hey, you could self-govern yourselves, Whoa! Boy, is that a far-fetched concept. No. It's like It's like showing Dracula the lights. They balk and cringe. I can't take that. That's too much for me to handle. So of course, if you don't want to take responsibility for yourself, somebody else is going to do that role for you. And you're not going to like it.
No, I don't like it now. I didn't like it when I was a kid.
Yeah. Because it's not our rightful place. Our rightful place at this point, especially, right? We're not slaves by design. That's why it doesn't feel good to be somebody's bitch. Unless if you're really into that BDSM thing, but I don't know. You got some weird stuff going on in your head if that's the case.
Wow.
Anyway.
Just like I said, it's a trap growing up. They're right.
Yeah.
It's a trap. Yeah, I'm getting it together slowly. You know that. I'm getting it. I'm getting more and more of it.
Let's recap it again, right? So yeah, it's the fundamentals of things to understand. It's not the name. The name is simply the name of a business. That's all that is. Then it becomes a question of whose business is it? Who is the authority of that business? And if you don't present yourself as the authority, it's going to be presumed, there's a presumption that you're not the authority. Rightly so, especially after this amount of time. I mean, come on. We can't read your mind. We can't read people's minds, If nobody's ruling the roost, somebody's got to take charge, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's rule number one, is present yourself as the authority here. Make it clear you're the authority and you're not operating under any contracts that you gave your authority away. You're not agreeing to that. Make sure that you stand in honor. Your position is honorable and righteous. Make sure that you're straight, first and foremost, even when your oppressor is not. Make sure that at the end of this, no matter what, it's the oppressor that either walks away honorably, because that's the righteous thing to do now that he knows that he's not the CEO here, right? The employee goes back to work like he's supposed to do, getting paid, do his real job. He leaves you alone. That's the honorable thing to do. Or it forces the issue to a head. The employee is not going to act honorably and try and force you into a position of some sort. Now you got a problem to deal with and you need to respond accordingly as the authority should respond. And that's what it's all about. And however far you're prepared to go with that, whatever distance you're willing and prepared to go to with that is exactly how much freedom you truly have.
Well, do me a favor. When I'm in jail, just give me your phone number, will you? I'm allowed one call. I know what's going to happen. I know what's going to happen. I know me like in the back of my head. I'll make it
obviously,
I'm the boss. Yeah.
Obviously, and not just for you, anybody who's listening to this, don't do this until you're prepared to do it. So there's more learning that needs to be done and preparation that needs to be done before you start this path. And there's no reason, there's no actual real reason to put yourself in harm's way. So while you're going through this and challenging the narrative, if your life is truly threatened until you're in that position like me, because it doesn't happen overnight. You're not just going to snap your fingers and have the same resources at your disposal that I have. I didn't get it overnight, not even close. It took years. It took years of learning, mind training, physical training, physical preparation, and then also extracurricular resource gathering with allies. That took years to get all that together, right? And so I'm teaching the process of how it starts with the mind. That's why we're just getting to the next level here. Up until this point, we've pretty much been talking mostly on just the preliminary stuff, setting the stage where you can have a mind open and conditioned enough where you can accept the information objectively and actually see it and understand it. This is a feat. That is a feat most people will never attain to get to this point. And this sets the stage for the next step. which most people never entertain as possible. And that's what we're starting to get more into as of late, is this kind of stuff. This is the heavy stuff, the deeper stuff. So don't think that you can, it's like the same thing with the foraging and stuff, right? Or going and being self-reliant. Don't think, of course, that you can just like get the theory in 2 minutes and go into the bush and that's it. You're going to be fine, right? With no actual sort of step-by-step gradual progression to it and learning curve and, graduating from kindergarten to university type. That's not how it works. So same thing with this. There's a progression there that takes. And you can start small and challenge the narrative to whatever you're comfortable with. And until you get to the point where I am, you can always, at the end of the time, still bend the knee and get the fucking ticket. But at least, you started the ball rolling where you're not just right from the get-go, oh, this is my license. Yes, please, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. And all this kind of shit that people do in panic mode because they don't want to get this big fat fucking fine or handcuffed or whatever. Like a bunch of sissies,
There's a lot to learn, people. Trust me. I've been doing it for how long now?
2 years? I don't know. I'm just guessing. I don't know
Right.
exactly.
I think it's about 2 years, yeah. And I'm just now getting to graduate a little bit here. Jeez, oh man. And I bought a book
Nope.
in foliage too. They
You-
told me what to eat with the pictures. Hook one.
You graduated kindergarten last year, and now you're exiting out of grade 1, and we're going in grade 2.
All right. Do I get a diploma? Can I have a tassel on it?
I will FedEx you a leaf.
All right. Hey, I can't wait to get the gold leaf when I graduate.
Well, guess who gets to make it and give it to yourself? It's beautiful.
My wife. Hopefully.
Whoever in your corporation is naive enough to fall for the game, just like you reverse the roles now. You see how this works? I love this country. I'm not into the nation thing, but if we're going to play the nation game, fuck, am I going to make my own?
Too much.
And nobody ever thinks about this, right? It's like, well, anything that they can do, why can't you do? That's what it's all about. If we're going to make nations, great. I'm going to play the nation game. I got my own. It's Newtopia. Or Freedomia, whatever you want to call it. It's all made up anyway, so I'm just going to play the game. And because
Go on.
And because I don't have a starting point of rules and borders, and I'm the only author around, guess who has the edge?
You do.
Boy, do I ever. See, these officers of the government, they have a predicament. They have to operate within certain parameters because they have to give the illusion of legitimacy because they're not legitimacy. I don't have that problem. I am legitimate by default. Boy, do I have an edge. Boy, do I have an edge here. They're at a complete disadvantage because they have to try so fucking hard and do everything they can to maintain that perception of authority, especially when you're pointing out to them and making a mockery of it. How illegitimate they are by standing your ground in true authority. You got all the cards stacked.
Well, again, I want to talk to the people if they're out there. I don't know who's, but they'll probably.
We'll get to that point. We'll get to that point, right?
I know what's going to come. Yeah, but I
Yes,
would like to
and-
tell the people this seriously. What happens again when you have no water, no food, no energy to heat your home, no car to drive, no medical, no dental, no eye care, and you're being forced to go into concentration camp? What are you going to do? Are you going to rely on government? Or are you going to rely on yourself and go up north and hide and live it off the land? You don't have to have a college degree. You just have to learn Mother Nature. And again, schools never taught us that, how to live off the land. They taught us how to be good little boys and girls, to be really good in the corporate world. Listen to the bell eat your lunch, go listen to Bell, go back to work, stand in line, get your paycheck, and do it all over again. Same thing over and over. And if you work hard, you might be able to retire, which I don't see it coming now with a lot of people.
Did they educate you in school?
In what way? Corporate way? Yeah. Yeah, they sure did.
No, they didn't.
In corporate way? Did
They
they
didn't
tell us to stay in
educate you at
line?
all. They didn't educate you
Oh,
at all. That's not education.
yeah,
What did they actually do? What did they actually do? What do corporations give their employees before work? Before they start work? What do they do before they let them start? Ever? That's the first thing
you
they
have to
do.
go H&R, human resources, your name, a date, social
No,
security number.
We're past all that. Yeah, I hire you, right? I hire you in a company, and do I just say, okay, get started?
Oh no, they train you first.
They train you.
Mhm.
That's the key word there. That's what they do from kindergarten to grade 12. That's all training. You don't get educated in school. You get trained. You get schooled, trained to be an employee for the corporate structure. Obedient without question. And excellent training process, isn't it? For the corporation. 12 years of corporate training is what you get. And if you want, you can extend that further into higher training, not higher education, higher training. In college to be an excellent colleague in the workforce. It's an awesome program for the corporate hierarchy. As a shareholder, you're just going, holy fuck, look at the millions of human resources I have at my disposal here lining up for this training. Year after year after year after year. Who's the authority here?
It's the guy that owns the college.
Yeah, it's the guy who's writing the textbook too, right?
And every
You're
year it goes
following
up.
it.
Mhm.
You're following it. You go to school and you're memorizing. You're not learning anything. You're memorizing that which was written in the textbook, which is designed to train you for obedience in the workplace. Top to bottom. That's why it's called school. That is also why it's called an institution. You're being institutionalized. First and foremost in your brain.
Oh, if I can remember that doggone video with those kids, remember? How many 7 days are there? That's today, what day would it be? Oh, what time is it? Remember that? I can't remember the video, the name of it.
Which one?
You know, remember the guy was talking to those kids, asking them all kinds of questions? People, adults, young kids. What time
Oh
is it?
yeah.
I can't think of the name of that damn thing. That would be awesome to show everybody. I can't think of it though. What the hell was the name of that thing?
Yeah, it shows how educated they really are.
Yeah, coming out of high school, college. Yeah, didn't know a damn thing. God, we laughed our asses off in that.
And one of the best ways that I can keep you as an obedient employee is I can train you well for one position and keep your focus there and give you zero options of training outside that position. Now you're fucked.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep. That
And
I was aware of.
I
That
can
was
train
aware
you.
of. Mhm.
I'll train you so well, not just for the position, but the position tailored to my specific company. So if you want to think of leaving my plantation, my company, you're totally fucked. What are you going to do now?
When I worked for 9 years for a manufacturer, I did the same thing over. I was maintenance. Well, first I was a line worker. They made copper tubing. That's what they did, right from scratch. Pickled it and formed it and put it in the needle, the furnace, and came out copper. Anyway, I got bored. I says, this is bullshit. I remember my dad telling me, you know, if you're going to make something on yourself, and if you don't want to go to college to be a lawyer or a crooked doctor, learn a trade. So I did. I went to college, didn't know what I wanted inside college, but I finally picked out heating and cooling because of the fact I couldn't see myself doing the same job over and over and not knowing anything. Well, when I went to college, a whole range of things started happening to me. You know, plumbing, electrical, Freon, you know, the right tools for the right job, you know, and I'll tell you what, that was the best thing in the world. It was hard work being in the cold up there in the top, you know, or losing your ladder when the wind fell over.
Right.
You had to climb down a water spout, one of those steel water spouts. But you're right. I learned, and I'm glad I did. People rely on me, you know, to help them out. Even though
Not only that, see, you're more self-reliant, right? When you need
Exactly.
something done, you don't have to call somebody. You're not a bitch to the problem as much.
Right.
And
So
if you're injured, it's good to have allies that you've networked with that you can call upon that can help you out, so that we don't have to be shafted in times of disability.
yeah, but they have to be mechanically inclined. They have to understand, you know, how.
Well, yeah, you want to call on somebody who's competent at the time,
Yeah.
right? So that's why you want to be select. That's where quality over quantity comes in. It's no good having, you know, 100 allies that don't know how to tie their shoelace. That's not an ally. So quality over quantity is what it's all about. And it comes down to this too. That's why I don't give a shit if only 1 or 2 people show up here every once in a while and stay. Those are good people. I'm not looking for masses. I'm looking for just collecting people who are quality minded individuals and working with. I'm helping to untrain people and replace training with true education. I'm propagating the same education that I learned, that I took upon myself to learn, and I'm propagating here. If you don't want to be a bitch slave, here's the options for you. Now, I can't do the work for you. You're going to have to do that, but I can be here to guide you and encourage you and help to shed light on options that you didn't realize and to help fast track the learning curve so that it doesn't take you anywhere near as long as it took me, because I didn't have that kind of resource at my disposal going process. I had to do a lot more of it solo, you know. And then I could show that this is possible and see that propagate ripple effect like the vibrations in water, right? And it starts small and then it builds to something. I'm not looking to change the world. That's not the goal here. I'm looking to work and function with people and teach other people how to work and function and cooperate with themselves and secede themselves, uncorrupt themselves. If you're interested in taking responsibility for detoxifying yourself, I'm interested in participating in. I am so passionate about that and enthusiastic about that because I know from experience what you're going to experience. And that is something to be reckoned with. That is something to pursue in life. So let's go down that path. Let's make that happen step by step. Doesn't matter at the pace that you and anybody else listening is comfortable at doing. There's no rush, except for one thing. I don't like this part, but it is what it is. There's a fucking tsunami that's about 5 feet away from the beach. We got to get to safety. So let's not beat around the bush about that.
Yeah. Well, let's listen to what Smiler said, you know, over in the what was that? Europe. They got CBDC started up already. That's bad. So you know it's going to come over here.
Well, yeah, it was intended to be worldwide. There is only one corporation, right? As far as the governments go and stuff, there's only one. It should start to get a little more clear with that now too. So look at it this way, as far as corporate hierarchy goes, right? The United Nations, the reason why it's called that is because it's the Nations United, right? This is headquarters. United Nations is headquarters right? And the people there, their task, their role is CEO. They're there to delegate to vice presidents to perform the functions and delegate and dictate to sub franchisee, sub nations.
Our president,
Your presidents, yes.
senators, yeah.
Right. Who truly make zero decisions. None. They are employees at that level following the directives of their hierarchy above them. If they don't do that, it's a mafia. They're out of there. They've been handpicked to be in those positions so that they don't question that. They've been bred so that they don't question that. They've been indoctrinated so that they don't question that. They were born into those situations. It's a blood line. The entire operation is a bloodline, top to bottom. They're all related. That's why you and I will never get in those positions. Not that we'd want to be anyway, but we wouldn't. That's how the operation works. So it's United Nations, all the sub-nations, following orders and directives all the way down to the local municipal level. It's a hierarchy, a pyramid. And then even at that top pointy part there at the United Nations, there's at least 33 levels that have been disclosed to the public above them. That's what I'm aware of. And it could be much higher than that. I don't know how high up it really goes. Because they don't have to tell anybody. It's their fucking corporation. Well, of course they don't. They don't have to disclose anything to the public. If they're disclosing things to the public, it's for a certain reason. And I guarantee you it's trickery. It's to keep the illusion going for their benefit. And that's what's really going on here. And so here, all I'm saying is I'm coming and saying, so there's the trick. There's the real magician's trick. It wasn't false dichotomy, winger rhetoric, left or right. None of that bullshit. It's look at the man behind who has left and right arms. Focus on the man, the one organization. Look at the big picture. That's what you don't want to be a part of. Get the fuck away from that shit. That's who's having your ass. Now, how do you do that? Okay. Now we get into the topics that we have today. Be the authority yourself. Be the adult in the room. Realize that you have no obligation to that big corporate hierarchy. You're not part of the mafia. That's their game. Let them have their game. That's okay. Let their own organization implode in on itself as it's designed to do.
Hold on here. I got something for everybody. You already seen this already, but hold on. I'm going to get it as you're talking. This pertains to what we're talking about right now. I want everybody to see this that didn't see it or will see it.
Absolutely.
This is the one you gave me, and I'll tell you what. This is another one. I'm just fantastic, and I listen to this a lot of times. I do. Let me keep talking. I got to get it. My computer. I'm going to the kitchen right now to get it. Yeah, I do. I appreciate your time and your effort on this, though. You guys just told me to fuck off, but you never did, and you always explained to me what I didn't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that'll never be me. As long as there's an interest in there, then I match the interest, and that's how I do it. Right? So yeah, whatever interests somebody shows me, I match that interest right to the T. Right? At their own pace.
Yeah. You definitely done that, and I appreciate it. Don't think I don't. I mean, what I've learned so far, I just like, wow. I'm just appalled about it. Now, how come this ain't working here? Hold on here. Dismissed. There we go. That's why it's not working.
One of the biggest epiphanies I've ever had in life is what we're talking about today. When I realized, wait a second here, I have no obligation to nobody by default. Holy fuck. Holy shit. I actually get to write my own story here, my own path. I'm in charge, nobody else. Wow. When I had that epiphany, like I had the sense of it before I had the epiphany, because I knew there was something wrong about people, trying to tell me what to do and whatnot. But, I know how it feels to like have no true foresight of self-authority and kind of look around and go, Jesus Christ, why am I getting why am I getting body checked at every corner here? Right.
Mm-hmm.
It was such a breath of fresh air, realizing, oh, wow, I know I'm getting body checked because I'm choosing to get body checked. And I don't have to choose that anymore. Learning that it was my own doing and my own choosing and my own responsibility was the biggest blessing, because it means now I had a choice. Now I didn't have to do that anymore. It was all up to me all along. That was the best news I could have ever figured out.
Well, that's why I appreciate you helped me out, because you could just, you know, I mean, you could just say, fuck you, you know, suffer. And you didn't, you know, I mean, you're right there, help me out, spending your time where you could be doing something else, you know what I mean? But you didn't, you spent your time with me, and I appreciate it. I do.
That's true. And you're welcome.
And because of it, I'll pass it on once I get to know what's going on more, you know what I mean?
That's how it works. That's how it works. There it is right there. Because you recognize the value in that. Right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Oh yeah.
Same for me. Other people did legwork before me that enabled me and helped me to get to where I'm at. I recognize the value in that. In turn, in kind as well, I do the same thing. Because yeah, I could have. And I could have also just went in the bush and stayed, said, fuck the rest of humanity. That's what most people who go down this path that we're talking about actually do. And I can't really blame most people for that, you know, because ultimately it's really nobody is responsible for anybody else. All the, like I use the metaphor, any other blade of grass or all the blades of grass. Nobody is. So nobody has a true obligation. So why am I choosing advice? Compassion, wisdom, and self-recognition of ability. I can see that I have the ability and skills to actually be up to the task. And I actually rather enjoy it when I see positive progressive outcome, which I have. And I am again here with you and other people as well in this environment. That ignites and motivates to continue this path. And then it's kind of like in the line of what Joe Cool would say, is like a sense of sort of duty or obligatory thing. In a certain sense, it's a call to mitigate the corruption and violence in its truest form, to actually shed the light, or enlighten, if you will, to be part of the balance of nature that is in opposition.
I'm with you.
And it's to those who do that, they keep the balance in check. If it wasn't for that, it would just be a straight corruption implosion of humanity. Probably our species would have done itself in a long time ago, you know.
All right, I cut half this thing so they wouldn't have to listen to music and listen to my.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll just go right to the meat. We got the meat. Okay, here we go.
Where's the beef?
All right, let's see. Sound check.
The Secret Covenant.
Check.
Okay, here we go.
An illusion it will be, so large, so vast, it will escape their perception. Those who will see it will be thought of as insane. We will create separate fronts to prevent them from seeing the connection between us. We will behave as if we are not connected to keep the illusion alive. Our goals will be accomplished one drop at a time, so as to never bring suspicion upon ourselves. This will also prevent them from seeing the changes as they occur. We will always stand above the relative field of their experience, for we know the secrets of the absolute. We will work together always, as will remain bound by blood and secrecy. Death will come to he who speaks. We will keep their lifespan short and their minds weak, while pretending to do the opposite. We will use our knowledge of science and technology in subtle ways, so that they will never see what is happening. We will use soft metals, aging accelerators, and sedatives in food and water, also in the air. They will be blanketed by poisons everywhere they turn. The soft metals will cause them to lose their minds. We will promise to find a cure from our many fronts, yet we will feed them more poison. The poisons will be absorbed through their skin and mouth. They will destroy their minds and reproductive systems. From all this, the children will be born dead, and we will conceal this information. The poisons will be hidden in everything that surrounds them, in what they drink, eat, breathe, and wear. We must be ingenious in dispensing the poisons, for they can see far. We will teach them that the poisons are good, with fun images and musical tones. Those they look up to will help. We will enlist them to push our poisons. They will see our products used in film and grow accustomed to them, and will never know their true effects. When they give birth, we will inject poisons into the blood of their children and convince them it's for their help. We will start early on when their minds are young. We will target their children with what children love most, sweet things. When their teeth decay, we will fill them with metals that will kill their mind and steal their future. When their ability to learn has been affected, we will create medicine that will make them sicker and create other diseases, for which we will create yet more medicine. We will render them docile and weak before us with our power. They will grow more depressed, slow, and obese, and when they come to us for help, we will give them more poison. We will focus their attention towards money and material goods, so that they may never connect with their inner self. We will distract them with fornication, external pleasures, and games, so they may never be one with the oneness of it all. Their minds will belong to us, and they will do what we say. If they refuse, we shall find ways to implement mind-altering technology into their lives. We will use fear as our weapon. We will establish the governments and establish opposites within. We will own both sides. We will always hide our objective, but carry out our plan. They will perform the labor for us, and we shall prosper from their toil. Our families must never mix with theirs. Our blood must be pure always, for it is the way. We will make them kill each other when it suits us. We will keep them separated from the oneness by dogma and religion. We will control all aspects of their lives and tell them what to think and how. We will guide them kindly and gently, letting them think they are guiding themselves. We will foment animosity among them through our factions. When a light shall shine among them, we shall extinguish it by ridicule or death, whichever suits us best. We will make them rip each other's hearts apart and kill their own children. We will accomplish this by using hate as our ally, anger as our friend. The hate will blind them totally, and never will they see that from their conflict. We emerge as their rulers. They will be busy killing each other. They will bathe in their own blood and kill their neighbors for as long as we see fit. We will benefit greatly from this, for they will not see us, for they cannot see us. We will continue to prosper from their wars and from their deaths. We shall repeat this over and over until our ultimate goal is accomplished. We will continue to make them live in fear and anger through images and sounds. We will use all the tools we have to accomplish this. The tools will be provided by their labor. We will make them hate themselves and their neighbors. We will always hide the divine truth from them, that we are all one. This they must never know. They must never know that a man's color is an illusion. They must always think they are not equal. Drop by drop, drop by drop, we shall advance our goal. We will take over their land, resources, and wealth to exercise total control over them. We will deceive them into accepting laws that will steal the little freedom they will have. We will establish a money system that will imprison them forever, keeping them and their children in debt. When they shall band together, we shall accuse them of crimes and present a different story to the world, for we shall own all the media. We will use our media to control the flow of information and their sentiment in our favor. When they shall rise up against us, we shall crush them like insects, for they are less than that. They will be helpless to do anything, for they will have no weapons. We will recruit some of them to help us carry out our plans. We will promise them eternal life, but eternal life they will never have, for they are no of us. The recruits will be called initiates and will be indoctrinated to believe false rites of passage to higher realms. Members of these groups will think that they are one with us, never knowing the truth. They must never learn this truth, for they will turn against us. For their work they will be rewarded with earthly things and great titles, but never will they become immortal and join us. Never will they receive the light and travel to the stars. They will never reach the higher realms, for the killing of their own kind will prevent passage to that realm of enlightenment. This they will never know. The truth will be hidden in their face so closely they will be unable to focus upon it until it's too late. Oh yes, so grand will the illusion of freedom be that they will never know they are our slaves. When all is in a place, the reality we have created for them will be their prison. They will live in self-delusion. When our goal is accomplished, a new era of domination will begin. Their minds will be bound by their beliefs, the beliefs that we have established from time immemorial. But if they ever find out that they are our equals, we shall perish then. This they must never know. If they ever find out that together they can vanquish us, they will take action. They must never ever find out what we have done, for if they do, we shall have no place to run. For it will be easy to see who we are once the veil has fallen. Our actions shall have revealed who we are, and they will hunt us down, and no person shall give us shelter. This is the secret covenant by which we shall live the rest of our present and future lives, for this reality shall transcend many generations and lifespans. The covenant is sealed by blood, our blood. We are the ones from heaven to earth came. The covenant must never ever be known to exist. It must never ever be written or spoken of, for it is. The consciousness it will spawn will release the fury of the prime creator upon us, and we shall be cast into the depths from whence we came and remain there until the end of infinity itself. Author unknown. But many believe it was written by J.D. Rockefeller.
Out of 4 people that are watching this, 2 of them took off. They couldn't handle it. That's the truth. I was watching them drop like flies. We had 4, now we got 2.
Sure. If we can trust that counting, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Pretty
okay.
good.
Again, quality over quantity, right? Like
That's
that's
right.
the perfect thing about this is it weeds the crappy off the crust, you know, and leaves only the good left. That's what I love about this, you know, sorting sales type thing. Oh man. Yeah. The more I watch that too, I mean, the more awake I become. Just realize, holy shit, these things, I wonder why they resonated so well. And that last part there, if they ever shall realize where it goes, this is what I'm here to talk about, right? That's what we're talking about today is a wake up call to realize that you're not below anybody. You're not technically above anybody either, but you're certainly at least equal, right?
Mm.
And if somebody is going to stand in dishonor to you, well, then they've placed themselves below you. You're not presenting yourself to be above anybody. They're now presenting themselves to be below you. They're less honorable, less moral than you. They have less moral compass, less code of honor. Is that a law? No, it's just a hidden, or sorry, it's a functional thing of our nature, right? It's a way to cooperate, not be at odds, and not be to be in peace with each other. And of course, that is the very premise of the whole foundation behind being trained in school, is to take you away of how to cooperate and function peacefully. Can't do that and replace it with compete ideology. so that you're distracted from cooperation and afraid to cooperate, afraid to do what would empower you to not be a bitch to the system. I'm here to talk to say you don't have to be afraid to do that and to show you how it's possible. That's what it's all about.
That's why I showed that video. It just, everything you said is, it just said it right there, you know, everything, how they started
Totally.
and why. Yeah.
Totally. Yeah, it totally did. Hit the nail on the head, even with the right semantics, right? Especially the last one. About, they used the same semantics. Being in a state of delusion. Oh, how grand the perception of freedom will be, right? They'll be delusional, and they won't realize that they have been enslaved and they are our slaves. And that's exactly what it is. How many people around you actually realize that they've been enslaved, that they live in captivity?
I didn't know it. I had
And
no idea
even
about it.
and are so naive to that they even defend it to the death.
Yep.
So who's the corrupt one?
Hello.
Right? And if we're going to talk about making things better from a corruption point of view, we ought best to get real with where the corruption is so we can start on the right path of decorruption. It's ourselves.
Well, like a dumb son of a kid I was willing to just sacrifice myself for this worthless piece of garbage, you know, called government.
You're a
No
good,
more.
obedient, corrupted slave.
That's what I was. Yeah.
But
Well, I guess-
fortunate you are to have been able to have the opportunity to realize at any point in life, against all odds, because look at the vast amount, you know, as it said in that thing, how grand the illusion will be. It's vast. And you've got distractions everywhere, keeping you focused on being corrupt. Everywhere you turn, just it's constant bombardment of perpetual corrupted. Your friends, your neighbors, TV, the commercials, the frequency, on and on and on it goes. Everywhere you turn, it's just this constant bombardment of corruption. And yet, against all those odds, still, the spark of truth inside knows how to recognize itself. I recognized that a long time ago. It was pointed out to me. And that defies the odds. It doesn't matter. That's something to be where the fortune for that can never even come close to having a price tag. That's secondary to trying to put a price tag on a breath. What price tag could you put on a breath? Can't. Priceless.
That's right.
Same thing. What priceless could you put on wisdom?
No price.
Especially this kind of wisdom. To know that you don't have to be a bitch and corrupted. You can take responsibility for any corruption and uncorrupt and be healthy and whole. Profound and priceless. The only thing left to do is be grateful, you know? Wow. I live in that gratitude every day for all of it, right? In challenging times, and regardless, less challenging times, it doesn't matter. I wouldn't have that if I didn't have a path. So I'm grateful for a path. So let's go a little further. Would you like to see a couple examples of people who practice being the authority in the future? Regular old people like you and I.
Let's do it.
Have a better sense of understanding and actually put this to practice and do rather well. I'll show a couple here. And as you're watching it, look at it from the perspective now of authority versus employee. You know, who's really, what role are people actually playing, and the dynamic of that that's actually playing out here. So the first one I'm going to show, let me put my screen up first. Second. This person here might take you a little bit to, not this person.
I know that guy. He's great.
Just ignore that guy. He never pays his bills. So here's somebody that might take a little while to get familiar with. Why is it stuck? Hold on. And we watched this. Oh, I'm on the wrong tab. We actually watched this not too long ago, and we're going to watch it again. The exact same one. Picking this one because I think it's an excellent example here for the topic at hand. And this is his very first, and already at this point, Mr. Joe Cool, like a boss, asserts himself in the authoritative role and position in an environment surrounded by others who have the perception of authority. And watch what happens.
Ask your question. Is there an emergency?
Sorry?
Is there an emergency? Is there an emergency? Why you got your lights flashing? Why you blocking the sidewalk? All the stuff you asked me not to do. Why are you doing it? Is there an emergency? I didn't say you asked me to do anything. I asked you, is there an emergency? You're blocking my sidewalk. Don't nobody do this at your house, right? Yeah, I'm the city, man. No, you work for me, bro. You don't work for the taxpayer. You out your mind? No. You get my money to come out here and do this to protect me. Yeah, you pay your taxes with my money. Okay, well, why are you on the corner? What are we talking about? Why are you blocking my sidewalk? This is not your job. It's illegal for you to run. I don't like you cats in my neighborhood making it look like, I'm sorry, let me calm down. I don't, because y'all keep coming. I apologize too. I apologize. But
so not perfect, right? He's going a little sideways here on position of authority, but so far pretty damn good, right?
This is his first time, though. His first video.
This is his first time.
Yeah.
Yeah, right out of the
Good, damn
gate,
good.
right? I don't know if he had any practice before or not, or if it's just like mental preparation, watching other people and videos and stuff. But yeah, if that's the case, either way, excellent first approach here.
I'm not reaching for none of you watch. I thought I saw you looking at my hand. You guys park on this corner, block this. I see cops riding on the freaking sidewalk. That drives me crazy. These lights, man, are only supposed to be used to emergency. Otherwise, you make it look like them niggas at it again. Please don't do this in my neighborhood. Hey, okay, all right. Knock yourself out. So, I use that.
Second little flub there, but he did better at this, right? The cop says, don't use the language, as if, it's up to him what language, you're going to say that to your boss? What the hell, right? But again, he's going through a learning curve, and he was challenged by that again. I think it's later in this video or in another one, which we'll watch as well. And he did excellent, much better responding at that time to that.
That word quite often, and I'm going to keep using it because I'm a grown man. I appreciate my man. Don't y'all know though that the same laws apply to y'all apply to me? Okay, go ahead. I know. I've talked to everybody. I know. It's a level 10 violence zone.
Our bosses over there.
Yeah.
They try to appease the citizen and try to do as much as we can.
Well, do what they can legally. You can't park on the curb and the sidewalk, bro. What you teaching me? Look what you're doing.
You have a legitimate complaint.
Yeah.
You know what you should do?
Yeah, tell me.
The boss is in there right now. Ask
I'm pretty sure I talked to him and he explained to me that this was wrong. You guys.
The better response would have been, the boss is right here. I'm the boss. Again, learning curve though, right? Still doing remarkably well. Remarkably well.
Can't break the law.
You know, do these cops look like, you know, they're in a position of real authority here? Are they, you know, making Joe a bitch?
Not at all. In fact,
Not even close, right? Look at their faces, right? Oh my God, I don't have a script for any of this. Who's this guy come out of the gate here? What the hell? And he knows what he's talking about a little bit here. Holy shit, right? He ain't no bitch slave that just follows the narrative without question. Not even close.
And he said it was a gunshot shot out here. They was responding to it, and they thought they'd sit out here. This is the third time, and at least 3 times. See these cats riding up down the sidewalk. No, just cut the lights off, bro. Y'all don't want people thinking that my neighborhood is a rat-infested so-and-so.
No, the lights have to be on because those cameras are watching us. And
What's your point? What's your point? They're watching me all day, every day. What's your point? The child throwing the temper. I can't have my lights on when I want. Where? You see? Child not being able to get away with ruling the roost here, as I said before. They're probably going to, you know, not like it a little bit at first, that they can't just get away with everything that, you know, they're used to getting away with when they're challenged on. They watch me every day, bro. They watch me every day. The same laws that let you film me. I don't dig that. Yeah.
They're watching the guys that are saying media, and so we're trying to like offset them.
What this is called cop-splaining. That's what we call this in the activist arena. He's cop-splaining right now. Pulling a bunch of shit out of his asshole. It means nothing.
Fuck you niggas selling weed anyway. What, y'all ain't got nothing? Really? Is this what y'all signed up for, to do some evil shit like wreck a nigga life and selling weed? That's crazy. I'm not talking about shooting, ma'am. I'm not talking about that. Bull selling weed though. I sold weed all my life. I ain't never even did no. That's crazy. Selling weed. Excuse me? Oh my God. Oh my God. Yes, I got video of yeah, I agree. Yeah. So hell no, I hate you cats. No gang member has ever done more damage to black folks than the police. Y'all follow racist remnant policies from some politician that rode in tough on crime, and they send ethnic motherfuckers like you who believe that crap to come out here and kidnap my mom, my family. That's what y'all do. Yeah. What you say? Excuse me? Joe, I stay right here, bro.
This is what we're told to do.
I know. Tell him, Joe. You tell him it's wrong. Tell him it's evil. Help me out. Y'all locking brothers up at a crazy rate. You know how many cops I put in drugs? Y'all on the wrong side. Help me out. Y'all know how many cops you done took down. This place so corrupt.
That's what I want you to do.
Yeah. Here, would you write on the card, one of you guys, for the next meeting? You got, you know, the time. You're out of uniform. How you don't have a card? You have to have a card. It's part of your uniform, bruh. I read you.
What are you talking about? What kind of response is that? Look at the smirk on his face. He knows exactly that it's his policy to have that, right? What are you talking about, right? So a little bit of a childish reaction there, trying to throw a bone at Joe to see if he's really challenging correctly and knows his stuff, right? That's what kids do sometimes. They challenge their parents. Are you bluffing or not, right?
The policy like you're supposed to. I could cut the camera off and show it to you. Trust me. Excuse me, I want to hear you. I worked with cats for years, by the way.
They know all the meetings,
right.
dates, and times.
All right, would you two guys identify yourselves?
I'm Officer Colon, 15th District. I've been here 20 years.
Very good. I've seen.
On record, a confession. He's the employee. Well done. Recorded. Well done.
Now that's what I wanted you to do. That is not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to identify yourself, baby. I know. I'm so tired of this.
This one being a little stubborn.
So tired of this. You cats are killing us, bro. And I'm not killing you. You are. You took a job to lock motherfuckers that look like me up. That's what you do. And they put you in a black neighborhood.
Wow, the lives you're believing, it's amazing.
You think those are lies? You don't know that a white motherfucker is 4 times more likely to have drugs on them, but a black person is 6 times more likely to get locked up.
Joe, blacks are killing blacks at a higher rate.
You ain't gotta tell me, nigga. I'm sorry, man. I'm black. How you gonna?
That's how it's done. You know,
That's real cool. Yeah.
his apology was righteously facetious. I love that one at the end. Okay, so I wish I could see the rest of that. I asked him what I don't know if he heard. And the next one we'll watch too as well was cut off. I would love to see the end of that and this one as well.
You know
I
what you
don't
should
know
do
how
if you could? Show him from the beginning, the middle, and the end to see the difference in how he changed. You know what I mean?
Really, I don't think he's changed all that much. I think he's just gotten a little bit more proficient and maybe a little less. I like his sort of kind of not standoffish, but I wouldn't call it aggressive. Assertive. I like his assertive style here, and I think he kind of relaxed a little bit, maybe on his assertiveness, and that's okay, right? Because you don't necessarily have to be that. Maybe also there's some adrenaline going at this point. He's learning the ropes here, and you know all that's coming into play and whatnot. But yeah, we'll play one of his later ones as well if you want.
Yeah, just he's got the voice for it too. You know, and the demeanor. He knows what he's talking about. You know, he's good. He is.
And that's important, right? If you're going to do this kind of thing, and I'm not talking about we have to be an activist like this, but this is the same way that you respond when they approach you, whether it's pulling you over in a car or just walking down the street or whatever. This is how you conduct yourself. This is an excellent example. Always keep a record. Because with the number one thing about that is, with the exception of editing, the camera basically don't lie, right? The camera itself is not going to lie. It's going to be a record of accountability. If it's true to the original and not edited, that's number one. But number two is the camera doesn't always see everything either, but it certainly sees a lot more than we do in a heated moment, number one, and number two, a lot more than our memories can be counted on and called upon to recall an accurate state of events, even if you're the most honest and honorable individual. This is the camera is one of those amazing technologies for us in this day and age, and we need it. So always record.
And besides that, if you're wrong, you can always delete it.
Especially when it's your cell phone.
Really? Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, maybe we get Joe Cool come up here one of these days. I'd like to talk to that guy.
What's the offer?
Yeah, really, yeah. We already charged me $5 to come up here tonight. So last night, yeah. The hell, yeah. Yeah, he's a good person. Good person.
And yeah, about the you can delete the thing. Yeah, that's what the other thing I was saying earlier. Cameras don't lie, but you know, edits can work in your favor too. So, all right. So this is the second one. We watched this one too before, and he's even more assertive here, and even better at being assertive here. This is video number 2, and this is where I believe, if I recall, he also got challenged again in the same fashion on one, and he did much better this time in response to that. So let's have a watch.
Blow me. You want to blow me here?
Right out of the gate. Right out of the gate. That's the response of somebody in authority, right? Now, put yourself in a position here. You got pulled over by a car. A cop in your car, sorry. Cop comes and he gives you an order. Can you see ourselves saying, blow me? Like that.
Cop would shit.
You damn right you would shit. Now, can you see yourself doing that?
I get pissed off enough. Yeah, I can see it.
All right. When you get,
but I had respect for the guy first. Until you get, I have respect for the people who respect me. You know that.
I have zero effect for somebody who comes and impedes me. Respect was already lost out of the gate. Why is this fucker impeding me? Who is this fucker? He's got no business intervening with my business. What the fuck is he doing? He's already lost his honorability before this started. What? He's already got a presumption on me of some kind? What is he pulling me over for? He has this presumption that he's got authority to do so. What the fuck? The righteous thing for me to have done already at this point is I should have blown his head off and gone on with my day. That's really the honorable thing to do, but that's later down the stage. I'm going to give an opportunity first,
Well, I was
to
going to say,
correct
give
the
him an
record.
opportunity. Yeah, see what he says, how polite he is.
Yeah.
You're just going to tell him, bite me, or-
Right. Even though I don't have to, right?
Right.
I
Well,
don't
yeah.
have to, but I'm going to give him an opportunity. And just because I'm going to do that doesn't mean doesn't mean I have respect for him. He's already disrespected me by being dishonorable. He's already tried to impede me here. What the fuck does he think he's doing? So I have no respect for this individual out of the gate, but I'm still going to give him an opportunity to reconcile with me, correct the record, and maybe at the end of the encounter, we can walk away peacefully with some respect. That's possible, but I'll leave it up to the individual. I'll guide and lead down that path, but ultimately that decision is going to be determined by the individual's responses based on what they do.
Man, I know the law. Thank you. Dude, hey, your man can't go in his pockets. Did you tell him that? He can't go in his pockets on a weapons frisk. While you minding my business, mind yours. Do your job. So what? Tell your man to get out his pockets. No, this is my business. They're my people, not you, buddy. This is.
Mind your business. You see? They're using that tactic. That's the tactic that you use with them because they got no business intervening with you. But since he's the state, he's working underneath you right now. You are the authority. Not only is it your business, it's your duty and obligation to be there at this moment.
Is my business. I would not interfere. I would not interfere. Thank you for your advice. I done did it. How far you want me? Blow me? No.
There it is. This Muppet thinking he can present authority to him. Joe's response is absolutely priceless, righteous, and appropriate.
How you want me? Blow me? No.
There it is.
I done did it. How far you want me? Blow me? No. Blow me. I'll go over here. I'm a grown man. I know how to stay out of your affairs. Mind your business. No. He approached me, sir.
This guy's putting on his glove like he's about to give him a cavity search or something. What the fuck's going on?
Approach me. Fuck these. Man, y'all niggas need to stop, Joe. No, I'm not a safe there. I know that. I don't need you telling me. I'm older than you. I don't need y'all telling me. Y'all harassing me. This tyranny. You scared of something? You're harassing us. You don't like cameras? You don't like cameras? So fucking what? Do your job, nigga. I can follow you around. I'll pay your salary. Fuck you.
There it is. This was what I said he did better at this round, right? Is don't use that language. That's the one on the last one. Oh, I'm sorry or whatever. On his first, right? On this one, no apologies whatsoever.
Around, I'll pay your salary. Fuck you. Fuck you. And the nigga stand.
That's how you respond, right? You give me orders, I'm going to do it twice as hard to you. Fuck you up the ass. The fuck you think you're the authority, maybe? Go fuck yourself.
The next to you. Fuck you. You don't tell me what to do. I'm grown. Understand that.
Act like you're grown. Yeah.
Fucking church, Joe. Y'all shit ain't never gonna get better.
He is acting like he's grown. That's what a grown man does. He's in charge of what he says, how he conducts himself, whether you like it or not.
Until you niggas stop this, right?
You're right.
How about your attitude?
I'm out here helping the community. What are you doing?
You ain't doing shit. Did you stop there for violating
I'm
his
out here
rights?
helping the community. What
That's
are you doing?
exactly what I'm doing.
No, you're not.
Keeping them safe from tyrants like you, man. Making up.
This guy, I'm helping the community, he says. This guy, I'm helping by doing what? What exactly are you doing right now that's helping anybody?
Harassing the people.
Right.
Taking their money if you can. Put them in jail.
Joe, on the other hand, is there with the camera, asserting authority and potentially mitigating violence because these fuckers here have a tendency to go on a script where they can be very violent and aggressive when nobody's around to watch them.
Shit. Go ahead. Fuck them.
Which is obviously a real service to the community, isn't it?
Fucking unbelievable. Same cats was fucking with them cats down there too.
You got behind him waiting just to bounce on Joe.
Y'all love motherfuckers don't know their rights, right? Y'all can bully them, make up shit. Your man rifling through the young man's pockets. That shit's illegal. Fuck you, Cap. You just a cop, right? You gonna lighten the man to his right?
Look at his face now.
And blah blah. That's if you cared for him. That's what you would do.
He's pissed too, though. Look at him. He's
You guys
pissed.
trying to dumb shit filled with
Yeah, he's butthurt. It's an ego.
imaginary quotas and bullshit. I wouldn't be asking no questions from you niggas. None.
They should not use that language.
I don't care, nigga. Do you not understand me? Stop who you talking.
He had the audacity to try that again. Again, the child, right? Just say, I'm gonna challenge and see if he's bluffing on this. Yeah, I told you what to say about the fucking. But he's like powered down this time. He's like, oh shit, is it coming? Look at his fucking response. The posture of people in the way that they hold themselves reveals all. People think that they're hiding their colors and what they're thinking, and they totally reveal themselves and how their stance is. If you have the eyes to look.
Yeah, nigga, do you not understand me? Stop who you talking to them, because I don't care. Yeah, well, I don't care. Get that through your skull.
I could. The disrespectful language. That's what I'm talking to.
Okay.
Act your age.
Act my age, that back respectful?
Act your age, yeah.
Let's have a conversation. Why didn't you stop your guys from going to his pocket? Why are you over here rapping with me?
Exactly, because you're interfering with our
You're
stop.
a dick. You want to stop them no way. You want to stop them no way. Don't lie to me, bro. You just stopped them when last time you stopped somebody for doing that. So stop lying, man. Fucking business. Oh, fucking shaky. You niggas got me just hot, bro.
Hey there, how y'all doing?
These cats shouldn't be rapping with y'all, bro. They really shouldn't. Hey, yo, y'all ain't got to rap with them, man. Y'all ain't got no conversations with these. My man, and you a passenger. He ain't got to put up with no shit. You a passenger. Tell him, blow me. Fuck you, baby. You ain't got to do none of that shit. Love, baby.
So, do you know they can arrest you?
No, they can't.
No, they
There it
can't.
is.
Here. Yep.
And the title of that one, Want to Catch a Charge? Want to Blow Me?
That's Joe Cool. Yeah.
That's Joe Cool. And that's how it's
Yeah.
done, right? I mean, that's one way of how it's done. Everybody's got their own personality, right? That's what makes this unique. But, and you can be yourself with it. Be yourself in an assertive, authoritative way. And don't take no shit.
Again, just get your phone number ready for me when I call, okay? Don't hang up on it.
Yeah,
Right, so-
well, we got our allies. Definitely, we got all each other on speed dial. Actually, maybe we'll go back to my after this. Maybe we'll go back to my website and showcase some of the stuff again that I'm looking to put together, and see how much more it starts to even make sense now after this amount of education and whatnot. Okay, so let's look for. Let's try and find the most recent video of Joe himself, because he's also doing kind of like showcasing other activist videos as well. Let's see if we can find the latest one where Joe himself was out there. Joe, one of the most recent ones anyways. And see an example of more of his latest approaches. Him in there. Let's catch him more on the street. Cop feels intimidated. That Joe, that doesn't look. Joe Cool and DPN. All right.
In this vid, I cracked the vault to say goodbye to a good friend.
Oh, it's about DPN.
Oops, got the wrong one. Shit.
He passed away, that guy.
I thought that was the one. Yeah, I wasn't sure. That was his best friend too. One of them.
And he was real good too. He's got a channel. It's probably still.
I don't even know the guy, honestly.
That's too bad. These are real. I don't, tout the hero rhetoric thing, but if there is such a thing, these are real fallen heroes. People who do this kind of act for sure. Okay. Cop commits a crime in front of his subordinates. That looks like Joe just. Bet you can't name. Oh, that's Joe in his travels. I remember that video. Duty to disobey. English cop. Yeah, let's see if that looks like Joe side. Him.
Trying to help him out as much as
It is. I get you.
But if there's a law being broken, or they're like,
What if that law is unjust?
I try to do the right thing and treat.
I'm asking particulars here. If there's an unjust law, don't you have the duty to disobey it, or do you?
But I'm trusting that the courts looked at the law and determined if it was just or not.
You know that's not right, because the courts get it wrong all the time. Weed, slavery, Jim Crow, they get it wrong all the time, yeah? I'm from Chicago. Weed's legal. It's legal here. If we drive them in between states, some people say I'm a villain, I'm a criminal. You crossed that imaginary line. Now you're evil. I come into Denver, I'm a good guy, a taxpaying citizen again. It's insane, bro.
Is weed legal in Chicago now?
It is, baby.
I've got one that can see.
Hey guys, Denver Metro Audits, aka the Mile High Auditor. Over here with Aurora Transparency, The Good Athena, got Public Tour, formerly known as Metro Detroit Audit, and Joe Cool up there. Also here with the lovely Sweet Tea.
Allies.
This is lovely Colorado, where they popped Karen Gardner's shoulder out. They're notorious for pushing around the homeless, and I didn't know it then, but these guys are putting up parking signs so the homeless can't park their campers.
Hey, can I ask you cats what you're doing? I don't need to know your personal business.
We're working.
I got that much. Does it have anything to do with the homeless? I understand. That's why you asked. Never assume shit, right? Yeah. All right.
We're just here doing our job. That's all.
In there. Talk to these guys. Roll the window down.
Oh, look at how cute. Try not to look.
Hey, can you roll the window down? Can I talk to you guys? Hey, man.
Roll it down, genius.
I can help you. Yeah, I was just wondering what's going on over here.
Oh, your window doesn't roll down all the way?
What?
Posting signs.
Huh?
The city's posting signs.
I can't hear you, man. We come over there. I was wondering what's going on over here.
The city is posting signs.
They're posting signs?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
So we're just on standby.
Oh, you're standby? Okay. We just saw the homeless. This is like where the homeless are kind of set up, right? No, we were just making sure everything's cool.
Everything's cool.
All right.
So why do you need to be here if they're only posting signs?
Because the homeless people usually cause trouble.
The homeless cause trouble? Really?
Yeah.
They do, huh?
Buddy, in this one. Hey, can I ask you a question?
The homeless cause trouble. Wow. If that isn't profiling rhetoric and presumption policing, if I ever heard it, I don't know what it is.
Does this have anything to do with the homeless?
Preemptive police.
That's what the guy said. All right, just checking it out. Name's Joe, man. What's your name, huh? DJ? All right, easy, DJ. Hey. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, DJ. You said, where'd you get your phone?
Oh, you like the gimbal, the attachment? This you can get it at Best Buy, or you can get it on Amazon. It's called a DJI Osmo. Yeah, it's about $8. Not bad.
Is this what it looks like? Homeless out here often?
I've been here, yeah.
Do you hear anything about a nationwide crackdown on that camping period in general? I hear it's almost nowhere where you can take a trailer like this and camp anymore.
Well, this one's stolen. That's why. Yeah, this one's stolen.
Right. Yeah, I guess it happens.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Hey, DJ, you got a good vibe, man. You got a good vibe. And you're good with cameras. Some motherfuckers freak out.
Really?
Right? Yeah, you got like 8 of them around you, bro.
There's a lot of people here now.
We were just driving around. You guys can hear this homeless over here, so we just wanted to come check it out, make sure it's cool.
Yeah, this was a big complaint by some citizens, actually. It was at the mayor's office. We've been posting it. You know, hey, if your thing's parked here, you can't park for more than 72 hours. And so we post them, and then some people move them, and then they wait a couple days and bring them back. But I don't know if these are the same ones that were posted or not, but this one's stolen, so that's why I'm sitting on this one.
Oh, that one's stolen.
Yeah, so I'm waiting.
So you guys get a tow truck out here to get this guy back?
Yeah, it's a huge truck, so it takes a while. So
that's what these guys are doing?
Yeah, these guys are putting the no parking signs in, so that we won't have to do that anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, DJ, you interpret this as a push to move the homeless, and if so, even if not, where should they go?
That's a good question. I don't have an answer to this problem.
Oh, man, if you out here pushing these cats away, spend as much time trying to figure an answer to that problem, yeah? This is only logical.
I wish there was a place, I wish there was like a big, large field or something where they could go.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm of the opinion this is the earth, man. If a motherfucker want to pull up somewhere and just live, and he should be able to do that. At least that's my opinion, right? I mean, it's the fucking U.S., man. I shouldn't have to, I should be able to get a fucking home, a tree somewhere by some river and fish without motherfuckers intrude. That's my belief. That's from between me and my God. I don't even go to church. I should be able to do that shit. This is scary what you cats do, man. They just trying to survive, yo.
There's a law being broken, or they're like,
What if that law is unjust?
Huh?
What if that law is unjust? You still got to follow it as a cop, yeah?
Who's to determine that, though?
You are. You're the cat who wearing the badge.
Courts have to determine if it's unjust.
You have to determine. You got to pay a price if you doing immoral shit out here. Just because the court say it cool, that means nothing, right? If you got a problem with it in your heart, you got to say no, right?
Well, yeah, I try to do the right thing.
I'm asking particulars here. If there's an unjust law, don't you have the duty to disobey it? Or do you?
But I'm trusting that the courts looked at the law and determined if it was just or not.
You know that's not right, because the courts get it wrong all the time. Weed, slavery, Jim Crow, they get it wrong all the time, yeah? So you can't go by that shit, bro. You got to use your own judgment. Your grandmama taught you.
I think the courts have rectified things that were unjust back in the day, though.
Yes.
No longer laws.
Yeah, well, maybe some. I'm from Chicago. Weed's legal. It's legal here. It would drive them in between states. Some people say I'm a villain. I'm a criminal. You crossed that imaginary line. Now you're evil. I come into Denver. I'm a good guy, a taxpaying citizen again. It's fucking insane, bro.
Is weed legal in Chicago now?
It is, baby.
It's legal a lot of places.
It is. I heard New York too now. Yeah.
Michigan?
I didn't know that. DJ, I don't want to give you a hard time because, some people act weird. You've been nice, bro. I'm going to see if I can get to meet one of your friends here or something. Excuse me. Oh, wow. These cats apparently don't see me or hear me. I'm just trying to get your ID, officer. I can't see it. I know you can't speak well nor hear.
Look at the pout.
Mm.
I feel like to know your name because DJ
I don't like that.
over there, and you overreacting weird. I want to know who you are. Do you ID? Is it your policy? Or maybe you can't hear. Can you roll your window down a little bit? Can you crack your window a little bit? No? Listen, we could have had a good impression of your department, bro. I want to know who making the department look shitty. What's your name, officer? Isn't it your policy to identify? What's your name? I can't see with the glare.
Yeah, they won't even roll the window down and talk. He was totally like standoffish to us from the get-go, and
Well,
like
see,
you've been cool with us, so.
I know. A lot of the people that come out here are very confrontational and trying to like stir up shit.
But just because they are doesn't mean that we are.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, you have to be able to. It's not one shoe fits everyone. You know what I mean?
As
So.
a cop, you gotta know that you can't just assume. You can't make assumptions. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because I'm black. You know, he white. He sell drugs. I got a square gig. He the one that sell drugs. Get out of here. Let's see what-
Oh, there you have it. Little tidbit example of Joe and his. How long ago was that? About a year ago. I think that's. I don't think he's been. Yeah, I don't think he's been out cop watching all that much lately. I think he's kind of doing a little bit more of the showcasing others, which is good. You know, it helps to propagate the activism and propel it even further. All right,
Hey,
let's go
think
to
I can showcase Joe Cool?
I don't know. That guy is kind of expensive.
Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah.
Let's go to another channel now. Another one of my favorites. Speaking of it, this channel here does exactly that. This channel called CT3, which stands for Cops
seen
Top
this
3.
before.
Yeah, we did it the other day. We'll do the same once again as well.
That's
Good
where
examples
I'm getting all
again.
that from. Okay.
Right.
Ever since you put that on there, I've been getting it on my phone.
Good stuff. So, yeah, this channel showcases a variety of different cop watchers and so on and so forth. Activists, auditors, amendment auditors, and so on and so forth. So we'll pick a couple here again. I forget that we did 2 last time. And we'll do that one. That's James Freeman. He's another excellent example of boss authority insertion. So watch that one.
Mm-hmm.
The red bearded dude. Yeah. And he is also very much in line with the stuff that I talk about and advocate for as well. A voluntary based, cooperative based community of people who ally with each other. And yeah, he's an anti-statist type of individual. Not interested in being a state buttfuck at all. And you can tell. Actually, let's watch this one first.
I told you go talk to the calling party. Go talk to the calling party. No, you will do what I tell you.
I don't have to do what
Yeah,
you
you do. You work for me. Remember who
No,
you.
I don't work for you.
Yes, you do.
Are you the city of Keene?
It's usually a little bit suspicious when people are filming government buildings.
Is suspicious a misdemeanor or a felony?
Why you gotta be smart on me, dude?
I'm asking if it's a misdemeanor or a felony, dude.
Well, I have every right to ask you for your ID, but you don't give me that, so it's tit for tat.
But I have it's not a tit for tat. That's not very. That's not
That's one of your favorites, Long Island.
very professional.
Oh, hold on here. Put it down for my fucking phone call. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Have to play the thing for I got company coming over right now. Shoots. There's going to be a
Okay.
lot of turmoil going on around here. My wife and my daughter and everybody else is coming over. I didn't know about. So go on. I'll catch you in the short. Okay. My daughter.
You gotta go
probably
now?
talked to you. Yeah, I gotta. They're coming to the door right now. I gotta open the door up and just stay right there. I'll have my daughter talk to you and we'll get back together. I just got to get everything arranged here a little bit.
Okay, well, if that's the case, I'm going to go and grab something from the greenhouse while you're doing
Okay.
that. I'll keep it running though, if you want. If you're going to be back.
Yeah, we'll be back. Yeah, I promise you. Mhm.
Okay, maybe I'll put a video on so the viewers can watch something while I go do that, and I'll be back in, let's say, 30 minutes or less.
Sounds good then. Yeah. Okay. I appreciate
All
that.
right.
Sorry, Knut. Yeah.
No, it's all good.
Okay.
No worries.
Catch you in the
We
show.
got lives too. You bet. You bet.
Okay.
All right. So for anybody else who's here watching, let's see if we can find a good one. That is. little bit more lengthy in time.
If I have suspicion there's criminal activity,
You have to. That's 23 minutes. Maybe we'll showcase another Dean Clifford. Actually, let's go ahead. Hey, Dan. What's up? Okay. Okay. All right. Once again, we'll showcase Dean Clifford. Writes us away for a little bit, and I'm going to also grab something. So this is part 3 of the same series that we were watching earlier. More elaboration on the construct of how state is operating and how people are getting pit trapped into the system without being aware of it, and how you can stop being the reason why you are pit trapped in that system. This is part 3. This being Clifford, man who helped educate me a lot way back in the day and brought me very far into knowing what I know today. I'll see you back in about half.
Okay, so I guess we'll do a quick, just an overview of what we covered last week for the two guys that weren't here for last week. And of course, because this is getting posted online, so it's nice to have a refresher, a carry through from the last lesson. My question for the night that I wanted everybody to think about while we're here was, when in court, how can you prove you do not perform a function of government? And that's for summary convictions. So we'll see if anybody can come up with any decent answers to that. Maybe we'll write them down along with anybody's questions that they're going to have for later, if we want to talk about something after we go through all this real quick. So we'll pick up from where I left off last time, which was changing what I'm technically calling the legal person, or I referred to it last time as a presumption of law, which it is, but people understand the word legal person better. So we'll start with the legal person. And the mistake people are making when they go to court is they think that the legal person is a new name just for them, or it's something they represent exclusively, or it's something that binds statutes to them, or it's something bad that they don't want any part of, or any other explanation that we've heard people come up with for a legal person. When really, in fact, what a legal person is, obviously it is its own identity. It's its own legal person. It has rights. It can own property. It can sell property. It can do anything it wants to. No one owns title to the legal person. Nobody. Because it is its own entity. You can't own legal title to something that's technically living. And the reason for that is there's about 3 main components that make up a legal person that are indistinguishable from one another when looking at just the legal person. Even the Supreme Court of Canada has a ruling, I've got it somewhere, that basically the court doesn't see any difference between you, the man, and the legal person. You're one and the same. But that doesn't mean that you are the legal person. The reason they say that is because you make up a vital component of the legal person. And that's the important concept to understand there. Because the same way that corporations are created, we're going back to trust law, which is what we talked about last time, but I'll explain it better this time in ways that everybody understands. And hopefully everyone's had time to reflect on that and get it more through their head, right? So where does the legal person come from? And you guys know from last time that when you're born, the particulars of a live birth is filled out, and your parents and the government come together and sign an agreement that basically forms a new legal entity. So what they've done is your parents came forward as, because you're still a child, and they are your guardians because you can't make decisions. They've gifted your portion of the Commonwealth into the whole trust of the Corporation of Canada, right? So they are the grantors. The grantor of essentially what is yours, your equity, your ownership of a portion of the Commonwealth. They gifted that to Canada. So, which is just the big trust, if you want to call it that. It's a big corporation, it's a big trust. So with your parents as the grantor, grantor slash beneficiary. That's why your parents get the I'll learn how to spell. Beneficiary, okay? So now we know the legal person is a trust, and we'll get into why it is a trust as soon as we get the roles all figured out first. Okay, so we know from trust law that there is always going to be a grantor slash beneficiary, and I've had people argue with me that the grantor and the beneficiary are two different parts of a trust. Okay, that's nonsense. The grantor and the beneficiary are the same person. Whoever puts the value in, that's who it's owed to. You can't get more simple of a concept than that. Okay, so the other two roles of a trust are the trustee down here. And what's the last role of a trust? Okay, or in trust law, executor. Right. So this relationship created this guy right here, who's his own legal person. The grantor and the beneficiary, when you were age 1 to 14, was your parents. When you became 14, I believe, doesn't really matter, it could be 16, could be 18, which is the age majority, but for the most part, 14, I believe, is the actual age you can start to contract at. I don't believe the 18 thing. There's a lot of biblical references to 14 and some other lawful references to 14, but for lack of even needing clarity, you, the man, at some point become the grantor slash beneficiary, because everything that you own, everything that went into the legal person was yours by birthright. So that's what makes you the grantor and the beneficiary of everything in a legal person. Right, so now we're going to make the switch to corporate law, which actually mirrors, it directly mirrors trust law. And that's actually what a corporation is. It's a trust, right? They just call it something else to confuse people and get everybody walking into court and making ridiculous arguments. And it seems to have worked pretty well for about 2,000 years. So if this guy right down here is the grantor and the beneficiary of a trust, if we were to switch this to the Dean Clifford Corporation, you got to remember, that's all lawyers do, is they switch names around to confuse people when the names mean the same thing. We all know from Canadian law even that a corporation and a legal person are synonymous terms. They're the same thing. And it's the only thing a government can deal with. They can't deal with a man. So they had to make you an agent in commerce, is probably the best word I've heard for it yet. So now Dean C. Clifford, the man, is the grantor and the beneficiary. But now we're talking corporate law. What would that equal in corporate law? What position would you be if you were the grantor, the guy that put all the money into something? Shareholder. Shareholder. So we know that I'm the shareholder now because I put all the money into something. I'm the one who gets all the dividends. I'm the one that gets all the benefits. The corporation basically can't exist without me. That's why I'm an integral part of it. Who would? What would an executor be in corporate law? Anybody? Director. Be director. Every corporation has directors, a board of directors, the people that set policy for the corporation. So you got a director up here. And we'll just really quickly identify the other part. Who would trustees be in corporate law? Who obeys the policies of the policymakers? Employees. Isn't it nice how it even ends in two E's, both words? Trustee and employee. Okay, so we're just going to place some fill in the blanks here. So it makes the most amount of sense. So now if we switch trust law to corporate law, we come up with the most simple equation there is in law. Shareholder, director, employee relationship. That is a trust, period. So we know who these guys are already, but we'll get into that. How do we know who the director is?
The shareholders have appointed them?
Shareholders appoint directors. Correct. If a shareholder doesn't like what a director is doing, they have shareholders meetings. And shareholders vote, and shareholders appoint or remove directors from the board. So, well, we'll leave that position up there right now. So, you know right now that the shareholder of a corporation appoints the director because they want to make sure the directors are setting the proper policy for these guys to follow so that they get the maximum return on their investment. And that's how the flow works. So the directors set policy for a corporation. They tell the employees what to do. The employees carry out those instructions. And the shareholder receives the dividend. And that's the Holy Trinity. That's trust law, corporate law. That's the way the entire legal system works, period. He who owns the equity controls, period. You have final say in anything. So if you were the shareholder, sole shareholder in a legal person, because you're the one that put all the equity in, who would you want to appoint as director?
Yourself.
Probably yourself. I mean, my grandfather always told me when I was growing up, if you want something done right, do it yourself. And in trust law, the grantor and executor can be the same individual. But we're going to find out actually any of these roles can be filled by anybody. It actually really doesn't matter. I think they're talking when they say that in the same capacity, you can be the same individual. But you can be any one of these if you're serving in different capacities. And that's when we get into the whole capacity argument that we'll probably hope to cover today. So Dean at a shareholder meeting, he's decided he's about the only competent individual on the planet that can handle his affairs and his investments. So he appoints Dean C. Clifford as the director. Chairman of the board, president, CEO, I don't care what you want to call it. I'm the one who gives direction to the corporation now, legal person. So we're just going to put this back to legal person so that everybody doesn't get confused by that. Legal person. And we all know who the employees are. If this is basically, for lack of a better word, if this is now a public corporation and you and the government came together to form this, there's only one role left, and that's the government. And that's why they're public trustees or public employees. They're public servants. So what this means is, well, let's just stick with this for now. So we got government. And government, well, employees. And that's exactly what they are. So that's the business relationship going on. Problem is, when they call this name, they know we don't know who we are in this equation. And because of that, that's how they screw us over and they get us into the role of the surety for the legal person, or the person who's compelled to perform for the legal person. And really, there's only one role in this entire equation that's forced to perform for a legal person, and that is the trustees. They're the ones liable. They're the ones that are supposed to perform for this legal person. So what happens when we walk into court? So I don't think anybody's got any questions regarding that. It's all pretty simple, right? Pretty basic. Well, it's not basic, but everyone remembers that from last week. Right. Okay. So people show up and they go to court when the legal person is called. Court's called. I'll have to rewrite the name, I guess. Sorry. Remember that for next time. So court's been called. people show up for court and they walk up and, you know, I've heard the arguments, I'm not that person, or I'm not a corporation, I'm a man and I have human rights, and every other argument the planet's made, and I've made them. You know, 4 or 5 years ago, it was the same argument I made. I walked in there, I'm not a corporation, I'm a man. You know, you can't charge me with that because I have rights and that violates my rights and blah, 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 and everything else. Well, that's not at all what's going on in the courtroom. I've had, even recently, people that should know better have walked in and said, yeah, I'm here for that matter, which is a good way to approach that. And then they go on to say, I'm an agent for that person. Of course you're an agent for that person. Everybody in the courtroom there today, once that name is called, is an agent for that person. Otherwise, you wouldn't be there. You'd have no standing at all, because the courtroom is nothing more than a hearing, a formal hearing, where records are kept regarding this person right here, like the black book for a corporation, the minutes of a meeting. I don't even like to call it a boardroom meeting, because if you were having a boardroom meeting, none of them would be there, because that's only for directors. So a boardroom meeting would only have one person at it. I can have that wherever I am. I can have one right now in my head. I just did. I changed a couple policies around for my legal person. It was pretty interesting. So court's called. You go in there, everybody that is there is an agent for the legal person. As soon as they call the name, now that boardroom, if you want to call it that, or the hearing room, is being used to hear matters for Dean Clifford. If you're not an agent of Dean Clifford, then you're not there. You have no standing. Get out of there. They all do. And why do they all have standing for this person? And who's the government? They're the employees. They're the public employees, right? They're the, I like to call them trustees. I still like to call them public servants or trustees. So the hearing's been called. Actually, I don't even need to draw that part, because what people have to, there's no point in even getting into the chart again. Everything that people have to understand is, and you can, if you read sections 32 and 52 of the Charter and Rights and Freedoms, it'll tell you right in there that number one, Charter and Rights and Freedoms is the supreme law of the Corporation of Canada. It's the supreme law. There's no law higher. It's the top dog. And then it goes on to say that it only applies to the government. So if the Charter and Rights and Freedoms only applies to government and it's their supreme law, how on earth could any subordinate act ever apply to anything other than the government as well? It can't. It's superseded by the Charter and Rights and Freedoms. And we know damn well, we've been saying for years, we know the statutes only apply to the government. And people try to make faulty arguments in court that don't really prove anything, and then, you know, they wind up in jail or getting charged the whole 9 yards. So I'm not going to bother with any proofs, because we already know most of this stuff. And that is that when you walk into court and they're having a hearing for the person, what they're doing is they're usually charging somebody under the Highway Traffic Act, or they're charging somebody with income tax evasion or not filing taxes. Those are the two biggies, I think, with Freemen, so we should probably stick with those. Now, you'll probably notice, and again, here's another proof, is that the birth certificate, which is your receipt, is the only document that you have that has the government's signature on it.
Hello?
They sign it and it's sent to you. Everything else has your signature on it. And what that means is the birth certificate proves that the government owes a debt to you or an obligation to you in some way. Every other piece of ID where your signature is on there proves that you owe an obligation to the government of some kind. So what they're doing is when they're getting you to, or convincing you need a driver's license to go out and drive. No, come down and fill out an application and go for a road test. And if you're competent, and therefore probably bondable, we'll underwrite for you, and we'll give you this nice little license right here that for no other explanation necessary. It actually creates a public servant title for you. So now that you're a public servant, when you're getting pulled over on the highway, license and registration, oh, okay, well, here's my driver's license. Well, what you gave him is proof that you were just basically acting as a public servant. Statutes apply to public servants, period. Okay, so you can get out of the I'm not engaged in commerce argument. You can get out of all those kind of arguments because all they're claiming is that you were performing some function of government when they pulled you over because you gave them a license that identified you as an agent of the government. He's a superior officer. That's why when they say you're required to obey me, well, they're right. Absolutely, they're right. They're a superior officer all the way up to the courts, period. All they have to do is get you to admit that you're performing a function of government, which government issue ID proves. It doesn't, but that's the presumption that it creates. And I've talked about how presumptions rule in court because we don't rebut the presumptions properly, right? And then when you go into the court file after 3 years of fighting the government and filing all sorts of nonsense and crap and gibberish, and you actually look in the judge's file, there's one thing in there, and that's the complaint made against a public servant. That's it. That's the only thing the judge actually sees. And we're going to get into that with some of the court stuff later on after this is all, after everyone gets their head wrapped around the whole concept of that. So same, okay, taxes. Who owes taxes? Right? Public servants. And what created the taxpayer? Your application for a social insurance number. So anytime you use that social insurance number to sign up for a job, a bank account, or use that number anywhere else, it identifies you as an agent of the government. And government can tax their own employees and no one else. Why do you think social insurance numbers are optional on bank accounts? And yes, you better believe they are. It even says optional right beside it. They don't force you to do it. The benefit of having a social insurance number is interest on your bank account. What is it? 0.000002% right now, I think, right? Okay, it's nothing. But everybody hears that word, oh, interest. Oh, no, I don't want to lose out on a little bit of interest I could be getting, right? And that's why we've known for years that if you don't want a social insurance number on your account, you tell them you want a non-interest bearing account, period. Well, yeah, tell them put it in writing. Yeah, they say all sorts. Yeah, they say all sorts of nonsense. So
A lot of bank policy runs contrary to the Bank Act.
yeah, exactly. And it's not even their policy. I have yet
Hello?
Say
Nudie? Smiler? Anybody?
Hey, Nude, you there?
I can't hear nothing.
He's got something to do. So since he can't hear us, we can talk bad about him. Don't say anything, but he's a nudist.
The world knows.
Mm-hmm. Walks around with a leaf.
Mm-hmm.
Still ain't saying nothing. Might be fixing to sell it. Since the nudie is gone, we'll wait till he gets back. We'll play a little video here. Huh? Okay, here we go. Let's see what I can get myself into here. Bear with me, everybody. See what we can get into here. Ah, yes. This should be a good one here. Let's see where. At least I thought it was going to be. What happened here? I got so much stuff here. I can't remember half the stuff I put in here anymore. Oh, real short one here until Nudie gets back. About 2 minutes long. Oh, wait a minute. Is this the one I want? No, this is not the one I want. Son of a gun. Let's do this. Shut this thing up like this. Okay. Bear with me, everybody, here. I'm trying. Thank God for videos. I'll tell you a lot here. I don't know if a lot of people have seen this or not, but I'm going to replay it again just to make sure. If I can find this damn thing here now. Let's see what we got here. Oh, yeah. Okay, this would be a good one. This is your government at work. Listen to this. I'll skip the promo here. Get right to the start here. There we go. All right. We get back here and we'll start. All right. Pull it on up here. Make sure the line's okay. Back. Put it up. And we're all set here. Okay. Wait for New to get back and then we'll start the whole shebang again. All right. Here we go.
It is now in order to consider amendment number 60, printed in Part B of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 60, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Massey of Kentucky.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Chair, I rise in support of my amendment, which states none of the funds made available by this act may be used to implement Section 24220 of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. My amendment is simple. It will defund the federal mandate that requires all new vehicles after 2026 be equipped with a kill switch that can disable a vehicle if the vehicle has monitored the driver's performance and that the vehicle determines that the driver is not performing well. It's so incredible that I have to offer this amendment. It almost sounds like the domain of science fiction, dystopian science fiction, that the federal government would put a kill switch in vehicles that would be the judge, the jury, and the executioner on such a fundamental right as the right to travel freely. But here we are. It is federal law that this is mandated, and so I am offering this amendment to defund this mandate. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, the ranking member of the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Subcommittee, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I actually need 2 minutes, if that's possible, Mr. Chairman.
We'll do 2 minutes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you very much. Lobbying in mid sentence. I rise in opposition to this amendment. Let me be clear. The act that the gentleman is trying to defund does not require auto manufacturers to install kill switches. It does not do that. Passive drunk driving technology is a vital tool in safeguarding our loved ones and other innocent people on our roads. This new technology offers a lifeline of hope to not only save lives, but to prevent the lifelong emotional toll and gargantuan costs these accidents inflict on families. Deadly drunk driving accidents can echo across generations, but we can seize this opportunity to stop such tragedies. Between 2019 and 2021, Florida saw a 31% increase in drunk driving crashes. In Mr. Massey's home state of Kentucky, 190 people were killed in drunk driving crashes in 2021 alone. That was a 26% increase. When we saw these grim statistics, we acted in a bipartisan fashion in Congress. And how often do we see that? Both Republicans and Democrats supported the HALT Act to require auto manufacturers to make this passive technology standard in new vehicles. The sponsor of this misguided amendment will tell you that he worries about privacy concerns. We heard the same inane calls with seatbelt requirements, but you don't have a right to engage in potentially fatal behavior that we know poses a major health threat to public safety. Passive drunk driving technology is pro-police. This anti-drunk driving technology lightens the load on police officers, allowing them to focus on more pressing safety concerns. The importance of this technology goes far beyond statistics. It's about saving lives, preventing heartbreak, and making our roads safer. It's a passionate call to action to prevent alcohol-impaired driving from shattering the lives of those we hold dear. This amendment, I understand, was dubbed the Kill Switch Amendment, and it does not require a kill switch. It simply requires passive technology to help us prevent drunk driving. In the name of the 406 people that were killed by a drunk driver in my own state of Florida last year alone, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. Let's take steps to reduce deaths due to drunk driving, not increase them. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Drunk driving is a serious problem. That's why 31 states already have a law to implement interlock ignition technology, where if you've been convicted of a DUI, that you have to pass this test in order to operate your vehicle. But this federal law that I seek to defund goes far beyond that, and I regret that I have to spend some of my time reading the law to the other side of the aisle, but I will do that. This law that was passed in a 1,000-page bill 2 years ago requires that automobiles can passively monitor the performance of a driver, not the blood alcohol content, but the performance of a driver of a motor vehicle, to accurately identify whether that driver may be impaired. Not drunk, it says impaired. And prevent or limit motor vehicle operation. That's a kill switch. Now the question is, how much time do you have once your dashboard tells you that it doesn't approve of your driving? What if you're a single mother and you're out in bad weather and you're trying to avoid some obstacles, ice perhaps, and you've swerved 3 times and your dashboard says, swerve 1 more time and you're going to be put over to the side of the road, that you'll have 100 yards to park this vehicle in the middle of nowhere with your children in the back seat. This isn't some fantastical scenario. This is what will happen if this is implemented. And this is the law. I have read it to you here. Now, you maybe should have read it 2 years ago when you all voted for it on that side of the aisle, but it wasn't a bill that was 1,039 pages long. So I can understand how you don't know what the law has in it, but I've read it to you. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Member is reminded to direct his remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. More than 10,000 people die every year from drunk driving crashes. Drunk drivers are 7 times more likely to be involved in a fatal crash than a sober person. So you would think that the Republicans would want to do something about it. Democrats have done something about it and said that NHTSA now will have drunk driver prevention technology. You know, this technology has the potential of saving thousands of lives. And I don't see that you're agreeing that we should be saving those lives, and I would say we should all vote against the Drunk Driver Protection Act. And I yield back.
You, sir. Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
May I inquire as to how much time I have remaining?
And has 2 minutes remaining.
Well, we actually don't know how this technology is going to work, and they don't know over at the DOT either, because we've sent a letter to them that they haven't responded to yet, asking them, will this have cameras inside the car? Will it monitor your eyes to see if you're focused on the road? Will it have cameras on the outside of the car? How will it know what your performance is relative to the road that you're driving on if it doesn't, in fact, know which road you're driving on? Will it need to know where you are when you are driving? If so, who has access to this data? Who has access to those cameras? Will the Fourth Amendment be followed? Will you require a warrant for your insurance company to access this data? Will you require a warrant for the government to access this data? Once your car's been disabled and now you're on the side of the road with your children in it for reasons you don't understand, how long until the police show up? Or what if you truly are disabled and you're over to the side of the road? Does anybody show up? How long do you have to get out of the vehicle? Who decides when your vehicle kill switch is disabled and you get to drive again? Who's going to adjudicate that on the side of the road? What if it's rush hour traffic? What if you know you've already got points against you according to your dashboard and it's monitored your performance, and now there's somebody's pet in the road? Do you swerve to miss it and get your car disabled? What if there's an emergency vehicle approaching from behind you and you know the right thing is to swerve off the road and let that vehicle pass? What after you've done that 3 times and now your car says do it one more time and we're going to leave you on the side of the road? This is in the law. This will become law in 2026, every vehicle manufactured after that. And it's not about drunk driving. If it were, it would just be about blood alcohol content. This law has far more than that in it. It violates the Fourth Amendment. It violates so many amendments. It violates things that are so fundamental to our rights. They're not even in the Constitution, like the right to travel. And so I urge support of this amendment. It will defund the law that was passed 2 years ago that the other side of the aisle doesn't even know exists. And I yield back.
This is all control that they want to do to you. They're the ones that make the commands and demands, not laws or rules. They call them laws and rules, but they're commands and demands. And it's bullshit. It's amazing how they're shafting us. Get rid of our Second Amendment, our freedom of speech, our Fourth Amendment rights, speech and search, oh, deal with it. And the Fifth Amendment. So it's just, it goes on and on. We never had a constitution, people. Never did. And it's just a facade, a fake. Just to think that you have freedom and democracy. The only freedom you have is called freedom of range, where you have to have special permission, a passport, a driver's license, visitor's pass, parking, and everything else. So it's absurd. Oops. No, it's got a phone call. There we go. Not anymore, I don't. Okay. So it's up to you people. You want to just live with the governments and their bullshit, go ahead and do it. And this is why we're trying to get ourselves out of here. So we're not subject to this stupid laws and commands and everything else they got going with us. I'm telling you, each and every one of you are going to be just slaves more than what you are now. And if you don't see it by now, you'll never see it. Believe me, it's coming. As Smiler already said, in Europe, they already started the CBDC. You can check that out on Google. And it's going to come over here in America. When they do that, I mean, they're going to start it out real nice. Things going to be running smoothly. But once they have control of everybody, the money's never your own. Believe me. Well, it's not your own now, but they're going to be more of a tyranny about it, you know, when you can buy gas, when you can't buy gas, when you can buy milk, bread. If you don't obey their laws, they'll stop you altogether, give you bad credit. This is all coming down, I'm telling you. And if you can't afford your house, you know, it's tyranny. And this is what they always wanted. And they used my brothers and sisters in the military to get their gain. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. All right, let me. Well, there's no nudie yet. Been about a half an hour. So we'll wait for another 5 minutes. If he's not here, then I'm done. We'll go for another video here. I wish I could show you the videos over at Rumble. I got all kinds of good videos and good music, things I can play. I can't do it over here in YouTube. But I also have a StreamYard called Rumble Rights for Vets. And if you get a chance, look around. I have all kinds of different kinds of content on it. So let's see what else I can get myself into. Like I said, if he's not here by then let me get into this here. But so how do you like your vehicles coming up already? You know, we build out the auto companies, and in return for taking our money, they're going to still listen to government and shaft us. Unreal. It's total control. It's amazing. Let's see here. There's a lot of this stuff I wrote, and I can't remember half the stuff I put on here. All right. This is a little bit longer. Well, 16 minutes. If Guru shows up by then, I'll stop it. But all right, let's try it out, see what happens here. I'm not quite sure what this one's about. All right. Just to waste some time now until Newt gets back. If you get a chance to go to Newt Guru's site, he'll help you out if he can. Believe me, he will. As long as you have an open mind, he'll do the best he can for you. He can show you, but it's up to you to do what you got to do. You know what I mean? Basically, there's a lot of learning to it, and I'm still not. I'm just a little baby in this damn thing, but I'm learning more each and every day, and my eyes are waking up for this. All right, so here we go. Everything's all set here. Check the volume. Got it. Okay, here we go, everybody.
New York City, The thriving and fast-paced metropolis is currently in a state of emergency as over 60,000 illegal immigrants have made their way into the area. Mayor Eric Adams has recently declared that 50% of the hotels in the city are now filled with migrants, and for the first time, we're getting an exclusive look at what the inside of one of these hotels looks like. We sat down with whistleblower Carlos Arellano, who worked inside the Row NYC for the past 7 months. This hotel, located 1 block from Times Square, previously rented rooms for $500 a night. Carlos shares it is now the largest migrant hotel in New York City.
So in the hotel, we have close to 5,000 migrants. It hovers between 4,800 to 5,000. It's the biggest hotel out there that's housing migrants. They housed 5,000 people together in 28 floors.
You have the NYC badge, so you're a city employee, correct?
Yes, I was a side administrator at the Row Hotel. Anything involved in this hotel, I was helping run it.
One of the first stops migrants make when they are bussed in is the Port Authority bus station. It's at this station that they are first dropped off, assigned a hotel, and sent to locations such as the Row NYC. So when a migrant comes to the hotel, what does the process look like?
They're taken to our intake center, which is they just register their names, how many kids, and they give them rooms. With our medical team is where they determine if they need certain vaccinations, which are usually turned down by the migrants. They don't want them. But a lot of the times they will have some kind of sickness to them, and that's when they're Ubered out to hospitals that work with the migrant hotels. Everything ranging from doctor's visits to medication is paid for the migrant.
I believe we have a document where car seats can also be provided for the migrants as well, correct?
Yes, car seats, cribs for newborns. There's, I want to say, at least 2 to 3 babies a week being born at this hotel.
On top of free medical care and transportation, Carlos also shares that the migrants receive laundry services, housekeeping, and 3 meals a day alongside their hotel rooms.
Anything you can possibly think of, it's being given to them. Around 200 to 300 Metro cards a day are given for free. ID services, ID NYC, they have IDs from the city of New York.
And what can they do with those IDs?
Well, a lot of people in this hotel are working with that ID. Aside from that, they're receiving, I've seen food stamps, cards arrive, a lot of services that are provided to them just for having this ID.
And then my other question for you too is, how much does it cost per day to feed these migrants?
So in our hotel, it's $383 for 5,000 people, and that's just for 1 day worth of meals.
In January of this year, it was reported that Mayor Eric Adams signed a $275 million contract that would fund the migrants staying in hotels across the city for the next 6 months, a budget of around $55,000 per migrant. However, the city is running out of hotel rooms, with Adams stating that some hotels don't want to shelter migrants. Carlos provided us with an inside look at the Row NYC that may give us some insight as to why.
The migrants being in those hotels have destroyed them. There's a lot of alcohol in these rooms. Housekeeping is there all week, and they'll clean it, and by the end of the night, there's kids getting drunk together. There's people hooking up with each other. I even have seen reports of certain managers who are using this to get intimate with people. It seems like the hotel is one big party. There's multiple guns in these rooms as well. The alarming thing is that this hotel is meant to be a family hotel. One situation that I'll never forget was I was on my lunch break and I was at Walgreens, and while I was in line, I saw one of the migrants sticking alcohol into their children's backpack. And they stick them in the children's backpack because they know we wouldn't dare to check a child's backpack. They do this kind of stuff all the time, whether it be drugs, whether it be alcohol, whether it be a gun. They stick it in the strollers, under the baby,
During just our short time investigating the location outside of the hotel, we ourselves witnessed a migrant so drunk he could barely stand. But alcohol isn't the only issue at the Row NYC. Carlos shared incident reports and internal text messages detailing gunmen on the premises, children getting drunk, and migrants stealing from local businesses surrounding the hotel. You were actually showing me some text messages between a social worker about a drunk 10-year-old in this hotel. Can you talk to us about what happened there?
Yeah, it was a drunk 10-year-old who was caught with a 14 and a 12-year-old, and all three of them were intoxicated. And when we looked them up in the system, the parents had checked out 2 days ago.
So their parents just left them there?
Yeah, the parents will leave the kids unattended in the hotel, and they think it's okay to leave for a day or two, sometimes even a week.
And you actually did provide us with a couple of incident reports. Let's go ahead and go over some of them, specifically the incident report where you have gunmen walking around the hotel. Talk to me about that situation.
We heard a security guard start yelling, there's a gun on site, there's a gun on site. It was probably an upset person that we had kicked out of the hotel, and it sent the whole hotel into a panic. And this is an everyday thing. I myself have been assaulted. I've seen other people get assaulted. I've had threats saying, we'll be waiting for you guys outside. There's been times where staff has had to be, escorted to their cars, to their trains.
Because the migrants are threatening them.
Yeah.
And why is that happening?
Because they want to get away with doing whatever the hell they want to do inside the hotels. There's one incident. It was my very first week working in this hotel, and it was a husband who was beating up his wife. It was my job and others' jobs to separate them. The brother of the husband shows up and starts telling the wife, why would you report him? Now they're going to kick him out of the hotel and deport him out of the country, which didn't happen. And then the brother rushes in and hits the wife on the face as well.
And as the hotel staff, what were you guys able to do with these two?
The solution always is, they're intoxicated, send them to the hospital to sober up, and then they come right back into the hotel. It's either the hospital or it's either send them to Port Authority and let the husband who's intoxicated get another hotel paid by the taxpayers of New York. Often at times there was migrants causing chaos with shoplifting. The one instant where I showed you that video, aside from being caught shoplifting, they started getting physical. And a lot of the times it was, go calm the migrant down, get them inside the hotel.
We also spoke to the manager of the store right next to Row, who shared how the migrants have been affecting businesses in the area. So there was previously tourists staying in this hotel, and now it's migrants, so you're not having the same amount of business coming through this area.
No, same. It is totally down, less than 50% the down. So I'm not against, I told you I'm not against them, but I don't like to our business area. Take them another area, be side of city or another place, not the middle of the city. We are facing, but where the business, not only my store, all area business down for this one. All in this area, 8th Avenue, 3-4 area, they are business. You can ask any people, they'll say no, business is down here.
On top of the violence, guns, and drug and alcohol abuse, Carlos shares that the infrastructure of the hotel is also starting to crumble.
This hotel is pretty much collapsing. One thing that I saw was the maintenance requests. I mean, in these maintenance requests, it ranged from mold in the ceilings to mold in the walls to power outages in 10 rooms in one floor. The electrical infrastructure in this hotel is fried. We have everything from power outages to fires going off. The lobby ceiling, we've had that fall. And it's been flat out said by every agency in that hotel that they're just waiting for it to collapse. But the city does not want to start the process of getting them out because it's 5,000 people. So it's either going to start a riot, or during the riot, it's going to collapse the hotel, because They don't want to leave the hotel. They love the location. Who wouldn't love, living free next to Times Square? A lot of the migrants told me they could see the ball drop from their window.
The media has been reporting that one of the main reasons that migrants are overwhelming progressive cities is due to Republican governors such as Texas Governor Greg Abbott busing migrants into these cities. However, when asked if the migrants are happy to be in New York or if they even want to leave, this is what Carlos had to say.
If they want to leave the city of New York, they're given a bus ticket, a train ticket, a plane ticket in that very moment.
And who gives them that?
The city of New York is paying for it, and we are giving them that. They get tired of New York City, they move on to the next city. Chicago, Philadelphia, Washington, they're traveling around.
Would you say that the majority of them want to stay in New York, or are they trying to go somewhere else?
So they come to New York wanting to go somewhere else, but at the same time, they see everything that's being given to them and that they're right next to Times Square. So they decide to stay and they don't want to leave. And their mindset is that this hotel situations are never going to close. And the city does nothing to tell them, hey, eventually the money runs out. When the money runs out, these hotels will close.
Carlos has worked in U.S. Immigration Services for the past 5 years, and he's the same whistleblower who came forward last year when he was working for MVM Inc. and realized that migrant children were being handed off to unvetted adults throughout the U.S. He has also worked as a contractor under organizations such as Customs and Border Patrol and the Office of Refugee Resettlement. However, despite being in the industry for so long, he shares that this is one of the worst situations he's ever seen.
I've never seen a situation as bad as this one, which is why I'm coming out. I'm not doing this anonymously anymore. I'm attaching my name, my face to this because it's that bad. I've been doing this for 5 years, and in my 5 years, this has been the worst experience by far. The city of New York does not know what they're doing, and it's only going to get worse from here.
Talk to the viewers as well about what coming forward with this type of story means for you.
It's years of relationships, friendships that are going to be gone the minute this airs, but it's all worth it if I could do some kind of good, and that good is exposing how horrible the situation is in New York City regarding the migrant situation at the Royal Hotel. The city of New York should be ashamed of themselves for what they did, and this was a terrible decision to make with this hotel. For the most part, there's no pressure, no rush, no urgency of fixing the situation. It's just keep paying for their hotel rooms, keep paying for their food, and hoping the situation fixes itself, but it's not going to fix itself. When the day comes that they tell them either you have to move to a new location, this site is going to close, the migrants are not going to understand. So there's no way to go about it. Everybody who's staying in that hotel is in this chat group. So the minute you try to move not just one floor, the minute you try to move one room, they're going to put it in the chat, and the word's going to spread through the whole hotel, and they're not going to go quietly. They're not going to go calmly, peacefully. The city of New York does not know how to handle any of this. I think they're just kind of hoping it goes away.
Mm-hmm.
They think it's going to somehow get better, and it's not getting better.
So by the law, our Constitution, nobody's supposed to allow to come in here without due process. As you can see, there's no such thing as due process. Not to mention that the news, the fake news, the misleading news, says it's all because of Governor Abbott. Well, no, it's because of our lack of transparency in our government, which is done purposely. Now, we're paying for these illegals through our taxes. So now I'm going to ask you a question. Is this what you want? Really, is this what you want, or do you want to just leave, go off the grid of government? If you go off the grid of government, the government can't have any money. They can't take taxes out of you. It hurts the government because they rely on your money. They used us for our money. We are slaves. So you figure it out from there. Your government don't care about you. They never did. You are responsible for yourself, not them. They're going to do whatever they want to do and make it sound like they're going to do it for the people. There's no such thing as democracy or freedom. There never was. And this is the big facade, the biggest con job in the world. All right, since Newton's not here, everybody, I'm done. Have a good day, and I thank you very much. God bless you all. I'm not catching you next time. Probably real soon, knowing me. See you in a while. Rights for Vets are out. Newt, thanks again, buddy. See you in a while, everybody.